What happened? That's my question. That's my question I have today. What happened? Yes. What happened to our grandfather money that Stanton collected? What happened to it? Number one, three question. What happened to our grandfather hospital case? The operator on our grandfather, they messed up. That's one case. Number two, what happened to our grandfather nursing home case? They didn't take care of our grandfather good, and something happened at that nursing home. The papi had sore all his body. The papi's situation was worse. Something happened at that nursing home. That was a nursing home case. What happened to that case? Also, what happened to our grandfather life insurance? We're not talking about Stanton made stories. We're talking about true story. What that true story? What we want facts. We don't want no story that Stanton made up. We want to know what happened with these cases. Matter of fact, two cases and one life insurance. I call it life insurance case. What happened to that? We need answer. You brought small money in Upper Darby. These things were hiding from some of us until it was revealed that all your money you get, all that money that Stanton get, that from the papi, if the papi wasn't going to have that situation he had, and if the papi wasn't going to die, Stanton wouldn't have been buying houses and all this thing. But right, Stanton owed all his brother, his oldest brother and his oldest sister. He owed them. Bring all that document. Disclose it so we can believe you. Bring it all. And bring the actual number, the check that they released. Bring that check. The fact check. Not no Stanton story check. We want a real check. Bring a real check document. The real check document. With all this things, you close everybody up. All your...
But the big story on Action News tonight is the local connection to what federal investigators call a massive scheme to sell fake nursing degrees. We learned today that 2 Burlington County residents are among 25 people charged with operating the nationwide ring. Now, according to investigators, the group peddled more than 7,000 bogus degrees and nursing certificates to the tune of more than $100 million. Action News reporter John Paul joining us live in Camden tonight. And John, the feds say some of these fake nurses put real patients in danger.
Yeah, and that is the real concern tonight, Brian, that they may not have the background to actually treat people in a hospital-type setting. You know, I've confirmed tonight that Delaware actually annulled the licenses of 26 nurses already. And the feds tonight, they're charging people across the country, including 2 in South Jersey.
All of us feel this is egregious.
Strong words from the executive director of Delaware's Board of Nursing after learning of a massive scheme out of Florida to sell fake nursing degrees. And tonight, we've confirmed 26 nurses in Delaware had their licenses annulled in connection to the fake degrees.
These people who went to these Florida schools did not complete the curriculum, the education, and the clinical training that is required of all nurses to be eligible to take their licensure exam and to be licensed as a nurse.
She says there are no reports of patients being harmed, but tonight 25 people across the country face charges for their involvement in the scheme that brought in more than $100 million, including Stanton Witherspoon and Alfred Sellew of Burlington County, New Jersey. He's home? Okay. Can we talk to him? We tracked down Witherspoon at his home in Burlington today, but family members said he couldn't talk. Over the phone, he told me he had to check in with his lawyer. Wednesday night, the Department of Justice released findings of what was dubbed Operation Nightingale.
When we talk about a nurse's education and credentials, shortcut is not a word we want to use.
Now the FBI is working to notify state nursing boards to ensure that unqualified nurses are not working in healthcare.
You're playing with people's health. How dare you play with someone's health like that?
It is important to note those nurses in Delaware, they have the right to appeal this decision. I also reached out to the nursing boards in Pennsylvania and in New Jersey, still waiting to hear back from them. Live in Camden, John Paul, Channel 6, Action News. Brian?
Yep.
Listen to this other episode of Stanton embarrassing us again.
The hard clinical and coursework required to get licenses and jobs.
Another suspect that caught our eye is businessman Stanton Witherspoon, the CEO of a popular media company in Liberia. He was part owner of Siena College, where court documents reveal that he and his co-conspirators, quote, solicited and recruited people seeking nursing credentials and employment as an RN or LPN, and sent and caused others to send, via wire communications, information used to create false and fraudulent transcripts and diplomas from Siena College.
The chief motivation.
What happened? That's my question. That's my question I have today. What happened? Yes. What happened to our grandfather money that Stanton collected? What happened to it? Number one, three question. What happened to our grandfather hospital case? The operator on our grandfather, they messed up. That's one case. Number two, what happened to our grandfather nursing home case? They didn't take care of our grandfather good, and something happened at that nursing home. And Papi had sore all his body, and Papi's situation was worse. Something happened at that nursing home. That was a nursing home case. What happened to that case? Also, what happened to our grandfather life insurance? We're not talking about Stanton made stories. We're talking about true story. What that true story? What we want facts. We don't want no story that Stanton made up. We want to know what happened with these cases. With these cases. Matter of fact, 2 cases and 1 life insurance, I call it life insurance case. What happened to that? We need answer. You brought small money in Upper Darby. These things were hiding from some of us until it was revealed that all your money you get, all that money that Stanton get, that from the Papi, if the Papi wasn't going to have that situation he had, and if the Papi wasn't going to die, Stanton wouldn't have been buying houses and all this thing. But right, Stanton owed all his brother, his oldest brother and his oldest sister. He owed them. Bring all that document. Disclose it so we can believe you. Bring it all. And bring the actual number, the check that they released. Bring that check. The fact check. Not no Stanton story check. We want a real check. Bring a real check document. The real check document. With all this things, you close everybody up. All your...
But the big story on Action News tonight is the local connection to what federal investigators call a massive scheme to sell fake nursing degrees. We learned today that 2 Burlington County residents are among 25 people charged with operating the nationwide ring. Now, according to investigators, the group peddled more than 7,000 bogus degrees and nursing certificates to the tune of more than $100 million. Action News reporter John Paul joining us live in Camden tonight. And John, the feds say some of these fake nurses put real patients in danger.
Yeah, and that is the real concern tonight, Brian, that they may not have the background to actually treat people in a hospital-type setting. You know, I've confirmed tonight that Delaware actually annulled the licenses of 26 nurses already. And the feds tonight, they're charging people across the country, including 2 in South Jersey.
All of us feel this is egregious.
Strong words from the executive director of Delaware's Board of Nursing after learning of a massive scheme out of Florida to sell fake nursing degrees. And tonight, we've confirmed 26 nurses in Delaware had their licenses annulled in connection to the fake degrees.
These people who went to these Florida schools did not complete the curriculum, the education, and the clinical training that is required of all nurses to be eligible to sit to take their licensure exam and to be licensed as a nurse.
She says there are no reports of patients being harmed, but tonight 25 people across the country face charges for their involvement in the scheme that brought in more than $100 million, including Stanton Witherspoon and Alfred Sellew of Burlington County, New Jersey. He's home? Okay. Can we talk to him? We tracked down Witherspoon at his home in Burlington today, but family members said he couldn't talk. Over the phone, he told me he had to check in with his lawyer. Wednesday night, the Department of Justice released findings of what was dubbed Operation Nightingale.
When we talk about a nurse's education and credentials, shortcut is not a word we want to use.
Now the FBI is working to notify state nursing boards to ensure that unqualified nurses are not working in healthcare.
You're playing with people's health. How dare you play with someone's health like that?
It is important to note those nurses in Delaware, they have the right to appeal this decision. I also reached out to the nursing boards in Pennsylvania and in New Jersey. Still waiting to hear back from them. Live in Camden, John Paul, Channel 6, Action News. Brian?
It also tarnishes the reputation of nurses who actually did the hard clinical and coursework required to get licenses and jobs.
Another suspect that caught our eye is businessman Stanton Witherspoon, the CEO of a popular media company in Liberia. He was part owner of Siena College, where court documents reveal that he and his co-conspirators, quote, solicited and recruited people seeking nursing credentials and employment as an RN or LPN, and sent and caused others to send, via wire communications, information used to create false and fraudulent transcripts and diplomas from Siena College.
Listen to this other episode of Stanton embarrassing us again.
The hard clinical and coursework required to get licenses and jobs.
Another suspect that caught our eye is businessman Stanton Witherspoon, the CEO of a popular media company in Liberia. He was part owner of Siena College, where court documents reveal that he and his co-conspirators, quote, solicited and recruited people seeking nursing credentials and employment as an RN or LPN, and sent and caused others to send, via wire communications, information used to create false and fraudulent transcripts and diplomas from Siena College.
The chief motivation.
The Breakfast Club, bitch.
All right, Shani, please tell me, why was I your donkey of the day?
Well, Donkey of the Day for Friday, January 27th goes to the 3 Florida nursing schools who sold up to 7,600 people across America fake diplomas. That's right. 25 people have been charged, and man, I wish I had all of their names. But let's talk about the schools. Palm Beach School of Nursing, Siena College, and Sacred Heart International Institute are all accused by the Justice Department of selling 7,600 diplomas and transcripts to people seeking licenses and jobs as registered practical and vocational nurses. As much as y'all complain about them people, and by them people, I mean the DOJ and the FBI, y'all sure make it easy for the house that J. Edgar Hoover built to get on y'all ass. Now, I know I told y'all I didn't want to think much this morning, and this is a story that doesn't make me think at all. Okay, this story does not require much thought because it's simple. Y'all fools is lazy. You're always looking for shortcuts. It's a bunch of people who don't want to work out, don't have the discipline to eat right. You just want to BBL your way to the top. Well, that ain't how life works. I mean, you can do it, okay, but the results you're looking for will not be everlasting. You will not be able to maintain that desired look. But we will discuss after we break down what happened at these nursing schools. In fact, I don't got to break nothing down. Let's go to NBC 6 News for the report, please.
It's called Operation Nightingale. Thousands and thousands of people taking shortcuts to become nurses. And officials say Operation Nightingale took aim at harmful fraud affecting public health. In total, 25 people charged, accused of operating and recruiting for 3 South Florida nursing schools.
The schools, they prepared and sold fake nursing school diplomas and transcripts to nursing candidates, knowing that the candidates would use those false documents to, 1, sit for nursing board examinations, secure nursing licenses, and 3, ultimately obtain nursing jobs.
The alleged scheme: sell fake nursing diplomas and transcripts. The U.S. Attorney, FBI, and Inspector General say the school sold 7,600 fake nursing diplomas since 2016. The price, $15,000 a pop, netting more than $114 million. Investigators say of the thousands of diplomas sold, about a third are people actually practicing medicine.
You got to help your old Uncle Charlotte understand something here now. From what I read on ABC News, nursing candidates who allegedly participated in the scam, as you just heard, would pay as much as $15,000 for the fraudulent diplomas. Now, I was born in 1978. And when you're born in the 1900s, you remember a phrase. And the phrase is, time is money, money is time. And I'm not wasting neither. As I've gotten older, I've realized that phrase just sounds good. Okay, money is not time. All right, time is time and money is money. Time is more valuable. Okay, I've lost money and then turned around and got that money back and then some. That's never happened to me with time. I've never lost time and then gotten the time back and then tripled the time that I lost. No, that's not how time works. Therefore, I don't care how much money you spend, that money will not equate to the time it takes to actually take your ass to nursing school and earn the skills and credentials it takes to actually be a nurse. Now, ABC News said the defendants include owners, operators, and employees of the schools who prepared and sold fake nursing school diplomas and transcripts to nursing candidates, knowing that the candidates would use those false documents to, one, sit for nursing board examinations, secure nursing licenses, and ultimately obtain nursing jobs in medical facilities, not only in Florida, but elsewhere across the country. Oh, this is so crazy. In fact, I don't know if y'all know, a couple of them got caught here in New Jersey Monday assisting in colonoscopies. In fact, if you got a colonoscopy anywhere in New Jersey on Monday, they want you to go on YouTube and see if you recognize your own ass, because there's folks with fake degrees playing games of stink finger bingo. Now, you don't know what stink finger bingo is. It's a game played by a gathering of people. Gender does not apply. Players are blindfolded and proceed to stick their finger in a random ass. Next, they must guess which ass they penetrated with their fingers through smell. So if you got a colonoscopy, what? I'm trying to inform people here. If you got a colonoscopy in Jersey this week, you might want to look into that. Okay?
All right.
Do you know anybody, Envy?
Yes, I do. Myself. But go ahead. Continue.
Okay. Yes, but here's the thing, right? Stop thinking that money can allow you to skip steps, all right? In a situation like this, what's required is time. You need to put in the time to actually be a nurse so you know what the hell you are doing, okay? I am going to tell you something my therapist told me. I was venting to my therapist one week about people, friends, family, because I'm blessed. Okay, I'm blessed, black, and highly favored. Okay, I'm blessed to be in a position to put people in position. Okay, I've created opportunities for myself that allow me to create opportunity for others. And I was venting about, putting people in these positions and they find a way to fumble it. All right, don't appreciate it. Don't understand how hard it would be, in that position, or how hard it would be to get in that position if they didn't have someone assisting them in getting there. And my therapist said to me, you being in the position you are in allows other people to skip steps. And when they skip steps, they don't acquire the skills required to maintain the position you put them in. See, every single step of the way, you learn new skills. Some skills you learn through success, some skills you learn through failure, but all skills you learn through every experience. When you just give people things and exalt them, to positions and allow them to skip steps, they don't acquire the skills and experience they need to stay in whatever position you put them in. They will fumble it. These 3 Florida nursing schools have done society an extreme disservice because they have allowed a whole bunch of individuals to skip steps, okay? And being that they skip steps, they didn't gain the skills needed to be one of the world's most important public servants, which are nurses. I don't understand how people can spend so much time and energy figuring out the wrong path to take, when the reality is, if you simply shift your mindset and use that same time and energy to take the right path, you will not only get the results you want, you will gain the experience and skills required to stay in the position that you worked hard for. Please give Palm Beach School of Nursing, Siena College, and Sacred Heart International Institute the biggest hee-haw.
All right.
That's right.
Well, thank you for that donkey today.
Are you on YouTube? Are you on YouTube searching Stink Finger Bingo?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not at all.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Just making sure. I know you had a colonoscopy on Monday. Just looking out.
Yeah. Well, thank you, sir. All right. Well, let's open up the phone line. Something that we were talking about early on this morning. Now, we were talking about a lady that said, my mom won't babysit her grandchild unless I pay $20 an hour plus overtime. Now, the woman, her name is Nina. and her husband, they said they're struggling for money. So they have $7,000 in credit card debt, and Nina said she has to get back to work to make sure that she can, help pay all those bills. But Grandma says, I don't see an issue. Like, you need the money, not me. And I need my money. I need to pay. She said, if you had this baby, you should have been able to take care of this baby. So let's open up the question. Let's have this discussion. Now, the mom, the grandma, is been a stay-at-home mom. I guess she's 64 years old, and she's been at home since 1992 and hasn't been part of the workforce since then. But Nina and her husband need the money.
I don't see the problem.
What's that?
Hashtag pay Nana.
No.
Hashtag I stand with grandma.
No.
Grandma should get paid. No, listen, first of all, if grandma got her own place, which I'm sure she does, if grandma still got bills to pay, if grandma still got rent, if grandma still need to have groceries in her refrigerator, pay grandma. And guess what? Grandma probably going to take a lesser fee than it would cost for you to actually pay a babysitter or something. Pay grandma, man. I don't see nothing wrong with this. Give grandma her coin.
That's defeating the purpose of having grandmas, right? If I pay you $20 an hour and it's 8 hours a day, that's $160 a day. You times that by four weeks, that's $3,200. I'm paying grandma a salary to watch my kids. No, my parents would drop me off every summer in Brooklyn at my grandma's house, Starrett City, right? My parents didn't pay.
Have you ever asked your grandparents?
What?
Have you ever asked your grandparents how they felt about that? How you know your grandparents didn't want to get compensated? They couldn't get compensated because they know their kids ain't had no money, right? Or maybe y'all did have a coin. But some of these grandparents are only watching these kids because they know that their children don't have the money to pay nobody. But if you got the money, pay grandma, man.
No.
Pay grandma.
No, you shouldn't be paying
no built-in babysitter.
No. Yes, they are. That's what grandparents are for.
Man, where's our old audience? I need people that's 60 and plus. I need the grandparents to call up right now and tell me how you feel. I don't want to hear from none of y'all spoiled-ass children who be dropping off y'all kids to your grandparents' house. I want to hear from the grandparents this morning about what they think. I stand with y'all. Y'all should be compensated.
No, grandparents should get paid. You should be paying your mother to watch your kid. No way. 800-585-1051. That's what grandparents are for. That's what they're for.
That is not what grandparents are for. Grandparents are supposed to be retired, kicking their feet up. You know what grandparents are for? Grandparents are for to go, you drop the kids off for a couple hours, and the beauty of being a grandparent is you can take them little kids back. They ain't yours. Okay? That's not really my responsibility. That's not what grandparents are for.
Well, let's talk about it. It's the Breakfast Club. Good morning.
Donkey Today is brought to you by the law office of Michael S. Lamonsoff. Don't be a donkey. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say the bull if you've been hurt in a construction accident. That's pound 250 from your cell and say the bull.
It also tarnishes the reputation of nurses who actually did the hard clinical and coursework required to get licenses and jobs.
Another suspect that caught our eye is businessman Stanton Witherspoon, the CEO of a popular media company in Liberia. He was part owner of Siena College, where court documents reveal that he and his co-conspirators, quote, solicited and recruited people seeking nursing credentials and employment as an RN or LPN, and sent and caused others to send, via wire communications, information used to create false and fraudulent transcripts and diplomas from Siena College.
The FBI, along with the National State Boards of Nursing, are investigating thousands of nurses.
Officials say those nurses paid money to receive diplomas without actually completing the coursework. Emma Jerome joins us live, digging deeper into this. And Emma, how many of these cases are in Oregon?
Good morning, Ken and Emily. Officials tell me about a dozen nurses in the state of Oregon are under investigation as a part of this case. They paid money for these fraudulent credentials, being that diplomas or transcripts, in order to cut some corners when it comes to becoming a nurse. The suit by the FBI charged 25 individuals in a wire fraud scheme that would lead to fraudulent nursing diplomas for 7,600 people nationwide. Investigators say this scheme generated more than $100 million over several years. Aspiring nurses were charged around $15,000 for that bogus degree or transcript. According to the indictment released Wednesday, 3 now defunct Florida-based schools were implicated. Those 3 schools are Siena College and Sacred Heart International Institute, both in Broward County, Florida, as well as Palm Beach School of Nursing in Palm Beach County, Florida. Ultimately, 25 individuals were arrested and face up to 20 years in prison on multiple charges, including wire fraud. The Oregon State Board of Nurses says the affected nurses' cases will go before the board for discussion during a meeting on February 22nd. When I asked for the names and hospitals that these nurses might currently be working at, I was told that I can't get that information because of the ongoing investigation. And when I reached out to the Washington State Nursing Board about any nurses there that might be implicated in this, they did not reply. Reporting live this morning, Emma Jerome, Coin 6 News.
Thank you, Emma.
Welcome back. Now, last week, ABC7 reporting to our viewers about a warning from authorities to healthcare facilities nationwide after uncovering a scheme that sold thousands of fake diplomas to people working as nurses. The operation, dubbed Operation Nightingale, uncovering 3 nursing schools based in South Florida, which investigators say sold more than 7,600 fraudulent diplomas for about $15,000 apiece. The local district attorney says in some cases, students would use the fake diplomas to obtain nursing jobs in other states without proper training.
When we entrust the life of an elderly parent to the staff of an assisted living or skilled nurse facility, the last thing we want to learn is that the nurses administering the medications, the ones charged with carrying out doctor's order, took shortcuts on their clinical training.
Authorities are charging 25 people in the scheme across multiple states, including here in Florida, New York, New Jersey, Texas, and Delaware. Agents say they have identified several facilities where people may currently be working as licensed nurses after obtaining their jobs illegally. Investigators are now working with licensing boards in every state to make sure anyone who received a fraudulent diploma no longer provides care. The 25 suspects face fraud and conspiracy charges. 3 schools have now been shut down. The disturbing aspect, why is there such a high demand, though, for these fake diplomas? This afternoon, ABC7 is taking a deeper dive into this question. We're bringing in our own expert to gain some insight on this topic. And joining us now is Meg Harrell, also known as Nurse Meg. Nurse Meg is a registered nurse and nurse educator, focusing her main passion of educating the next generation of nurses with the tools they need to survive in the real world of nursing. Nurse Meg, thank you for joining us. We want to start out by talking about why so many healthcare hopefuls are turning to get fake diplomas. Why are they doing this right now?
Yes, well, a nursing degree is about 2 to 4 years of classroom training and then hours and hours of clinical training on top of that. Now, after you do graduate, you have to take a national exam, and about 30% of people don't pass that national exam. So the allure of a shortcut is pretty enticing.
And how are these fake diplomas not caught by the employee? I imagine they're making them look just like the real one.
Absolutely. So employers did everything that they were supposed to. They checked the names, they checked the licenses, they checked the schools and the credits that came from these schools. The problem was these schools were accredited. The fraud came with the actual classroom hours and the clinical training. It just wasn't there.
And what process do you think could be used in the future to make sure something like this doesn't happen? Because some of these businesses probably think, like you said, we did everything correct.
Exactly. It's a really hard question, and maybe there needs to be breakdown in the training and hiring processes. Maybe there's something that they can implement in the hospitals to assess their knowledge and skills to the person that they are hiring.
And I imagine this came at such a time. We're in such demand for nurses right now in the industry, especially with COVID. How did this impact the trust with patients, and did anyone, to your knowledge, get injured as a result of these not properly licensed nurses?
So the investigation is ongoing. So far that they say they haven't found any patient harm so far. But like I said, they're still investigating. It's kind of a big deal. Morale and trust is so important in our field because of our training.
Yeah, and the morale, from what I understand, has been intense anyway because of all the hours nurses are working right now, being short-staffed like a lot of fields, but especially in the health industry. A lot of you do this because you care about your patients. I imagine this is not good news for nurses who are doing the right thing and went through the proper steps to get their education.
Exactly. There's so much that goes into our training and specialization. I've worked in nearly every department in the hospital, and when things go wrong, your heart stops, you stop breathing, it's always a nurse there at your bedside first to initiate CPR, giving you that life-saving medication. We're the ones coordinating and saving your life, so the patients are putting their lives into our hands. We should be educated, well-skilled, and trustworthy.
Okay, and in today's world, just about everything, as we know, can be found on social media. We know you post your journey, your history in the field on social media. Why is this such an important tool for nurses?
Well, on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, where I post all of my helpful resources, it's like our virtual break room. And this is where we can get together and connect and support each other. You shouldn't have to go through the nursing journey alone. So reach out. There's a whole community of experienced nurses like me who want to share their knowledge with the next generation.
That was so wonderful of you to do. I know any nurse I've ever encountered, I just feel like is such an amazing individual. You work so hard and you're also knowledgeable. So thank you, Nurse Meg, and thank you to all the nurses out there for keeping us healthy.
Thank you.
The state of Iowa is revoking the licenses of 2 nurses. Investigators found they were part of a fake diploma scheme. Officials with the Department of Justice say 3 nursing schools in South Florida sold more than 7,600 fake diplomas. They say people who use these would get into nursing jobs in other states without proper training. According to the Iowa Board of Nursing, several other licenses are currently under investigation. There have been no reports of any patients getting hurt by those involved in the scheme.
Well, good morning. Thank you for being here today as I, along with the representatives from our agency partners, announce the results of Operation Nightingale. It is a broad and coordinated law enforcement operation that, as its name might suggest, took aim at harmful fraud that affects public health in connection to one of the most cherished and trusted professions. That is nursing. Our healthcare professionals play an important role in our public health system. We therefore expect our healthcare professionals to be who they claim they are. Specifically, when we talk about a nurse's education and credentials, shortcut is not a word we want to use. When we take an injured son or daughter to a hospital emergency room, we don't expect, really cannot imagine, that the licensed practical nurse or registered nurse treating our child took a shortcut around educational and licensing requirements. When we entrust the life of an elderly parent to the staff of an assisted living or skilled nurse facility, the last thing we want to learn is that the nurses administering the medications, the ones charged with carrying out doctor's order, took shortcuts on their clinical training and use fake nursing diplomas to get their licenses and jobs. Unfortunately, thousands of people have taken these shortcuts. The prosecutor and agents here today have worked tirelessly to disrupt this fraudulent scheme. Today, I'm honored to announce that their hard work has paid off. In 3 recently unsealed indictments by a South Florida grand jury and 2 informations, filed on my office's behalf by Assistant United States Attorney Christopher Clark, 25 individuals have been charged across multiple states with wire fraud crimes, including conspiracy. Their alleged participation in a scheme that involved the following. 1, that is selling fake nursing diplomas and transcripts to individuals who use those fake credentials to sit for state board examinations, obtain their nursing licenses, and ultimately get jobs at hospitals, skilled nursing facilities, and assisted living facilities. Arrests have been made in Florida, New York, New Jersey, and Texas, and search warrant has been executed in Delaware. So far, we have made 21 arrests, and there are 2 more individuals who are surrendering within the next 24 to 48 hours. Before I go on discussing how this fraud scheme generally worked, I'd like to introduce representatives from the FBI Miami and the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Inspector General, Miami. The 2 agencies whose phenomenal investigative skill and commitment yielded these results. From the 2 agencies, we have Chad Yarbrough, who is Acting Special Agent in Charge, FBI Miami. We truly appreciate the work that you've done. We also have Omar. Where are you, Omar? Omar Perez Ibar, Special Agent in Charge, Health and Human Services, Office of Inspector General, Miami Field Office. Again, we appreciate all the work that you've done in this investigation. You will hear briefly from these special agents in charge shortly. Of course, I want to, introduce Chris Clark, whom I've worked with for many, many years, who was in charge of this investigation from the office. As you can imagine, an investigation of this magnitude required the contribution and collaboration of multiple law enforcement agencies. Therefore, receive invaluable assistance from other agencies whose representatives also join us here today. It is my pleasure to also recognize Eric Weindorf, Acting Deputy Special Agent in Charge, Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, and Gregory Kitsos, Resident Agent in Charge, Department of Veterans Affairs, Office of Inspector General, and 2 representatives from the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, Miami Region, Juan A. Vargas, Acting Inspector in Charge, and David Arias, Acting Assistant Inspector in Charge. I want to briefly speak with you a little bit about the scheme itself. We obviously will make the charging documents available to you, but the indictments were unsealed last night. Let me give you a brief summary of what you will learn. The defendants who were charged in indictments and information generally fall into 2 categories. The first category, basically, the defendants include owners, operators, and employees of 3 formally approved and accredited South Florida nursing schools. The schools are Siena College in Broward County, Florida, Palm Beach Nursing School in Palm Beach County, and Sacred Heart Nursing School in Broward County. According to the charging documents, the defendants in the first category, that is the schools, they prepared and sold fake nursing school diplomas and transcripts to nursing candidates, knowing that the candidates would use those false documents to, 1, sit for nursing board examinations, secure nursing licenses, and 3, ultimately obtain nursing jobs in medical facilities, not only in Florida, but in elsewhere across the country. Obviously, the schools weren't doing this for free, right? On average, these defendants charged about $15,000 for a fake nursing degree diploma and school transcript. And the documents falsely represented that the candidates had completed all the hands-on clinical training and coursework required to become registered nurses or licensed nurse practitioners. The fact of the matter, though, is the nursing candidates had done no work for these diplomas. So think of first the schools, right, as the first category of co-conspirators. Now, you needed a different group of folks to actually bring folks to those schools. The second category of defendants include recruiters. Typically, the recruiters were associated with the nursing programs in other states who looked to one of these 3 nursing schools in Florida for the fake diplomas and transcripts. The recruiters described the fake documents to their students as a shortcut to getting those licenses and jobs. Those nursing candidates who agreed, they each paid about $15,000 for a fake diploma and transcripts. And obviously, they were able to avoid hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of clinical training. Think of it this way. In order for you to become a nurse when you go to school, there are a couple of things you got to do, right? You have to take the coursework. Separate from the coursework, you have to do the clinical part, right? Where you spent countless hours actually getting that experience. These people didn't go through that. That part was completely skipped by getting the fake diplomas. In terms of the numbers, this was truly large scale. Over 7,600 fake nursing diplomas were sold by these Florida schools from about 2016 to 2022. About $15,000 per diploma. We're looking around at $114 million paid for these documents. We estimate that about 30% of those 7,600 diplomas, 7,600 people who purchased these fraudulent diplomas practiced nursing somewhere in the United States, perhaps currently. Not only is this a public safety issue, but it also tarnishes the reputation of nurses who actually did the hard clinical and coursework required to get licenses and jobs. Of course, it erodes the centuries-old trust we have built with our country's nurses. The 3 Florida nursing schools involved in this scheme have been essentially shut down, and the FBI and HHS OIG agents have alerted nursing boards across the country about this fraud. Right now, I want to turn over to the individuals who have actually been instrumental in this investigation. Those are the individuals without whom we are not standing where we are today. Let me begin first with FBI Miami Acting Special Agent in Charge, Chad Yarbrough. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Yarbrough. I'm the Acting Special Agent in Charge here for the Miami FBI Field Office. This morning, arrest operations were initiated against 23 individuals charged with allegedly engaging in a scheme to sell false and fraudulent nursing degree diplomas and transcripts. As of the start of this press conference, 21 of the 23 have been safely taken into custody, with 2 arranging for self-surrender. In addition to the 3 arrests here in the Southern District of Florida, there were arrests made elsewhere in Florida, plus New Jersey, New York, and Texas. These arrests have been made without incident. Efforts are currently underway to locate the 2 individuals who will be self-surrendering. Healthcare fraud is nothing new to South Florida. We, unfortunately, lead the nation in healthcare case-related fraud that bleeds away billions from taxpayer dollars and its intended beneficiaries. The chief motivation for this type of crime is almost always greed, and that is no different in this case today. What is disturbing about the scheme is the possibility of harm coming to patients under the dubious care of one of these allegedly fraudulent nurses. The focus of our investigation has been on the individuals responsible for issuing these purportedly fraudulent documents as seen in the arrest today. However, these allegedly fraudulent documents may have allowed nurses to serve in critical healthcare roles. Thus, we've provided the names to the National Council of State Boards of Nursing and state licensing boards in all 50 states, as the boards govern the approval of nursing licenses with their respective states. State boards are responsible to take any action against the allegedly fraudulent nurses under their purview. I want to thank all the law enforcement agencies who took part in this investigation with HHS and FBI. That includes Homeland Security Investigations and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, as well as the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida. Without their collaboration, this would not have been possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now introduce you to Omar Perez Ibar, who is the Special Agent in Charge of HHS OIG.
Good afternoon. I am Omar Perez Ibar, the Special Agent in Charge of the Office of Inspector General for Health and Human Services. And today's announcement is the culmination of a deliberately measured investigation, aptly named Operation Nightingale, where it involved nursing schools in Florida selling fraudulent diplomas and transcripts across the country. The deeply concerning allegations at the center of this investigation goes against the very tenets of the nursing profession. The alleged conduct by these individuals and those who received the fake documents is an affront to Florence Nightingale, the founder of modern nursing standards, the namesake of the world's first nursing school, and for whom the Hippocratic Oath was modified and named the Nightingale Pledge. Now, upon completing their training, nurses pledge to, among other things, abstain from whatever is deleterious and mischievous, and do all that is in their power to maintain and elevate the standard of the profession. The individuals charged today facilitated countless individuals to sully that pledge. Naturally, investigating a scheme involving fake nursing diplomas and transcripts is at the heart of our agency's mission to protect the health and well-being of the American public, especially children and the elderly who benefit from HHS programs, including Medicare and Medicaid. It is true that in this case, we identified several types of healthcare facilities where some of the individuals with these fake documents may be providing services. I want to assure you now that to date, we have not learned of nor uncovered any evidence of patient harm stemming from these individuals potentially providing services to patients. Now, that potential harm to patients is precisely why we've been working with the state licensing boards from the onset of this investigation, sharing as much as we can, as fast as we can, so that they can assess what actions to take to prevent these individuals from rendering care. We encourage anyone with any concerns to contact their state's licensing boards or their healthcare provider. Finally, I want to commend the women and men in the law enforcement agencies represented on this stage. While the work on this case is extremely challenging, your passion and dedication to safeguard the public was evident. And on behalf of Ms. Nightingale, I applaud your efforts to protect patients and the integrity of the honorable nursing profession.
Many thanks, Special Agent Ibar. And I cannot thank you folks enough for all the work that you've done. This investigation, frankly, given the time span it had taken to actually get to where we are, was done quite efficiently. This is all I have. If folks have any questions, please. No, that's a very important question, right? Because when you think about it, these folks, there's always the argument of whether or not folks knew what they were getting into. But in these instances, most of us know that if you're going to be a nurse, there's going to be certain requirements, right? You're going to have to take classes. You're going to do the clinical course. And at the very moment where you actually pay someone $15,000, right, there is very little doubt that you're doing something that is inappropriate, that is fraudulent. Our purpose, though, is the most important thing for us was to make sure, to the extent we're talking about healthcare here, that we stop the bleeding, right? What have you learned when somebody gets a major injury? You stop the bleeding. And the bleeding here is to basically stop those schools from being able to actually put more fraudulent diplomas out, public sphere. As to those individuals, what I can tell you right now, we do not have any current plans as to necessarily indicting or not, but you can imagine that there's a certain responsibility that also falls on state regulatory agencies and bodies to actually deal with that group of people. imagine there are different pitches, but obviously this is one of the situations where if in fact you're looking for a fraudulent diploma, and those recruiters, they work with those schools. So the recruiter is not operating separate from the schools. The school, in one hand, is basically having interaction with the recruiters, and obviously within that industry, within that particular community, the recruiters will know who is trying to be nurses. And think of it this way too. It's not just folks who wanted to become nurses from scratch. You may have, for instance, an LPN who wanted to become a registered nurse. That LPN would have had the credentials, right, to be an LPN. And that LPN decides, okay, I have a day job. That's a 12-hour day job. And right now, that's going to require me to actually spend some more resources of time for me to become a registered nurse. I can just pay for this and get it done. So in terms of the pitch, I don't think it's a hard pitch for those who want to get a fraudulent diploma. Right, that's an important question. And what the agencies that have actually worked these investigations have done is to, first, I want to give you a little bit of background, right? In order for you to become a nurse, right, you have to take a test. And that test is actually administered by the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. They ultimately get to know everyone who is actually taking an actual test. They also get the test results, right? So what we do know is the people who actually went to school and, well, didn't go to school, who got those fraudulent diplomas, you know, we know who they are. Those names have been referred to the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. At that point, though, there is an apparatus that's going to follow up on that. You know, from our perspective on the federal side, whether that be the FBI and HHS, there are limitations to what we can do, right? Certainly, folks, once we uncover the crime, we investigate it, and we bring it to the surface now. There are other parts, there are other chains in the link that have to do their part, right? Well, what I would tell them is, well, first of all, it is a legitimate concern, right? The notion that to be concerned about the fact that when you go to the hospital, whether that be yourself, your child, your parents, I would imagine most of us here have ailing parents and elderly parents that they have to deal with, that they take to the hospital, to the doctor on a fairly regular basis. And it is quite natural to be concerned about whether or not when that person gets to the hospital, right, the person who was taking care of them, let's face it, the doctors do not spend as much time as the nurses do. So I understand folks would naturally feel really concerned about that. But what we can tell you, though, is from the investigations that we have done, we have not found that any harm has resulted from sort of the diplomas that were issued, those in that fraudulent matter, right? So, you know, I'm not in the business of speaking absolutely and giving but from what we have and the information we have now, we have not had any sort of reported harm. But it is of concern when you think about it, when you have nurses who used to know what they're doing, that they may not be qualified. And by the way, we know that there are times when folks go to the hospital to find the right vein or something like that, and you sort of wonder to yourself, you know, in the world that the nurse cannot find the right vein to other fairly basic stuff, right? So. So it's my understanding that those schools were operating as schools at some point, right? But the the actual state licensing, entity, you have to have a certain passing rate in order to maintain your accreditation. Those schools were notoriously having very, very low passage rates. At some point, the state licensing says, guess what? You guys need to stop. You can no longer engage in the business of educating nurses. So what they followed up with is, okay, we're going to continue to actually, so what we're going to do now, to the extent we cannot provide legitimate diplomas, we're going to provide fraudulent diplomas, right? So you had people, for instance, some of these outfits were supposed to have stopped in 2018, right? So someone who needed a diploma in 2020, they would backdate the diploma to the time when the state licensing board would have told them you may no longer continue to provide education, right? So the investigators from HHS and FBI were able to see, well, if this person's getting a diploma in 2020, right, with a check that was issued in 2020, backdated 2018, clearly there was some priorities there. Well, the common thread, be more specific. What would you be looking for? Well, I mean, the obvious thread is this is South Florida, to the extent. The thread I would say is a couple of things. One is obviously fraudsters tend to sort of hang out with each other, so these individuals have relationships within each other. The thread I would say is between schools and recruiters. The recruiters obviously have relationships with the schools and the school owners. The other thread that maybe is those things happen in certain communities, right? So in that regard, there are certain demographics that these schools tend to basically go after by virtue of the fact of who they are. It's like when you have a Ponzi scheme, right? Those are affinity crimes, right? So if you have if you have a Cuban American who have committed a Ponzi, you will find that there are people that he knows or she knows. So in this particular case, we have a couple of the schools. They are owned by Haitian Americans. I imagine in that sense, and there are some nurses, within that demographic. There are many nurses within that demographic that would have gotten their nursing degrees from there. But keep in mind though is there's another angle to this though, right? So you have the nurses that were getting their diplomas, their fake diplomas down here. But you also had the recruiters who went out of state, were recruiting people from out of state who wanted fraudulent diplomas in those places in New Jersey, New York, in Texas, and Delaware. So that would, tell you the thread there. The thread is we're fraudsters. There's an opportunity to make money. This particular case, we're talking about really tens and tens of millions of dollars across the schools. That speaks for itself. Right. So Jay, I would say to you, as a lawyer, there are times when I ask myself, how did these lawyers pass the bar exam, right? Nonetheless, they did pass the bar exam, right? So, listen, there may be a disconnect in terms of a nurse who did not actually sit for the actual, didn't take the courses, didn't go to the clinical course. That person may be sufficiently smart and be able to actually overcome a test, right? That can happen. And also keep in mind too, you have to look at the group. We're not necessarily looking at a group of folks who have never been exposed to nursing. If you have an LPN who's applying to be an RN, well, that LPN would have had certain knowledge about nursing, right? And that LPN, I imagine, would have had sufficient knowledge to be able to sit and actually pass the test I am guessing that may be one of those circumstances. Having said that, though, right, that says nothing about their obligation, right, to fulfill the requirement. Whether or not you pass the licensing test, that to me, that's besides the point. There's a reason why you have a licensing requirement. There's a reason why you actually have to take those courses. There's a reason why you actually have to go through and actually have the actual clinical part of it, so you actually have experience actually treating people, right? Neither you or I want to be sort of the guinea pig for that nurse who hasn't done that, right? So to me, if you pass the test, right, but you hadn't done those things, that's no redemption in any way whatsoever. But I appreciate and understand your question. So the recruiters, part of their pitch, it's also we're going to help you with the actual test, right? In that sense, there may have been some of that, right? But what you also know, though, Jay, is this. When it comes to test taking, which we deal with, and whether that be an SAT, an ACT, or whatever, the LSAT, right, or the bar exams, people can be coached in all kinds of ways to pass exams. And that says nothing about your ability and your qualification to do all sorts of things, right? And I always say that, and I say that jokingly, Jay, but you know, there's a whole bunch of folks who pass the bar exam who have no business being lawyers, right? So in that particular case, one may say, well, you know, there's folks who pass the licensing requirements who have no business being nurses. Thank you very much, folks. Appreciate it.
The state of Iowa is revoking the licenses of 2 nurses. Investigators found they were part of a fake diploma scheme. Officials with the Department of Justice say 3 nursing schools in South Florida sold more than 7,600 fake diplomas. They say people who use these would get into nursing jobs in other states without proper training. According to the Iowa Board of Nursing, several other licenses are currently under investigation. There have been no reports of any patients getting hurt by those involved in the scheme.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Hello, are you hearing us now? 1 2.
Yes.
Testing 1 2. 1 2. Hello, are you hearing us now? 2.
Yes.
Okay. All right, again, good afternoon and welcome to Judah Hard Talk, Digging Deeper Department, coming to you live and direct from Fort Lauderdale. I hope you are receiving us loud and clear wherever you are right now. Okay. We are coming to you from actually it's 2nd, 1st Street and Broward intersection here at the Federal District Court. And we're going to be bringing you highlights of the case here, United States versus Stanton Witherspoon and others. We were in the courtroom this morning, witnessed the deliberation, and we're going to share with you details of that deliberation. So invite someone, and let me invite from our Digging Deeper Department, Mr. Jerome Gayman, that is here with me. Mr. Gayman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to South Florida.
No doubt. Thank you. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Beautiful day out here. We're in Broward County, the Miami metro area. Total population of a little over 5 million people. So we are delighted to have you here.
It's great to be.
Welcome to South Florida.
Awesome.
I'm doing very well.
Okay.
Beautiful day.
It's great to be here in South Florida. It's my first time in Fort Lauderdale, and we came again for the obvious reasons to making sure that our people are informed about what is happening or what is going to happen with this case involving Mr. Stanton A. Witherspoon. And so it's great that you are part of the team here, Mr. Gayman. I could not have gotten any better choice. So folks, wherever you are, we say welcome to you. The sun is blazing hot.
That's correct. It's 98 degrees.
98 degrees out here. The sun is hot. And so we're not going to be here long. All right? We're not going to be here long. We're going to give you highlights of the case as it unfolded before our eyes in the courtroom with His Honor Judge Rodney Smith presiding. We're going to give you a description of how it all went down with the arrival of the criminal, Stanton Witherspoon, his legal team, and other people. Our own arrival into the courtroom and what happened, what transpired in the courtroom. How did Stanton or us, how did we all leave the courtroom? Under what circumstances, under what conditions? All right? Mr. Gayman is going to help us to narrate that and help you understand it all. Okay, I'm getting another message that there's no sound from Darius King Nangbe. Please. How is the sound? How is the sound quality?
Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us loud and clear.
How is the sound quality? Okay, the sound is good from Papi Coley, Charles, Rebecca Sion, the sound is great. Saros McGee, sound is loud and clear. Don't mind that distraction. Okay, great. All right, thank you. Thank you. The sound is great, he says. All right, again, folks, the case was cited for 9 o'clock a.m. this morning here in this building, right behind us here, the federal building, U.S. District Court. We arrived this morning, Mr. Gimmer and I, we arrived this morning, and again, we could not have entered with our gadgets, with cell phones, what have you. No cameras, nothing. So we had to leave everything in the car, and we came, we got checked in, we got screened by security, and they directed us to room
202.
Room 202, where it all went down. We enter the room 202. There were a team of lawyers and the prosecuting attorneys. They were all there chit-chatting among themselves. We didn't know who was who, but all we knew, we were there to cover or witness United States versus Stanton Witherspoon, the guilty plea, the sentencing, and every other thing that occurred in the courtroom there today, this morning. So, describe for our folks here our arrival here this morning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gilman. This case have drawn the attentions of almost everybody around the world.
Right.
Liberians and non-Liberians alike. Because this case, you know, in South Florida, we have a huge Caribbean community.
Right.
Brazilian, we're talking about Haitians, Cubans, people from Jamaica, from the Bahamas. So they were all victims of this scam. So this particular case is of interest to basically the whole world.
The whole world.
So when we came in, it was a surreal moment. We came in a little early, and I was stopped from entering the premises because they said, what was the reason?
We couldn't bring our cell phones.
Right, and according to federal law, I couldn't bring my permitted gun on the premises. So my personal protection has to be returned to the car. So
alongside
with everything, cell phone, computers, laptop, anything that has to do with photograph or audio sound had to be returned to the car. So we can say this was a little blessing in disguise, because while I returned to the courthouse and I was being checked electronically, Mr. Waterspoon and his team were brought in, and he was next to me. And I dropped what I was doing, and I walked up to him and I said, "Hello, Mr. Waterspoon, I'm Jerome Gaiman." And he was stoic. He was stoic. He was shocked, stunned. And all he said to me was, "Are you Liberian? And where are you from?" And I told him, I said, "I'm here to cover this. We are here to cover your case, and we would like to have an interview with you, if possible." And then we went up to room 202.
Room 202. And I was already seated. I was already seated front row, immediately behind a team of lawyers. I believe they were part of the prosecuting attorneys, because they sat behind the prosecuting attorneys.
That's correct.
All right. So I believe they were part of the prosecution. So I sat right behind them, front row. Mr. Gayman came in, sat next to me, and the judge, in fact, Stanton, he was late. He was late. He came in the courtroom after 9 o'clock. The judge had arrived and took a seat and everything. Everybody seated before Stanton came in, and he was like running. He ran, came in, he went and sat next to his lawyer. And the judge ordered the case open, took in the attendance of the prosecution, the defense, those indicted criminals. It was Renee Benadell and Stanton Witherspoon. And the judge read out everything pertaining to the case. Okay? And
but the judge was in Coastal where he was magnanimous enough to allow us to take notes.
Yeah.
So we were allowed to take notes, and we did.
We did take notes. A lot of notes.
Lots of notes.
Yeah.
You can see we got a dossier here.
Got a dossier.
Because we wanted to make sure that what we were saying were accurate and on time.
Yeah.
So it's documented. So this is a historical piece of evidence here.
It is.
So basically we arrived here. It says we arrived at 8:55.
Yeah.
We were camping out here, hoping to catch them coming in and out of the building.
Right.
So we got there prior to the time at 8:55 a.m. We checked in, right?
Yeah, right.
So while checking in at 9:01 a.m., Mr. Witherspoon and his team, they walked in.
One lady came with him, with Stanton Witherspoon. His lawyers were already in the courtroom. Yeah, it was one Liberian girl that came in with him. In fact, she came like a couple seconds after he came in. I knew that she came with him because when people were leaving, when we were leaving the courtroom, he tapped her and they left.
Mr. Gilman, were you surprised that a case of this magnitude, he had no support system?
No support system.
No family, no children, no wife, nothing. He just came in with the legal team, in whose care he was released during the bonding time. Were you surprised that there were nobody to?
I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised because he did not make this known to the public officially. People only hear from us and other people that have been following this case. So maybe, who knows? But I wasn't surprised that people didn't come to throng this place in his defense.
But then on the other hand, Mr. Benadell had the Haitian community here. Some of them were wearing white. Pure white. They came in to support Mr. Benadell as opposed to Mr. Stanton Witherspoon. When he came in and he saw us at the gate, he was stunned.
He was stunned.
Totally stunned.
Yeah.
So Witherspoon and his partner came in. The case started exactly 9:10 a.m.
10 a.m. Yeah.
Stanton was represented by his lawyer, Mr. Benadell, and they were sworn in.
They were sworn under the oath.
On an oath at 9:12.
At 9:12, Stanton Witherspoon and Benadell were sworn in by the judge at 9:12. They were both represented by two female lawyers. Yeah, they were both represented by two female lawyers. The prosecution was two men, but behind them were two ladies and another gentleman who were also lawyers or attorneys for the defense, for the prosecution team. Yeah.
And then they were asked, both of them were asked to affirm by themselves to affirm that the plea being added today were understood.
Were understood that whatever was going to be said, whatever plea they were going to make today, that they understood it. They were not coerced. Nobody told them, promised them anything, and what have you. The judge was very clear. He said, I understand that you are here to plead guilty, but I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I want you to be honest, to answer truthfully. Then he asked, the judge sought their mental capacity, whether they understood the veracity, the gravity, the weight of the crime that they are pleading guilty to. He asked them that, whether they are taking medication, prescribed medication, or substance abuse. I mean, the judge was very thorough to find out whether these two people, Stanton Witherspoon, Renee Benedell, understood what they were going into. All right?
They were asked their nationalities.
They were asked for their nationalities. Both of them affirmed they are Americans. And then they asked, where were you born? Benedell said he was born in Haiti. Stanton Witherspoon said he was born in Liberia. Are you American citizens? Renee Benedell, yes, I am American citizen. When did you become American citizen?
He said 2001.
2001, he became American citizen. Stanton Witherspoon, are you an American citizen? He answered, yes, I am. When did you become American citizen? He said, I think 2009 or 2010 or I'm not too sure. The judge then said, was it before 2015? And then he said, I think so. He said 10 years ago. He said, I think so. The judge said, okay. We proceeded. Stanton Witherspoon did not know the year he became an American citizen or the month or whatsoever. He did not know. But before that, they were asked for their birthdays. How old? Your birthday and all of that. And they both, Renee was born 1974.
So he's 49.
Stanton was born 1975. They stated all of these things in court today, right behind us here, this courthouse, right here. Yeah.
And they were asked for their academic credentials.
Yeah, the academic credentials. What level of education did you obtain, Mr. Benedell?
It's the highest level.
The highest level, associate degree. Mr. Stanton Witherspoon, the highest level education, associate degree.
Yeah, and they were asked what institution did they achieve these degrees.
Right.
And Mr. Benedell said he got his AA degree from the Bronx.
The Bronx in New York.
In New York.
Yeah.
And Mr. Witherspoon said he got his AA degree from
New Jersey.
New Jersey,
Yeah.
some nursing school.
Burlington.
Yeah,
New
Jersey.
in New Jersey. Yeah.
They answered no to drug use.
Right. Are you under any prescribed drugs?
Right.
No. Are you taking abused substance or you're abusing substance? No.
And the judge wanted to know, with the aforementioned answer, are you satisfied with the counsel being given you?
The counsel being given you by your lawyers. Are you satisfied? Are you okay with what your lawyers told you? Both answer in the affirmative. Yes, Your Honor. The judge also asked them, were you promised anything by your lawyers or anybody or the prosecution? Said, no, Your Honor. Both answered, no, Your Honor.
And then he said, with all being said, you are being charged with count one.
Count one.
Conspiracy or conspiring to commit wire fraud.
Yeah.
which is a federal offense.
Federal offense. Are you aware?
And understand.
This crime is punishable by 20 years.
And
they both answer yes.
And then, after they answer yes, the judge went to the charge sheet.
Yeah.
They were talking about forfeiture.
Forfeiture.
Touch on that a little bit.
Forfeiture. The judge then asks the prosecution, say, with this guilty plea from these people, what do you seek? What do you seek? And the prosecution got on his feet and said, we are interested in all of the properties we listed in the indictment and proceeding motions that were filed. All of the properties. And then they asked Stanton Witherspoon, are you aware you're going to be forfeiting your properties with this guilty plea? He said, yes, Your Honor.
And the judge wanted to know how the information was attained.
How it was attained.
And the federal system says through bank records.
Bank records.
All financial records.
All financial records, text messaging, or emails, all modes of communication. And the judge asked the prosecution, can you prove beyond a reasonable doubt whether these people pleading guilty today or not? But can you prove? How will you prove that they committed a crime? And the prosecution said, Judge, Your Honor, if we went to trial, we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these things happened, that they committed these crimes. Because one, Stanton Witherspoon does not have the qualification to open a school that would grant degrees. So he partnered with this lady, she was not in court, who has the qualification to get the school. And they bought the school, Siena College, and they were 50-50 co-owner of Siena College.
And the judge wanted to know whether Mr. Stanton Witherspoon understands that this case, he can be sentenced, or they can be sentenced to 20 years.
20 years.
And he said yes.
He said yes. And the judge said, I can also, the prosecution asking for 20, I can increase it, I can reduce it. And they said, both answer yes.
And he also said, in addition to the forfeiture, the federal court is going to fine you minimum $250,000.
Yeah, minimum $250,000.
Yes, that's
the minimum.
Yeah, that does not include the forfeiture and all of that. That's just the fine.
Just the fine.
So if you forfeited all the properties, all your bank account, in addition, you will still be fined minimum $250,000 in addition to that.
Right.
And he also made a very startling revelation that I didn't know about. He said the federal system does not have a
parole system anymore. We're in probation.
Yes, no parole first, no parole.
No parole, no parole system. So the judge said, you are waiving your rights. I want you to understand, if I sentence you today, tomorrow, or whatever time, there is no parole in the federal system.
If you are given 10 years, you're going to serve 10 years. You're going to serve 10 years.
If you are given 20 years, you're going to serve 20 years. Do you understand? Rene Benedel, yes, Your Honor. Stanton Witherspoon, yes, Your Honor. So there is no parole. There's no parole in there. Somebody was on the show last night, a drunk a drunk driver who went to jail for 2 years was on the show last night talking about he gonna be giving parole and this and that and probation. It is not within the federal system. Let's move on.
And at this point, the judge looked at both of them and said, at this point, with this plea, you have lost your right to withdraw.
You have lost your right
to withdraw.
To withdraw this guilty plea
that's correct.
that you've today entered into. You lost your right. You cannot withdraw the guilty plea. You cannot have a jury trial. No. You've given up those rights. Also, the judge admonished them that with this plea today, you gave up all of your constitutional rights, which include
you will no longer be allowed to vote in this country.
You will no longer be allowed to vote.
You will never be allowed to hold public office.
You can never hold public office.
You can never own firearms.
You can never own a firearm.
And you will never sit on jury duty.
You would never sit on jury duty. And those are constitutional rights. But there are other rights that they're going to also forfeit. Yeah. And the judge asked them, do you understand that?
That you are waiving all constitutional
rights. And they both answer, yes, Your Honor. So now, here is a man who waived his rights to vote in the United States of America. And he's delving and melting into the Liberian body politics. Think about it.
And when they got into this agreement, because he didn't have the academic acumen, the academic credential to own a nursing program, a nursing school that will offer that kind of qualification.
Right.
He went and co-signed with this lady. Not only that, but then he became his own recruiter.
He became his own recruiter.
And within that time, on the first year, he recruited 73 candidates and gave them the fake diploma at $15,000 per.
$15,000.
A total of $1.181 million were collected that year.
The first year. Yeah.
Of that money, Benadell got $385,000 as his cut.
Yeah.
And Waterspoon, with 50% of the total income of that deal, got $5.157 million as his cut of the deal.
Yeah.
Total, when he was done that year, they had 707 students apply for the fake diploma.
Fake diploma.
And this is why the gentleman said the $140 million that was talked about, it is the combination of all the transactions that has gone on from the time Stanton Waterspoon and all his partners from day one to the time he was arrested. It came to that amount. So they are saying here, can you describe what Waterspoon looks like when he came? What was he wearing and all that?
He had on a blue suit, white shirt, no tie, no necktie. He had on a pocket handkerchief, and of course, he was sweating. He was sweating. When he entered, I made eye contact with him. I made him to understand that I was in the courtroom. In fact, he passed right next to me and went and sat down. When he turned, I was looking straight in his face, in his eyes. He made eye contact with me. And he dropped his head. And then you could see the sweat on top of his head. Yeah. Very low haircut, sharp as can be and everything, but the water was protruding from on the top of his head, all on his face and everywhere. And he kept whispering to his lawyer. I don't know what was he saying to his lawyer, whether he was telling the lawyer, asking the lawyer if they could ask us out. Is it okay that we are seated in the courtroom? You know.
He was very uncomfortable with the proximity.
He was very uncomfortable with the proximity. But the thing about it here is, folks, this is the country of law. This is a democratic country. We came to the court this morning and went up to security and told them we are here to witness the USA versus Stanton Witherspoon trial. And he looked at the paper and saw that it was scheduled for today, 9 o'clock this morning. And then he asked, "Are you a lawyer?" I said, "No." "What about you?" Mr. Gaiman said, "No." And then he said, "Okay, but I have my phones in my hand." He said, "Phones are not allowed in federal building. So you got to take your phones back, or computers or whatsoever." So I just got rid of everything, and Mr. Gaiman took them back to the car.
Because we want to make sure that at least you were in the courtroom before he got there, so we will see that. That's correct.
Yeah. So I took the notebook, and then I went through security metal detector and everything, and they told me go to room 202. They didn't ask me any further question. Okay? They didn't say what your pa need, what your mom need, what your sister need, what your brother need. Nobody said anything. They directed us to go to room 202. And we went in there and sat down and waited for the case to begin. Okay? We waited for the case to begin. Here we are, outside the courthouse, the federal building, the U.S. District Courthouse, here in Fort Lauderdale, bringing you this live conversation. Where on earth could this have happened?
Well,
okay?
Mr. Gilman, real quick, you know, I want to thank you for your courage, taking your time off from work, from your family to be here. But something very, very interesting happened.
Yeah.
And I know it captivated you and myself. When we were leaving the courtroom, when we got outside the courthouse, when Stanton Witherspoon mentioned that he was from the Republic of Liberia, the prosecutor met us outside, and he said, "I have an interest in this case myself." He said, "My parents are Indians. They came from India and migrated to Liberia."
Yeah.
He said, and they did very well in Liberia. He said, and then when the war started in 1990, they fled with nothing. And they came.
We had about 30-minute conversation with him.
Correct.
He has Indian background. He's an American citizen, Indian background. His family, his first cousin was born in Liberia. I asked him for his their names, and their name starts like Ravi. He said they were professor or teacher. I don't know which school they taught. He didn't know much, but he knew that he had some family members that were connected or are connected to Liberia. Okay? But here is it before we let you go. So all of those things happen within the scope, within the space of 35 minutes. And the judge said, I want you to understand that you were not promised anything, that you are waiving your rights. You cannot withdraw this plea deal. You can. So, on the day of sentencing, I can increase the number of years you go to jail or reduce it. So, they were told, Mr. Rene Benadel, your sentence hearing is November 2nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. Do you understand? Renee said yes. Can you repeat it? He said November 2nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. Then he turned to Stanton Witherspoon. Mr. Witherspoon, your sentencing is set at November 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. Do you understand? He said, yes, Your Honor. Can you repeat that for me? He said, November 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. Okay? So, according to the documents we had, his sentencing was scheduled for today, but lawyers get a way to work around, want to give them little breathing air, another month or so. So, sentencing is now scheduled for November 2nd, right here in this town, in this courthouse behind us here. November 2nd, they will be sentenced.
And not to cut you off,
yeah.
The gentleman also said something. In this particular courthouse and the one in Miami coordinated the sentencing of Charles Taylor Jr.
Yeah.
So these folks, they are vested in this particular case. They know the history of the Liberian Civil War.
Right.
They know all the actors in Liberia. And the gentleman who is the lead prosecutor of this particular case also has a vested interest in this case because he's from Haiti.
He's from Haiti.
And majority of the people in this area that this man took advantage of are Haitians himself.
Right.
And then, because he was also tied up with another case, he asked one of the assistant district attorney to come in, and he happens to have been someone with interest in this case tied to Liberia.
Tied to Liberia.
So this case is very intriguing, and the judge said this. The reason that they were not sentenced is they made the not guilty plea through the lawyers.
Yeah,
but now they had to take an oath.
No.
Be sworn in on an oath that they understood they were going through.
Yeah, media.
Cognitively that they are sound.
From Liberia.
They were not coerced. They were not under the influence of substance. They agree that this is the case that they have pled guilty to, and the judge read all the possibilities. And he said, are you aware as to what could happen to you when we are sentencing you? And they said yes. Even though your lawyer pled a month ago, but we had to put you on an oath.
On an oath, yeah.
Make sure that you are not deranged. Make sure that you are not under substance. Make sure that no one coerces you. And both of them agree in the affirmative that yes, they are ready and avail themselves to the mercy of the court.
To the mercy of the court.
Basically, they wave the white flag through in the tower and say, whatever the judge gives them November 2nd, they are willing to accept, but they are asking for mercy. But as we leave from here today, Stanton and Mr. Bendel have lost all of the constitutional rights in this country, with the exception of those basic rights that are humane to all.
Yeah, to eat.
Sleep and be protected by the state. But you will not enjoy the privileges provided under this law, the Constitution. Your right to have a say-so in who become president of the United States, who become your representatives, who become your... None of that you have any more say-so in so. So, Mr. Gilman, of all the sentencing that will go on, I say the biggest sentence, there are two of them.
Yeah.
One is that you leaving from here, you are a criminal, you are a convicted criminal. We are not anymore alleged.
Yeah. We sat in the court, all right? I want to get this. We sat in a courtroom right behind us here, and Stanton Witherspoon said, yes, I'm guilty of the crimes. I'm a criminal. I lied. I stole from people. He accepted it. Okay? In court, in federal court.
On an oath.
On the oath.
Camera rolling.
The camera is in the court. The federal camera, not our camera. Though we recorded notes. But he said, I'm guilty.
As charged.
As charged. In fact, I waive my rights. I waive my rights.
All constitutional rights.
All constitutional rights. I waive them all. Okay? So, what's there to argue about? What's there to argue about?
And one, when we were leaving the courthouse, we were talking to some folks outside. We were talking about how sad it is that this man is going to lose all the properties, all those homes in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, I think some in Delaware. And one of the ladies, white lady, said he didn't own it in the first place.
Right.
He never earned them. So he's not losing anything.
He's not losing anything.
This is the logic.
He's not losing. That's the logic.
That's what the lady said.
He's not losing anything.
You know, we felt a little sorry and we were saying, this is pathetic that this young man is going to lose everything. And she said, he's losing nothing because he never earned it. In America, you have to earn everything. He never earned them. Basically, he's giving back what was taken.
What was taken.
And was not his.
Right.
So he's not losing anything.
So he's not losing anything.
So that gives me a second thought.
Yeah.
That though we are afraid and feel for the brother, that he's going to lose everything. In fact, she said, someone joked and said, everything above the earth, he's going to lose. But anything he buried that we don't know about, he may be able to keep. But as long as it is on earth, and it is invested somewhere, whether it's in the bank, or it's investment, or it's in stock, wherever it is, the federal government is going to seize them. And he's not losing, they're just taking back what did not belong to him. And I thought that was very, very, very interesting.
Right.
That instead of us saying he's going to lose, no, he's not losing. He's
anything.
basically reimbursing the government what he took illegally.
Right. Okay, so folks, to sum up or cap up here for all of us, Stanton Witherspoon today pleaded guilty as charged to wire fraud, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, and a whole lot more. He waived all his constitutional rights here in the court. He accepted that from the prosecution that he's going to forfeit his properties. He accepted to be sentenced to 20 years in prison, and also accepted there is no parole in the federal system anymore. That you sentence to 20 years, and then after 3-5 years, they grant you parole, and you go sit down home or whatsoever. That does not happen anymore. He accepted to that. So, the judge also said, despite all of these, I can increase the number of years you stay in jail, or I can decrease it. Okay? So, he's left at the mercy of the court. The judge can decide any punishment for him. Okay? So, if we come back here November 2nd, God willing, and we come and the judge said, okay, I'm giving you 1 year, 5 years, whatever time, in prison. Don't be surprised. If the judge says, I'm giving you 25 years, 30 years, don't be surprised. If the judge says, okay, your property is listed or the government is taking 3 and giving you the others back, don't be surprised. Or we're not taking anything, don't be surprised. He's at the mercy of the court. Okay? He's at the mercy of the court. So I want us all to understand here today that November 2nd, at the sentencing, anything can happen. He's at the mercy of the court. All right? So, Mr. Gamer, again, you have any last word for the people?
The judge said, you are leaving, you will be allowed to leave in the custody of your lawyer.
Yeah.
But all bonds and all restriction remains. If you are under house arrest, you remain under house arrest. Your bond remains the same until November the 2nd.
Right.
And you are not allowed, like I was telling you and the gentleman was saying, the greatest punishment that anybody in the United States can suffer is the loss of a constitutional right.
Loss of a constitutional right.
Somebody will take 30 years
Yeah.
jail sentence if they can keep their constitutional rights. But if you have given Stanton Waterspoon or charged of 10, 15, 20 years in jail and keep all of your constitutional rights, he will accept that. But that is no longer the case. He has forfeited for life his constitutional right to bear arms, to protect himself, the right to vote, to decide who is city mayor, the council commissioner, city commissioner, and obviously the president of the United States.
And lastly, if he cannot be part of the decision-making process in a democratic society, like in the United States, if he cannot participate in that process, he must not participate in Liberia
and
election.
And the prosecutor walked to you after you identify yourself, and he says, I'm going to give you my information.
Yeah.
We want Liberians, anybody that was affected.
That was affected by this.
By this. If they want to make a case,
So
they want
we
to say
have
something.
his email.
That's correct.
Yeah.
If you were affected, family
He
member was
also
affected.
told us we can contact the investigators if we want to impact the decision, the sentencing. If we want to impact the sentencing, we should contact the investigators, give them the information, and they're going to communicate same to the judge. Also, the judge said on the day of sentencing, if anybody would like to come in to say anything to any one of you, they are also welcome. So,
and we want to make it clear, when they're saying this, they are not talking about any story that you will manufacture.
Yeah, no manufactured
Factual.
story.
Because most likely, the lawyers on his side, they are going to be asking their preachers, their rabbi, their imam, to write letters of seeking forgiveness or leniency. But yet and still, they are asking the victims of this crime to also show courage, come either in writing or in person, and testify as to how this case affected your life.
Right.
If, for instance, the young man that I know from Delaware, he took $15,000 loan, second mortgage on his house to pay for this diploma. Now the state of Delaware revoked his license.
Yeah.
He can no longer practice. He's not working now. He cannot get back into this industry, and he may lose his home.
Right.
All his children and extended family that stayed with him, they're all going to be affected. So the prosecution is saying they expect that on sentencing day, they won't be surprised if a preacher shows up and says, God bless this guy. Or the imam shows up and says, Allah have mercy upon him. They expect these to happen because this is orchestrated. But legally, equally so, those who are victims, those who are affected, Liberians, Haitians, Jamaicans, anybody, you can come and say the same thing, the opposite.
All right, so folks, there you have it again. We are coming to you from the United States Federal Building, United States Federal District Court here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where Stanton Witherspoon and Renee Benadell today pleaded guilty, and of course, they accepted the forfeiture of their properties. They accepted the minimum fine as well as the most fine to be imposed or levied by the court. They also accepted the waiver of their constitutional rights, okay, and every other thing. They were read.
Kill someone.
Right.
Someone lost their life. You got a relative. But because Stanton Witherspoon was generous to you by giving you a few dollars, the person that lost their life, it means nothing to them. It means absolutely nothing to you because personally you gain and someone lost their life. My friend, no one is happy here. There is no winner here.
There's no winner here.
We were shocked and embarrassed when when the young man, the prosecutor, made a connection between this and the war. Liberia again. Can you imagine the man talk about Charles Taylor Jr.?
Right.
The war and then this. Why come before then it used to be positive all the time? What's now? Why?
Right. Why now? So let me recap. There were no sound. We had some sound problem the last minute or so. So let me say this to all of us again. All right? For those of you who think that we are happy that Stanton Witherspoon is being punished, you got it wrong. We are happy that justice is being served. We are happy that we are vindicated of the first time when we told you that Stanton Witherspoon was being investigated by the feds, and you insulted us, you called us names, and you did not believe us. We are happy that we remain truthful. The story we brought to you from July 2022 is the same story we are discussing today. Okay? We remain truthful. We remain honest. You say you're a generous man. He didn't have to know you to do anything for you or to give you money. How many people the judge we are know? when he was behind Liberians in the refugee camps, when he took care of the Liberians? How many? He didn't have to know you. But why is he hated today? Because he's president. Okay? So if you have anything against Samuel Twe, against Nathaniel McGill, against Bill Twewe, against Serena Cephas, you are at liberty to take them to court and get your vindication as well.
As we are doing here.
As we are doing here. Take them to court. Again, I'm standing before a federal court, United States federal court, and telling you that the sanctions imposed on those 3 people, Nathaniel McGill, Serena Stephens, Bill Twewe, those sanctions were bogus. They cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in a court like this. Okay? Where a lawmaker, a congressman, told a group of Liberians opposition to this government and said, bring me in the list. Bring me in the list, we'll file sanctions against them. And the list did appear. And before a federal building, federal court, and telling you that those sanctions did not merit anything. Okay? Did not merit anything. So that's it for us here. We're going to join you should there be a show this afternoon or this evening on Freedom FM Face the Issue. We're going to join you there. If not, we'll bring you Jida Hard Talk later on this evening. But I want to wish you all a happy August 24th day. Celebrate the Liberian flag, and let's continue to keep hope alive. We are succeeding together, okay? Go out October 10th and vote number 18 and all CDC candidates on the ballot.
It's amended.
It's amended. Do it. You will not regret it. You will not regret it. For and on behalf of Jida Hard Talk Outside Broadcast crew, I have been your host, Wild Michael Gilman, with my guest,
Jerome Gaiman.
Mr. Jerome Gaiman. Do have yourself a pleasant good evening, good afternoon. Until then, I'll catch you. All right?
We're headed to South Beach.
We're headed to South Beach, Miami.
Well, we are staying in Lofa County. Like I told you this morning, we are on our way. And, we've been going to towns and villages to interact with the people. And this abused the minds of Liberians that say Lofa County is the stronghold of Joseph Boakai. So a young man just walked up to me and want to express his dissatisfaction on the speculations in Monserrado County. So let me get your name.
My name is Amara M. Trawale Jr. Many people call me Master Warriors, and I'm the chairman and the founder of the movement of the downtrodden youth of Bonjama District.
So, and you walked to me very angry this morning, and what is the reason for that anger that you came to me with?
I'm very desperate, even more than anger, because people sit in Monrovia there and say that this place is already controlled by the Vice President Joseph Boakai. That is a blatant lie. A blatant lie. We the Levines, we are even disappointed over Boakai. We are disappointed in his leadership.
What do you mean you are disappointed? Boakai being a man from Lofa County, and you being from Lofa County, then you say you're disappointed. Why are you disappointed?
And that's the thing, in fact, that will mislead us, because he's from Lofa County, so we should vote him in, even if he is not qualified for the position.
You mean Boakai is not qualified?
Well, qualification does not have to only deal with education. He got the education, but the experience to move this country forward, he doesn't have it, because he's been on board for the past 12 years. What he didn't do, you anticipate him to do something more than that? That's the area where the disqualification comes in. I'm not saying that he's not educated, but he's not qualified to move this country forward. And the kind of a conception, the kind of a mind the people have in Monrovia there, they sit and say this place controlled by Joseph Boakai is lie. You know, you know very well we were in Bakedu yesterday. I'm from Bakedu anyway.
Oh, you from Bakedu?
I'm from Bakedu anyway, the Kodobone district. You know, you were there yesterday and you saw the kind of momentum. You know, and even when George Weah entered the town a couple of days ago, the entire Ponchama was on fire politically. When Joseph Boakai came, this town was looking like it was even sleeping.
You joking?
You know? I'm not joking. I'm telling you something from the bottom of my heart. I'm a mastercratic leader. I control 315 members of 315 youth in this district. And let me tell you something. Joseph Boakai has no tangibles to point at in Lofa here. If anybody is daring me, let anybody come up and say Joseph Boakai has chicken horse in Ponjama here, not to even talk about building. You understand? You traveled yesterday to Kolahu. Okay, I was even thinking that I said, let the protocol not take the decision for Joshua to go to Foya because this guy couldn't come back. And that's the hometown road of Joseph Boakai. You saw the road, how it's horrible, very horrendous. You understand? The road is bad to say the least. You understand? Charity begins at home. If this man cannot do anything for Lofa, he didn't do anything for Lofa for the past 12 years, what do you expect out of him? Let's not be joking here, man. Let's not be joking. You know, the driver can change, but the car will still remain. Oh, Madam Salim, Joseph Boakai, they form in a sea predicament. We can't elect them for another 24 years. You know, what will we be doing? So you want to tell me that the only one that have the breed around this country?
So you say, what part of Lofa specifically you from?
I'm from Kwaduboni district. Specifically, I'm from Marvin Konedu. Marvin Konedu is in the Kwaduboni district. It's one of the renowned towns in the Kwaduboni district. I'm not far from the home of Dr. Edo Bian Kesari, the founder of the Unity Party. Unity Party is for Lofayan. But Lofayan are tired with the Unity Party. You understand? If the Unity Party could have another driver, maybe the sympathizers of the Unity Party could be much. If it had gone another driver. But the driver is still the same.
So you say the Lofa citizens are angry with Boakai because you can't point out any tangible, one single tangible.
Nothing of the sort. You know why? Joseph Boakai is associated with people who have already failed this county. You know.
And who are some of those people?
Even every time he comes here, the incumbent, Honorable Mayan Bian Fofana. Honorable Mayan Bian Fofana, my own Madingo sister from Kwaduboni district, has failed the district. We were moving up and down behind her to 2011. But now she failed us and she wants us again to re-elect her. It can't work. Senator George Tengbe on the United Party ticket. Those are the failures that are behind Joseph Boakai. So I'm sorry, he's not going to go anywhere because the people of Labour County are disenchanted over their leadership. Let not somebody sit down in Monrovia and say Lofa is for Joseph Boakai. You'll be making a very grievous mistake.
So what is your final message to the people? You got hundreds of people all around the world that are looking at you.
This message could go even beyond what we anticipate. You understand? I want this message to go forward. Let it go through the length and breadth of this country that Joseph Boakai does not have any political control over Lofa County. Lofa is divided over the leadership of Joseph Boakai. You understand? The only thing people can say here in Lofa is that he served as the managing director for LPMC normal days. That's not enough. 24 years in government, I still to be corrected, but I think he has spent more than 24 years in government.
In 40 years.
40 years. What does he want now? Let him go back and build his home. Foya Tinge, I think that's the area he's from.
Oh, from Foya Tinge.
No road there. No road. You saw the road yesterday.
Very terrible.
No road. So how many years we should sit again for the Bangam and the Kama road to be faced? We know that Josh Weah is the only option. The alternative choice to political freedom, social, economical freedom in this country, for us to get over this dodging, is not to re-elect any members of the Unity Party. Let us carry Josh Weah. I interacted with Josh Weah yesterday. I saw him. I said, but wait now. There is a man, so common man, like this. It means that when this man is at the executive mansion tomorrow, nobody will be afraid to go around him. You know, I was speaking to him. I said, you know, you were my friend. I'm sorry for that expression. No, but he's so too down to earth. And I'm not seeing a reason why we shouldn't give this leadership to Josh Weah. I don't know why. I don't know why. And this question seems to be very rhetorical. Why can't we elect Josh Weah to liberate us economically?
The people say Josh Weah ain't no book. That's the reason why we're not.
And you know why? I'm an expert in English. That's the reason why they call me Master of Words. When George Weah was speaking day before yesterday, because people say those things here and there that he doesn't speak good English, I was standing by his side, listening to the final pronunciation of his words. The ED, the SRED, the ZRED, and he got everything intact. This guy is eloquent. Very, very eloquent. Very, very eloquent indeed. And he evaluated his speech. Very, very eloquent. Yeah, very, very eloquent. You know, to know that somebody speaks good English, not only the vocabularies, but you look at the subject verb agreement, the pronoun antecedent, the cases of the pronouns, and everything was intact. I'm not seeing any politician that can speak with logic right now in Liberia than George Weah. Not only the English, but the logic. The logic.
So what is? We are on our way to Bakedu now, and I'm sure you will be with the team.
Yeah.
So what do you have to say to the people of Bakedu?
When we get into Bakedu, you will see the rousing welcome. The ceremony will be very electric. Very, very electric. They can't wait to see George Manuel Weah and Joel Howard Taylor. You understand? It's a let-go ticket. A let-go ticket. You understand? Kwadugoni, you know, people say it's the birthplace of the Unity Party. But the people, of the Kwadugoni now, they are disenchanted. They are disappointed, in the leadership of those that are moving the Unity Party forward. If we had another travel other than Joseph Boakai, perhaps we will make an alternative choice. But in this case, Joseph Boakai being...
But why you so angry with Boakai? Why are you so angry?
Because he has not done anything for us. No, Abu, you been here. Has anybody shown you in Vonjama here what Joseph Boakai has done? Look at, we're standing now seeing Zago Hotel over there. Before Zago became senator of this county, he had already made mark. He got tangibles to point at. But Joseph Boakai has not got even the slightest chicken house.
Wow.
Yeah, of course. You know, because to build a chicken house is not difficult. Just for a chicken to sleep. He doesn't have it yet. I know many people will get angry with me over the statement I'm making, but it's the truth. And if you were to interview another person, a logical person, I'm not talking about a fool, because only a fool will support Joseph Boakai. But any logical person will tell you that Joseph Boakai is not a political material to move this country forward, and the people of Lopa have not resolved to carry him. Everybody is divided. You understand? I agree, he got some supporters here, but he does not have an absolute control over this county. So let the people in Monrovia hear that, let the whole world hear it. I wish this thing could be extended on the Facebook, but people even
it's already on Facebook.
It's already in the diaspora to even hear it. If you're hearing me now on the Facebook, everywhere, every part of the world, I'm telling you that Joseph Boakai is not a solution to Liberia's problem. It's not a solution. You understand?
Yeah.
Let us make an alternative choice. And that choice, brilliantly, is George Manuel Weah. We believe he can move us forward. He has done it in the past, he can do it now, and he can do it in the future. If I continue talking for even the next 2 hours, I will not get tired to disprove the prove the weakness.
This president speaking to you.
Ambassador, I was just telling them that a witness will go on Facebook to tell them that Joseph Boakai does not have control over this place here. And the alternative choice is George Manuel Weah. I'm speaking now, Ambassador Weah is here. Let the whole world hear it. You saw Lopa. Lopa is not resolved over Joseph Boakai. We are disappointed in his leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Abu. That was good talking to you. It was nice talking to you. You listen to the guy there. You listen to the guy there speaking from Lofa County, and we've been saying this to you, and you need to understand. So I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you later. Baba, we are on our way to Kwaduboni district. Thank you so much.
Joe Boakai did not condemn tribalism because Joe Boakai is a sadistic, unrepentant, unapologetic, tribalistic old man. That is what Joe Boakai is, and that is the only thing Joe Boakai knows how to do because he exploits tribalism. So, well, I guess
things could happen behind the scenes. So I supported Joseph Boakai, knowing that by 2023 he'll be tired. Okay. Knowing that 2023 he'll be tired, he could have a good heart, everything good, but the brain is going down. You're not holding the end, you're moving down the hill. This is nature. My father, right now, I buy him pamper. Every day I gotta buy a pamper. There's a man who bought me pamper before. I'm buying him pamper now because the time has reached. So I thought the old man could be president in 2017 and run for this. And he himself said, he said, when you run for one term, he himself said it. I agree with him. 2023, no, I disagree. In my mind, he should rest, find somebody else.
Amanda enso to baraka mbona wetu. Amanda enso to baraka la mine mbona wetu. Oh, ne basia on do yeah. On do yeah. On do yeah. C'est quoi le padre me surprend, c'est quoi. C'est quoi le padre me surprend, c'est quoi. Yo, le padre me surprend, yo, enso to baraka mbona yo. Arro, mena, Mona, pate, Mana, nigga figure wetu. Mana, nigga figure wetu. Riaso no vetenese. Distraction. Yo, so, by the people, yo. Bring back just people, yo. To the 4 year loading, yo. They just starting, yo. They get the calorie, yo. They get stay hunger, yo. Say yo, that's how we're finishing, say yo. I don't know how money, say yo. Answer to the bank of yo. Say yo. The party of Mr. Prince, say yo. This person on bill and I get one seat in the parliament, yo. This person on bill and I get one seat in the parliament, yo. Yesterday, again, about Thomas, was a deep yo. Say yo, but I man, I need a try again, say yo. He said nobody authorizing, say yo. Today, again, around, say yo. That distraction, say yo. Free. Yes, no element, free. Bag of hostile social forces, free. Whoa. Let's say opposition, whoa. The same as they come in again, yo. The Pope plenty kind of against our one, yo. I want most of our country, yo. Say yo, they plenty against this material, say yo. We teach them politics, say yo. John, we are all the way, say yo. The man all the one, say yo. Manna, nigga figure where to. Manna, answer to the bank and burn away to. Negotiation. I want to do here. At now, men are retreated to the bank and answer the bank and burn at now, men are retreated to the bank and answer the bank and burn at now. They don't understand what that is, yo. They don't understand what that is, yo. We are the ability to reappear. Some guys disappear in our offices, yo. That's the video of the party, say yo. That's the video of the party, say yo. Amanda. Lonely, the party spirit of James Bill, lonely, the party spirit of my time, come here, baby, so lonely, the party spirit of my time, Morris, come on, lonely, the developmental spirit of President Joe, we are lonely, the popular in the air, but not popular on the gun, yo, because in the air, on the gun, yo, say yo, baby, oh, say yo. Scooby, oh, say yo. Il a say yo. So they play all night, but they will say yo. Not ready for them, you say yo. Just a one, say yo. Mona. For we are today. Because our God never fails. That's why we say,
All right, guys. So good evening to you guys. Good afternoon to you guys. This is Jay Randy here. That is the only song that can be played on Facebook where they cannot mute my music. Yes, because I love my music. So get used to it. If you don't like it, you wait until it finish. But this is my theme song because every time you play any music, African music, the other music, yeah, they kind of blacking you, stuff like that. So I don't give a damn about them. They don't understand that song, and that's why I will be playing here all the time here. All right. So again, let me lay the rules down. If you come here for the first time, we got a rule here. This platform is very disciplined than any other platform that you have ever been on Facebook. One, we don't tolerate profanity here. Two, we don't tolerate nasty comment here that aim at containing or towards someone that contain profanity. We'll let you go here. We are not begging people to be here, folks. No. We spoke to people in Liberia today. They were very disciplined. We spoke to people this morning. They were very disciplined. So there's no different to you guys who come here in the evening to come and listen to me. Our goal here is not just to preach politics. We have to discipline each other if we find out that somebody is not disciplined. If we are to move forward in the development of our country, not only the physical development we want to see, we also want to see the behavior improvement in us as well. So when you come here, you behave very funny. This is my VAR here. As soon as I see your name, I will come right in the VAR and see your name. Then I can just do you like this and say, go in the TV room. Yes. So, and the TV room is where you go. You will watch the show, but you cannot make no comment. You will be pinning inside, but you cannot make no comment. You don't want to live through that stress. Yes. And you don't want to live through that frustration because you want to make your comment. But here's what I would say to you. You are free to make your comment. Nobody's going to bother you. As long as you do it in a very civil manner. Yes. And as long as you be very, very cordial, you can use that and you can say that. So ladies and gentlemen, this evening I'm here to present to you yet another video. Joseph Boakai has a serious problem. Yes. Honorable Joseph Boakai has a serious problem. And what I want you to understand here is many Liberians who really love Joseph Boakai, they have been complaining about Joseph Boakai for a very long time. But Joseph Boakai is being used by people who are around him, people that don't like him, people that hate him, but they're only using him for their own benefit. And what I am going to do and continue to do here is to ensure that we bring everything to reality, to let you guys know that people don't love Joseph Boakai. They are doing more harm to Joseph Boakai than the favor they are telling the Liberian people. So yeah, what happened here this morning, folks? So on my show today in Liberia, do you know that most of the people on the ground, they are actually being misled? Today, people were calling onto the show. The photos that we are seeing on Facebook, the people on the ground, most of the callers, they have not seen that photo or those photos of Joseph Boakai coming from the hospital. So when they call on the show, oh, the papi, all right, the papi this. I said, but have you guys seen the updated or the recent photo of Joseph Boakai? They couldn't answer the question. Some of them said, no, we have not seen it. I said, I see why these guys are making the greater ass out of our people back there. They shoot everything from them. Those of you that listen to the show this evening, I hope you're listening to the show again. And I think the call was very crystal clear. The people that support Joseph Boakai, they don't even know how Joseph Boakai look. Majority of them, they don't know Joseph Boakai's current condition. So that's the idea these guys continue to push on the ground. There's nothing wrong with Joseph Boakai. So today, callers that call on the show from Liberia, people were calling from Magibi County, people were calling from Grand Bassa, and then Boakai then called from Monrovia. They don't even know how Joseph Boakai look. And that is why these guys are not providing any update on Joseph Boakai. They're not giving a reason why Joseph Boakai went to the hospital. These guys are just making our people more and more engulfed with illiteracy. They don't care for these people. It broke my heart today. It broke my heart today to listen to people calling from Liberia and they are not seeing the photo of Joseph Boakai, but they coming to support Joseph. These guys are so wicked, man. These guys are so wicked to our people, my man. Go and watch that show today, folks. Go and watch that show. Let me see what I can show that. Let me see what I can show to you guys, so you guys can physically get to see the show. Let me put. These guys are very, very wicked to the people. Our people back home. What? Some of the people don't even know that Joseph Boakai been to the hospital. They don't know this thing, folks. Wow. You got to share the video here. You got to share the video. That burden is on you guys, man. That burden is on you guys. These guys continue to lie and mislead the people. That is why when we call for why they can't provide information to the public, no, they don't want the people to hear it. They don't want the people to hear it. Wow. Let me see where I can find that video and show it to you guys here. Let me see it. So if you miss it, please, you have to go and listen to those guys. Those guys are making a greater fool out of our people, man. Let me see here, wherever it says. I hope I can find it here right now. Now, yeah, what they started doing now. Let me show you what they have started doing now. All right? For those of you that haven't seen the post, let me show you what they started to do now. All right? Just on 2 hours ago. Yeah, what they started doing. You see here? Barely on 2 hours. Barely on 2 hours. Joseph Boakai is in the state. You see why they posted here just in 2 hours? Oh, I support Joseph Boakai. They put his smiling picture here. But this is the reality of this old man struggling to make every day end. But they posting the picture there on Facebook and telling the people that, oh, we support Joseph Boakai. You see how these guys are very, very, they don't care about the old man's well-being, folks. These guys don't care about them, about that old man. They ain't care about them, about the old man. They not start posting pictures. And I told you the last time. Remember what I told you guys the last time? That whenever they get busted, they'll go and bring different picture. That's what they started to do now. That's what they started to do. I mean, they're starting to do. That's what they're starting to do. These guys will damage that country, the people mind. They will damage the people mind. And somebody has got on the plane, they came back now. You think they care for the people who are there? To even tell their own partisan that this man got sick, he was taken to the hospital. They cannot do it to the people, folks. They can't do it to the people. Or they can't do it for them. For them to even tell the people, they don't want to do it. Here the video here. Here is the video here, folks. If you missed the video today, please, I had it on StreamYard today. Watch the video here today. This was in Liberia. Go and watch the video today. All right? Go and watch the video after anytime today, tomorrow. Go and watch the video here. You will listen to the people calling from Liberia. They want to make their case. But when I ask them, have you seen Joseph Boakai's recent photo? No. Pictures speak 1,000 words, right? Yes, it does. Pictures speak 1,000 words. When they see those photos, their mind of Joseph Boakai will change. But they know by the people seeing those photos, they know by them telling the people about Joseph Boakai's condition, it will be a serious blow to the Unity Party. And you can imagine Joseph Boakai himself is over there, fellow Liberians. The man is over there. And you see the condition he's in. So why Joe Boakai cannot even tell the people, say, look, I can't make it anymore. I can't make it anymore. But he just continuously just using himself, allowing people to use him. Look at Joe Boakai here when he was the Joe Boakai that many people knew back in the days. All right? Look at Joe Boakai here. This is the Joe Boakai that many people knew. But the man is aging. He's getting older. So why can't he guys find somebody among themselves and say, you know what? We are tired. Let's bring somebody young. This is the Joe Boakai here. But they don't want to do it. They are not willing to do anything but to use that old man, folks. But he brought it on himself. He brought it on himself. Yes. You think they didn't know that Joe Boakai ain't work for anything? They know. Listen to them here. Listen here.
Joe Boakai has no fresh ideas. Joe Boakai is not able to run this country. He's a dead man walking. He's a dead man walking. And I cannot support a dead man walking. I will not support wicked Nukwe, the people who raise the budget on you, the people who raise, taxes on you, on water, on essential commodities. They raise taxes on you. And some of you support these people. They have destroyed your lives, man. Come on. What is it with some of you people? I will not change. The people will cry in this country. They will not have food to eat. Nothing will change. God forbid, if Emmanuel Nuku and Joe Boakai won the presidency and the vice presidency, nothing will change. They're not going to cut their salaries. They're not going to reduce the budget. They're not going to. I'm not going to suffer because they're already reaching out to me now. They're already reaching out to me now.
You think he lying about that? You think he lying about that? As old as that video is, he's not lying. The old man was still in the hospital. The man left that country and came here. And they will still be reaching out to him. So in how much the video look very old, the content, the message in that video is what you need to focus on. Not the age of the video, but the information in that video that he just provided for you is the truth. It is the constant variable in that video. Forget about how old it is. As long as you can understand what he's saying, that is the message. He was on that ground, you saw him there. You think if that was his dad, his father, you think he would get on the plane to come back here? No. They are CEO, real CEO. I'm talking about a lot of good for nothing, Burlington Gada, or whatever it says CEO. And when I talk about CEO, I'm talking about the white people CEO. I'm not talking about Liberian man CEO because that by your CEO that you fucked up. I'm talking about the real white man, the black American, the Liberian, well-rounded CEO. They are Liberian CEO. I'm talking about the good for nothing coming CEO because you're another fucked up guy too. All right? So they are more, we'll start with the white people, we'll start with the African American, we'll start with the Indians, then we'll come to the Nigerians, then we'll look among these few Liberian there. The real CEO, when something happens, they will be over there. I'm talking about that for my phone one, I will call them for my phone. Yo CEO, then they fucked up. I'm not talking about them. A real CEO or whoever that person is, if that was their father, they would say, I'm not going until I see how well my father is. Whether it is a job, whether it is to continue your education, as long as the man or woman who brought you on the face of the planet is in a medical situation, you will suspend everything. You will suspend everything. You will suspend everything. There was a medical doctor. A medical doctor, he treats people all the time. But on this day, his mom came to the hospital. When his mom came to the hospital, the ambulance brought his mom. While he was in the other section treating another patient, he heard that his mom was there. He called his colleague, said, can you help me with this? I got to go see my mom. He worked on his mom. He helped the other doctor to work on the old man, did her blood work, everything. When they decided the old man, he got in the car and said, I'm taking my mommy home. That is what we call the agape love for your parents. Do you think these guys care for Joseph Boakai? And that's the reason why I'm here to let you guys know. They are just using the man to get to where they want to go. Remember what I told you the guy the last time? When Mr. Weir came out and said he wanted to send Joseph Boakai to the hospital, you forgot? Oh, y'all know about J. for true. You're fucked up. Y'all fucked up. Y'all know about J. for true. Y'all got to know about him. Y'all remember the time when Mr. Weir said he was saying by and said they were going to get the money back? I know you guys still remember that. Come on, guys, put on your thinking cap. Put on your thinking cap. And they said they were giving the money back. Oh, we want the money. We want the money. I make the money back. We'll pay the money back. Somebody told Mr. Weir, a medical doctor told Mr. Weir, that man is not well. You got to help him up. Oh, we want the man money. We'll pay the man back. We'll pay the man back. And make the money, man. We'll pay the man back. That's what they were doing. We pay the man back. Right? You heard it. Let's listen to this more here. Let's go back in history and do some stuff here.
Mr. Boakai, we are here this afternoon to present the token that was given to him by His Excellency President. We are on behalf of his sick person, but we as citizens have thought it was that not coming on air and exposing what you give in to somebody to is not good for we the traditional people. So we are here to see Miss In talking to Mr. Boakai. So welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you for coming. And I want to say to Costa and the many, many persons who made this contribution that upon hearing that President Weah had made public his then kind contribution to the funeral of my late mother-in-law, we had decided that we were going to refund the money.
You see how a good to key history? That is why J. Randy is the man. He is the man, folks. They good for nothing, God, and you listen to it, they fuck your brain up. You know the good thing about it? They fuck your brain up, and you can't again, and you rewash the brain. So that's good. But it will not continue there forever. It will not continue there forever. It will not continue there forever. When you got in fuck your brain up in the evening time, you can't then you gotta go watch again. It will not continue there forever. You gotta dedicate yourself to these things. The more you dedicate yourself to the program, the strength. My strength is the more people that come and watch the show here. These guys will not educate you on anything. Now you see the reality now. The opportunity that Joe Boakai missed. What will it cost Joe Boakai if he had taken our freaking money and go to the hospital and get himself treated and come back? Amos Sawyer. There was a guy during Amos Sawyer time when he testified against the TRC. He said somebody borrowed him money. He turned around. I think that was he and Taylor. Taylor said he gave him money. Taylor was in Bangor, Amos Sawyer in Liberia. Taylor said, you are in America there. You and myself, I gave you money to do things. Amos Sawyer said, yes. And I told him, I use your money, yes, but I pay you back. So what the heck? Joe Boakai did not take that money. Your health is the last thing you want to mess with, my friend. But you see, when you get people with big ego and you get a person who is not, medically sound, and that's the situation with Joe Boakai. You don't play with your health, my friend. You don't play with your health. I don't care how you disagree with somebody. If you don't have the means, don't come out here and let people, the people who fool Joe Boakai today, what are they doing to Joe Boakai now? And they left me now. They left him, right? Yes, they left Joe Boakai. They left me. And how did they leave him? Let's go back to how they left the old man, folks. Let's go back there so you can see how they left the old man. All right? Let's go back there and see how they left the old man. There you go there. So let's see now. You say you're not giving the medicine now, right? Or you're not taking it. You are not taking it. Let's go back and listen to it here. Let's go back and listen to it as we're watching now.
See Miss In talking to Mr. Boakai. So welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you for coming. And I want to say to Costa and the many, many persons who made this contribution that upon hearing that President Weah had made public his then kind contribution to the funeral of my late mother-in-law, we had decided that we were going to refund the money. But the good people of Liberia...
You're going to refund the money. Look how you looking today. I say you're going to refund the money. Let me tell you, this guy name he just mentioned here, I'm not here to verify him. But you will hear what the man said about the papi before, right? Listen to the man here. Listen to the man describing the papi here, folks. Listen to the man describing the papi here.
Joe Boakai has no fresh ideas. Joe Boakai is not able to run this country. He's a dead man walking.
You hear that?
He's a dead man walking. And I cannot support a dead man walking. I will not support wicked Nukwe, the people who raise the budget on you, the people who raise, taxes on you, on water, on essential commodities. They raise taxes on you. And some of you support these people. They have destroyed your lives, man. Come on. What is it with some of you people? I will not change. The people will cry in this country. They will not have food to eat. Nothing will change. God forbid if a man.
So let's try to throw light on this here. The man know that money could have saved Joe Boakai life. He know that money could have done something to him. But he turned around and said that they should take the money back. That is the typical individual as he is. He doesn't care for the old man. Now I'm hearing that they gave him a second chance again to come and seek advanced medical care. But you know what they tell the man again? Oh, my man, no go tell that to what that papa died in the bed. That only they want to go attend that papa funeral. Let me tell them right now. If anything happened to that papa, they should be the one to go attend the funeral. All right? So let me progress here. Let me show you this photo here, folks. And let's deep down in the photo here. In fact, let's go to the other one that will be very clear here so that you can see what I'm trying to aim at here. So let's go to the other photo here and see what we can make out of it here. Where is it? Let's see here. It should be all the type here. Okay. There you go right here. So let's bring the one up here. All right. Let's bring the other photo up here. All right. So let's look at this here. Yes, let's look at this here. All right, somebody say the money. Okay, so send somebody here saying different thing here. Someone misleading you here, we'll just send you to the TV room, all right? All right, so misleading here, we'll just send you to the TV room here, all right? All right, someone misleading you here, good. So we're not here to kind of listen to people. You know too much, and when the old man in trouble, you can use your sense. That they're not on the platform, you can't carry your makeup yet. No, your makeup will not be on the platform here, my friend. So you go on the other side over there, go join the brother in the TV room there. You go have your conversation on that side, okay? You go have your conversation on the other side there. We're not here to kiss some of you guys. You go on that side there. All right. Now we'll finish with that now. Let me progress here. All right? Yes. We're not here to come in full feeling here. That's it right there. You also know that the man telling us that Joe Boakai is a dead man. Stay on, believe it. You see Joe Boakai in the casket, stay on and believe it. So what the heck? Don't guys will see Joe Boakai in the casket will tell you that Joe Boakai over there. So don't waste your time behind there. Those guys fucked up already. Their man fucked up. The guys are fucked up. Those guys are fucked up. They will see Joseph Boakai in the casket will not believe it. That had wrong their man have been cooked into now. Yes. Don't try to provide something for you guys. Now look at Joseph Boakai here, folks. Now when you look at Joseph Boakai here, let me ask you this question. All right? Where is Joseph Boakai pacemaker? In fact, let's ask the question. Where is the heart? Everyone on heart is somewhere here on the left side, right? Where is the pacemaker? It should be somewhere around here too, right? Which hand Joseph Boakai got now that is not useful anymore as the way it used to be? The left hand. So you get a heart on the left side of the body. You got a pacemaker on the left side of the body. Then you got a hand here on the left side of the body. That is a disaster that is waiting to happen right now. That is a disaster. That is a disaster. You think they're really looking at that risk? They're not looking at that risk, folks. They are not looking at that risk. When you look at the old man here today, folks, all right? When you look at the thing here, Joe Boakai today, this is Joe Boakai here. The entire power of Joe Boakai here is fucked up. His heart is here like every one of us. He has a pacemaker here. The impact is coming from the heart area. The hand here is messed up. How many of them able to tell Joe Boakai the situation here? How many of them? How many of them? How many of them will be very honest to tell Joe Boakai? A medical doctor should be part of Joe Boakai. Send Joe Boakai had that thing implanted in him. A medical doctor is supposed to be keeping medical surveillance. That we call it medical surveillance on Joe Boakai, to monitor him all the time. That's why when I in-fly, I'm not here to listen to any good for nothing scumbag, because they are doing injustice, what I call medical injustice. Medical injustice to Joseph Boakai. That's why the people around Joseph Boakai, are doing to him. They are treating Joseph Boakai with a very unjust behavior. They are not giving Joseph Boakai medical justice, rather they are giving him medical injustice. That means that they are not allowing people who are schooled into the area of medicine to help Joseph Boakai. They're not doing those things. They are not doing those things. And that's why they're treating the old man like that. All because they want power. Now you see the big picture now, right? When Joseph Boakai was ever going to be president, all they were going to do, carry the old man here, bring the old man here, carry the old man here, and they will just misuse that country resources. So when the old man gets sick, they'll just put you on the plane and say him. When people be asking, why the president, oh, man, you're going to send us, man. Why are you asking for the old man for? You're going to send us. That is their game plan. Those guys are ready, and they are planning to use that guy, that pop, to get to power. And that's what you need to do. The people on the ground, they are not seeing the photo here. The Liberian people that support Joseph Boakai, many of them, they are not seeing the photo. They don't even understand the situation Joseph Boakai is in here. Do you hear them talking today? Where is Mo Ali here today? Where is how they call it, the 12 man who is the new party elected chairman? Where is he at? And all the guys, where are they now to come here now and tell the people what has happened here? The mismanagement, it is because of greed and poor management of Joseph Boakai got the old man like this today. When people started talking about Joseph Boakai to leave power, they were taking it for fun. But for me, I was not taking it for fun. Let's listen to some video here again. Let's listen to some video here. All right? Let me remind you, when people were talking that Joseph Boakai should retire, listen to this.
We can't continue to sit back as youngsters today and we listen to the old folks keep telling us the further about our future. Wish, even 46, 1845, till now you can't give out our future. When will you deliver my future to me? In the rest. Boy, Asian, seeing the rest, we need to work was in there.
When the young people were speaking and saying that Joseph Boakai need to rest, they didn't say the party should be canceled, but Joseph Boakai need to rest. Who listened to those young people? I'm not the one that's saying no. You're seeing it for yourself, right? I'm not the one that's saying it. Let's listen to them more.
Yeah, you need to rest. The notion people carried around that Waka can be the best. I tell my man, that is wrong. You need to rest.
The problem I have with Boakai, I have two problems with him. One,
you need to rest.
What is affecting Boakai? You see that two things have no cue. When you crack it have no cue. When you crack it, no cue. The second one is age.
If you don't share the video here, I will turn the shit off. Let me tell you right. If you don't share the video, I'll turn the shit off here. Alright? If you don't share the video, I'll turn the shit off and go home. I will shut the damn thing down and go upstairs and go relax. Because you sit on the good for nothing platform there, they're not giving you information that will actually give you a reason to make a real decision to say, you know what, Boakai have been given the opportunity for Boakai to learn something. This information here is treasure. Other people will tell you to pay for this information. Yes, other people will tell you. So don't sit here. Don't be selfish, lady guys. Share the video in all the group, folks. If you don't share the video, you sit down, you look at me all day, you'll get tired. Yes, you look at me all day. You got to share the freaking video here, folks. You got to share the video. You need to get out of this thing and go and share the video and come back. Go in your group and share the video in your group. You can sit down here and don't want to do anything around here. You get out and go and sit on the good for nothing garden show from January to December. They ain't giving you no idea. Now, what case can you make when you listen to those good guys in? You got video evidence here. Someone will start stealing the video here from on my page now and go be posting it out there. All right? Because they are good for nothing people. They are good for nothing people. You need to get off this thing and go and share the video. Share the video in your group, on your page. Let people come and see what's going on here. All right? Information is power. Information is knowledge. All right? Information puts you ahead of things. Let the people get to know what is happening to Joseph Boakai. What were the warning signs that were given that should have prevented? You heard the man right now. There is nothing that can solve the old age problem. You think he's wrong? He's not wrong. He's right. This guy is absolutely right. He's absolutely right. All right? Let's try to match that over what he's saying here. Let's try to match it over what he's saying here. He's not wrong. He's absolutely right. He is absolutely right. All right? So let's take it back again. Let's take it back. Let's take it back. And watch. We got Joseph Boakai on the left-hand side here, right? Because everything for Joseph Boakai is on the left. So we got him on the left-hand side. Let's listen here again, folks.
45. Till now, you can give out a future. What will you deliver my future to me? You need the rest. Boy, Asian, so you need the rest. We need younger person here. Yeah, you need the rest. The notion people carried around that Waka can be the best. I think my man, that is wrong. You need the rest.
The problem I have with Boakai, I have two problems with him. One,
you need the rest.
What is affecting Boakai? You see that two things. Two things have no key. When you crack it have no key. When you crack it, no key. The second one is age. When you are old, you don't sit there to be young again. No. When you old, you old. You take your going on the ground.
Yeah, you need the rest.
The second problem I have with Boakai is squander opportunity. Past 12 years. My people, for the past 12 years.
You need the rest. Boy, Asian.
And not only the Boakai sound, all you know, because the political time people say Boakai do this, Boakai do that. But look at the level of burden Nigeria.
You need the rest. You should be retired by now. You should be retired by now. His age is not, I will tell you for sure. For his age, he will be controlled by people who are pushing him to become the standard bearer of the CPP. You need the rest.
Let me pause that, folks. Do you think those guys are talking, you think they're stupid? You heard the guy just now, right? They're not stupid. These young people are not stupid in the country. What that young man just said, let's go back again and listen to the young man here again. Let's go back again. The young man that had to stop away, the young man that are wearing the mask. Let's go back and listen to him again. Pay keen attention to him.
You need the rest. You should be retired by now. You should be retired by now. His age is not, I will tell you for sure. For his age, he will be controlled by people who are pushing him to become the standard bearer of the CPP. You need the rest. There are some greedy politicians who are very in power before, who want to come back to power. This is what I see. The guy is too old. I need the rest. Yeah, you need the rest. Boy, Asian, so you need the rest. We need younger person here.
I have no problem with the old man. And the old man was fit to go here, or a Boakai was fit. The first thing, you are not even coming to allow you to support him. Because he lost your attitude. But because of the age, his sense of reasoning is declining.
Folks, I said it here. I said it so many times here. That's your own brother or your brothers that are saying it now. I don't know them from nowhere. They don't know me from nowhere. I've been keeping the video here for years. You're hearing them. The exact thing that I have been saying here. The responses that you have been providing. These people already know Joseph Boakai. They are interacting with Joseph Boakai. They know who Joseph Boakai is. And everything they are saying here today, they said this thing a long time ago. He's old. He needs to rest. Age cannot be reversed. He's declining in his sense of understanding. Those things come naturally as you get older. But because, like the other guy with the mask said, they are greedy politicians. The only thing I'm missing there And I showed today when you go back to that guy and ask him, he will say, they are greedy politicians. Not only do they want to get back to power, but they don't give a damn about the old man here. Y'all seen it today now, right? I'm not the one that's saying it. Liberian king and saw the paper way back and they said he need to rest. But they never listen. So I hope you will listen to. I hope you will not be there then and listen.
This is why you hold you on yourself. We don't know the history in this country. Tell me for once.
No, yeah, you need to rest.
If Boakai become president, the issue will not promote him. You and them will run this country, and the international community will blame us for our own selfish eating nowadays.
Asian, no, yeah, you need to rest. Boy, Asian.
There you go there. There you go, folks. We, as Liberian, there are many of us that hate to hear the truth. We don't like to hear the truth. But that's the reality there. And do you think your guy will come back to ever tell you about Joseph Boakai situation? They're not going to do that. They will not come up with a press statement to tell you what actually happened to Joseph Boakai. But they're supposed to be doing that. All right? Some of them say they live in America here. Instead of teaching our people, they're not only lying to them, they are not even experienced. But because they go to Liberia, the people who are there are not seeing, many Liberians back home are not seeing people who really work in this country as Liberians and make sound decisions that help to shape the lives, the community, and the entire country in the right direction. They are not seeing it. Somebody just kind of go to school here, whether they graduate, they go to Liberia, they become hero. There are people there down there. But I was so disappointed today to find out that Liberians on the ground have not even seen the photo that we take here for granted. Yes. All right? So who is the guy here? Let's listen to this guy, who he is. Let's get to understand this guy. People that don't understand this guy, they just go around and want to just say, oh, they men are you. Listen to how the men operate. In everything, engineering got principle, the medical field got principle, electrical field got principle, everything got principle. Let me tell you the principle of this guy, how he operates. Listen to him here.
And I'm saying this. I take too many bullets for this government. All day the people cussing me. Tell her I owe the people. Yes, because there are some people who hate the government and they want me to be the voice of the hate. And I'm saying this. I take too many bullets for this government. All day the people cussing me. Tell her I owe the people. Yes, because there are some people who hate the government and they want me to be the voice of the hate.
There you have it there. There you have it.
And I'm saying this.
So, this is an individual who will lay any side, anywhere, just to get what he wants. So, aside from Boakai having an issue, from the time Boakai decided to run, there were people who were fed up with Boakai. They wanted him to retire. But Boakai, with the influence of other people that you heard, no guy listening. Boakai never listened. But let's go back again and see what they said about Boakai when that time was actually the time. All right?
I say no to Mr. Joe. Let Joe go back, man. This is your talk. Let Joe go back in the bush that they pay him below because he do nothing here in Womo Eri. They do nothing for our country. So let them go back to the place. They will not get one vote here. We tire today, we tire tomorrow.
I'm Jackson William.
So you see, one of the reasons that Ellen did not want Joe Boakai to be part of, to be part of his own government, because the old man knew that he was aging. He has never been able to to do anything successfully. And that is why Ellen appealed to him. Ellen talked to him. Leave the thing alone. Take what you are getting. Let go and retire. But the old man decided to listen to people that got him in a situation today. Complete humiliation, complete embarrassment. And how you think people looking at Boakai today? Not many people feel for Boakai condition, but they're looking at Boakai as someone who is just extremely greedy for power. If you were to take a survey, how do you see Boakai's situation? They will tell you, say he's too greedy for power. He should have retired a long time. He should have retired. Boakai should have understood that he got a medical condition. That should have been something that he should always pay attention to make any decision. But he chose not to follow that proper guidelines. And he just allowed people to just use it. The frustration was there. The frustration was there from the beginning. It was there. So let's continue to watch you guys. Listen to them. What they were saying about Boakai.
You see, my brother, this is a little business that I made to support my 5 children. During the year 2005, Madam Seri told us that there were going to be free primary education, especially free primary education. And she told us there will be a lot of job facilities and companies than ever before. And she said also there was going to be a stop to corruption, and corruption was going to be her worst enemy. And I think she set precedent on Judy Bryant. But after Judy Bryant died and all the rest of her ministers were just transferred to another ministry for corruption, I see the election to be very, very critical. And one thing I should tell the Liberian people is to get the United Party out of Liberia completely, because they are people like the demonic forces that is hanging over Liberia, trying to suck our blood and destroy our children and great-grandchildren future. They are. I'm talking to say that I'm very bad because you talk about the man they call Joseph Boakai in today's way. I'm against it totally. I'm against the entire United Party. Let government. So many are saying no to Joe, right? No to Joseph Boakai. No to the United Party. Let it go our way. Let it leave us. Let us live our people left. Let our children go to school happily. And let Papa come home with black plastic bag filled with rice, pepper, chicken soup, and let the children be happy.
So, let me hold it right there. Joseph Boakai received so many warning signs from the people, but his decision to ignore the warning sign, that is the reason why the people don't care for what he's going through right now. Because the Liberian people say, you know what? We are not saying that United Party should not compete in any election. But what Joseph Boakai and Madam Seri did to this country, and Joseph Boakai age at this time of the country history, we don't think he should be the one to be in power. Let him bring somebody. That's why the people don't feel sorry for him right now, because he don't feel sorry for himself. He don't feel sorry for himself. If Joseph Boakai was sitting down now as a private former government official, anything happened, do you know how many people will be concerned for Joseph Boakai? There will be a huge turnout on the air at his residence. People will be praying for him. But what Joseph Boakai has demonstrated that got him to be where he is nothing but a pure, sheer, greedy responsibility. That's why he got him like that. The people were fed up with him from the get-go. Now, those good-for-nothing people that are behind Joseph Boakai today, have you seen them? All right? Have you seen them coming out? The thing that really getting to me, they are not telling the Liberian people what is happening to Joseph Boakai. Can you imagine how dishonest these guys are? They more Ali them. They around our woman instead of them telling the people. They just in broad daylight lying to those people. That is the shame. That is the shame. These people said they never wanted Joe Boakai from the beginning. Ellie told Joe and myself, King, we will go. Ellie know that Joseph Boakai getting old. We men, there are certain age when we reach, especially when we don't have the medical facility, we become a liability to the country. Eddie told him, said, look, Joe, let's go. That's the same thing Kekula Kuto said about Joe Boakai to Samuel Kayando. This man don't listen to people. He cannot be trusted. He and Ellen decided to leave the thing after 12 years. What does he want now after 12 years? What does he want after 12 years? Look what he had done to himself now. A complete humiliation, complete embarrassment, and complete disgrace. Just for the sake of power. You gotta think, you gotta learn from the situation here. You gotta think and learn from the situation. This is a complete embarrassment for Joseph Boakai. And you think the other people care for him, they don't care. What are they saying on their show now? When you listen to them, what are they telling you guys right now? That he's going to come back? When you see Joseph Boakai's heart is on the left side. His pacemaker perhaps is on the left side. And then his left hand got affected. Like I said, that is a disaster that is waiting to happen. Don't underestimate that. That pacemaker is there to keep that heart moving. And then if the nerves in the hand, it got to be able to move. They're not caring about that. Where is the physical therapy that will carry Joseph Boakai? So you gotta live in this country here, my people. They're good for nothing people just sit on the platform here. Which one of you now, and I'm sure there are a few of you guys, if not many of you guys that live in the country here, that see other people that went through what Joseph Boakai went through. What are the recovery plan for Joseph Boakai? What are the recovery plan? Is just going to go and go sit down? That hand like this, Joseph Boakai need a therapy that will be able to massage his body to get back to life. You think the people care? They are out of ignorance of what I'm telling you guys, or they don't care for a damn about that old man. That old man coming out of that place, he need a therapy that will carry him throughout the day. 6 to 9 months of therapy. If not, that particular hand will not function properly. It will not. Go and read about, you see, the problem is they don't want to tell you, they don't want to tell me what actually happening to Joe Boakai. Because if they tell you the cause of why Joe Boakai went to the hospital, you will start to do your research. You will start to see the risks associated with Joseph Boakai. But they're keeping it secret. They're keeping it secret. You know, the story was told about President Todman. People believe that nothing could happen to Todman. When Todman died of colon cancer, when Todman was in the UK, the people on the ground did not tell your grandfather, they did not tell your father who was little that time, that Todman was dying of colon cancer or maybe prostate cancer, one of them. They kept that thing on the down low. They never informed the people. After Todman died and they brought his body, that when they say the man died, that's the same logic, that's the same mentality they are using on Joseph Boakai today. But they forgot to know that we in a new age, a technology age. And the young people are furious, they are curious, and they will continue asking questions. You cannot take the old and bring it into the new when the new got so many technology. But it just goes to show that they don't care for the well-being of the old man. Come out and tell us, yes, so time, the old man had a medical emergency. He went to the hospital. From here, you'll be doing X, Y, and Z. He's a public official. There's nothing to hide. He was Eddie Johnson said he went and saw the doctor and came back. Who foresaw Eddie Johnson said he? You do hear me talk about Eddie Johnson said he? No. Eddie Johnson said he is not running for president. She's done. So it's up to Eddie Johnson said he to kind of say, oh, I went to the I want to know. She's a private citizen now. She is a private citizen. But someone like Joe Boakai who is aging and still want to be in the eyes of the public and want to be president, we're not going to buy a pig in the bear. Joseph Boakai is a pig in the bear. And we will not buy a pig in the bed. That one will be asking all the questions. But there were warning signs. There were warning signs. And you know, there were warning signs that were sent to Joseph Boakai from the young people you listen to to the current people here. They were wanting sign. They're throwing. Many of you guys on the platform got knowledge in the medical field. Some of you guys perhaps trying to work on your doctor degree. Some of you guys know friends who are medical doctors. When they release that information and tell you what Joe Boakai suffer from, your friends or even you, depending on your area of expertise or your subject matter area, you will be able to say, you know what, this thing is not to be taken for granted. But when I see Joe Boakai hand like this, what runs to my mind, he needs further medical advanced treatment. He needs physical therapy. He needs somebody that will help him to bring that arm together. But you think the guy didn't care? No. They don't care. They do not care about this old man. All they're going to do is not take him and carry him home. What are they doing with that hand? They need people who are specialized in certain field to help that old man. To help him. To help him up. But they will come back and say, oh, the old man said they must get the money back. They must do this. Let's carry the man. We pay the man money back. We pay the man money. When you take your anger, all right? When you take your anger and try to say things, look at the other man talking about you funny man. You see how he got them fucked up? So we put the other man in the funny room. Yeah, funny man go to funny room. Funny man go to funny room. We got a funny room that they call a TV room. Go there and enjoy your man and go make fun. Funny man make funny room. Go to funny man room. All right? Go in the funny man room. There you go. You funny man, you go in the funny room. Yes. The country is so electric that people in the... Let me tell you guys one thing. If I see a Liberian here, I always get a pre-clue observation of that person. Until I start to interact with you, I will just assume that I don't know you like that, and I had to probe you. You see an old man who is in a situation. All right? You see an old man who is in a situation. Instead of him coming out and say, look, I understand what you're saying. And you know, I understand what you're saying. So let's find a way to discuss this issue. I think the brother is making sense. I'm not saying anything because I want to score a political point. No. I want you guys to understand that the country we have traveled to so far, there are medical technology, there are treatment programs that can resuscitate situations that people are going through. So when we're discussing these things, let us be positive to say, you know what, this thing can work, this thing can work. Because the vast majority of Liberians you found on this so-called popular talk show, they are not teaching our people. You don't have to sit in the classroom to learn the basic thing. Because some of you guys work in the area, some of you guys work with different therapeutic organizations in this country. You'll see people coming in with broken bones, some people going all up to rebuild their life. You'll see these things. And when it's happening in your country, you see it, you come and discuss it on your own term and agree. This is not about politics. What we're trying to understand is the root cause of why the old man is to where he is today. Right now, the government is offering him money to take. Offering him money to take. To lead the country. But they're coming back again, just how they did in the first video. Oh, we're not taking money back, we get the money back. What is so wrong with it? We get the money back here? Because of what? Ego. They are enforcing their feelings rather than understanding the logic. That's what they're doing. But the people have been fed up with Joe Boakai for a very long time. All right? So let's go back to the video here quick, folks.
I won't find this government. The Joe man is talking about as a land job with this government for the 2 years. For the 2 years, not small years. And then there is nothing I can show like brand people. So for the reason we are not talking about Joe, we want him no more again. You said when I offer Justin, he comes to work there. I'm not saying because he is corrupted. The whole government is corrupted for one fact. Right now, I want children. You see, younger than me, I say you go here. I say you say you go. When I'm a child, your child is school. When you go to the school house, you see if you want go send your child to school, my dear, the money not will cost it. The money why you can up to TV or theater. So again, the market will make it so if you are watching school fee, it can manage my dear. So for everything we retire.
Just a deep flow. For me, I'm not satisfied because you know, for the government have been real up to this time, or 2 days the last time. But we have been disappointed by the government. And me especially having 2 ways our leader, which is the president. Yeah, and the Creole government has the most educated government, but now the Creole government has the most corrupt government. So wow, if good, then what bad? So that's my problem, really. She said you have no control over prices, but what as a leader? Then who have control over prices? So for me, right now, I'll tour town all the finish, but I don't think I can vote to the buyer because it's the same government. When you get in power, it will be the same government because she will control him. Yeah. So for me, I'm not very willing to even see Joe Burger leading us as president.
We suffer too much. You are very hard. We used to buy a couple of red for $20, but now you go anywhere, you go a couple of red at $35, $40. We have bigger red at $2,000. We used to buy a couple of $75 in a bush, but now we're buying a $200 now. Go there, that's $450. Kiapre, none of our there's a $350 or $375. We suffer too much. I mean, I feel like government. We go school, we don't go to school, we just say a child. The money that they will call, they used to say government school. But now when you go, we just say a children government school, you will pay money of 5,000 or 3,000. Yeah.
All right, guys. You see you see what happened here, right? That's Joseph Boakai and Ellington Hill. I just paused the video just to show you something. Joseph Boakai and Ellington, all the place, I mean this locations, it was filled with die. It was under Joseph Boakai and Eddie Johnson said it time. When people want to make case, they don't bring those things in. That was Eddie administration when that thing happened. Well, let's forget about that, but I just thought to draw your mind and your attention to that. The damage that Joseph Boakai did along with Ellen to the people's mind. Up to today, they don't still believe that Joseph Boakai is going to be anything. There were people who got fed up with Joseph Boakai and never wanted him to be president because of what he and Ellen did. On the other side, there were people who fell for Joseph Boakai and said, look, you need to retire, you need to sit down. And they never listened. The people around Joseph Boakai never listened to the Liberian people. Never listen. The bigger question is, what does he want now? So let's listen to this video here. All right? Let's listen to the video. We're going to play some, we're going to show you something as the video play here, folks. Let me show you this thing here. All right? We'll be out of here. My time is around 10:30. We'll be out of here. Let's get to the video here quickly here. All right? Let's get to the video here. Okay? Let's get to the video.
Well, we are staying in Lofa County, like I told you this morning. We are on our way. And, we've been going to towns and villages to interact with the people. And this abuse the minds of Liberians that say Lofa County is the stronghold of Joseph Boakai. So, a young man, just walked up to me and want to express his dissatisfaction on the speculations in Monserrado County. So let me get your name.
My name is Amara M. Trawale Jr. Many people call me Master Warris, and I'm the chairman and the founder of the movement of the downtrodden youth of Bonjama District.
So, and you walked to me very angry this morning, and what is the reason for?
Look, the reason I'm showing you all the different clips of video, it just goes to show that everyone you listen to so far, they define Joseph Boakai characteristic as something that didn't do anything for the country. One, he served for 45 years. There is no proof that he helped to change anything in our country. That is his inexperience. Two, he's getting old. His age cannot afford him the opportunity to be up in a location or to be on top of his game. Let's just put it that way. His age. And then the position he held, there is nothing he has done to give people the opportunity to say yes. Even though he served vice president for 12 years with Ellen, aside from that, he did some things that we can point at. And that's why the other video is coming to tell you now. So everything has been negative, but he inexperienced, he age, he doesn't have no tangible. There's nothing positive. But as you see, I mean, as you watch this guy, and as we watch the other past video, and looking at Joseph Boakai now, aging, and it's not too well, I want you to remember that he received all the warning signs. Yes, that's what I want you to remember. Everyone told Joseph Boakai to leave the government business alone because he been there. His age now will tell you that everything people have been saying, age has caught up with him now. And I want you to take a good look at the video as the young man explained here. Take a good look at it.
Anger that you came to me with.
I'm very desperate, even more than anger, because people sit in Monrovia there and say that this place is already controlled by the Vice President Joseph Boakai. That is a blatant lie. A blatant lie. You know, we the Levines, we are even disappointed over Boakai. We are disappointed in his leadership.
What do you mean you are disappointed? Boakai being a man from Lofa County, and you being from Lofa County, then you say you're disappointed. Why are you disappointed?
And that's the thing, in fact, that we mislead us, because he's from Lofa County, so we should vote him in, even if he is not qualified for the position.
You mean Boakai is not qualified?
Well, qualification does not have to only deal with education. He got the education, but the experience to move this country forward, he doesn't have it, because he's been on board for the past 12 years. What he didn't do, you anticipate him to do something more than that? That's the area where the disqualification comes in. I'm not saying that he's not educated, but he's not qualified to move this country forward. And the kind of a conception, the kind of a mind the people have in Monrovia there, they sit and say, this place controlled by Joseph Boakai is lie. You know, you know very well, we were in Bakeru yesterday. I'm from Bakeru anyway.
Oh, you're from Bakeru?
I'm from Bakeru anyway, the Kodobone district. You know, you were there yesterday, and you saw the kind of momentum. You know, even when George Weah entered the town a couple of days ago, the entire Ponchama was on fire politically. When Joseph Boakai came, this town was looking like it was even sleeping.
You joking?
You know? I'm not joking. I'm telling you something from the bottom of my heart. I'm a mastercratic leader. I control 315 members of 315 youth in this district. And let me tell you something. Joseph Boakai has no tangibles to point at in Lofa here. If anybody is daring me, let anybody come up and say Joseph Boakai has chicken house in Ponjama here, not to even talk about building. You understand? You traveled yesterday to Kolahu. Okay, I was even thinking that I said, let the protocol not take the decision for George Weah to go to Foya, because this guy couldn't come back. And that's the hometown road of Joseph Boakai. You saw the road, how it's horrible, very horrendous. You understand? The road is bad, to say the least. You understand? Charity begins at home. If this man cannot do anything for Nova, he didn't do anything for Nova for the past 12 years, what do you expect out of him? Let's not be joking here, man. Let's not be joking. You know, the driver can change, but the car will still remain. Oh, Madam Salim, Joseph Boakai, they form in a sea predicament. We can't elect them for another 24 years. You know, what will we be doing? So you want to tell me that the only one that have the brain to run this country?
So you said, what part of Lofa specifically you from?
I'm from Kwaduboni district, specifically. I'm from Marvin Gonedu. Marvin Gonedu is in the Kwaduboni district. It's one of the renowned towns in the Kwaduboni district. I'm not far from the home of Dr. Edabian Kesari, the founder of the Unity Party. Unity Party is for Lofayan. But Lofayans are tired with the Unity Party. You understand? If the Unity Party could have another driver, maybe the sympathizers of the Unity Party could be much. If it had gone another driver. But the driver is still the same.
So you say the Lofa citizens are angry?
So let me hold you right there, right? So you see the consistency, what everyone has said. Nobody against the Unity Party. The Unity Party is a party that will exist. But looking at the poor performance of Joseph Boakai in all the role he plays, since he been in government, according to them, for 45 years. Every video show and tell you that Joseph Boakai did not do a good job from the day he started working in government to his present. Now you listen to this guy. It's the same driver. You can change the driver, but the car remain. I mean, you can change the driver, the car remain. You bring it in somebody else. It's the same driver from that same party. So he's making a very clear analysis that the Unity Party, we need fresh people, we need new people. But again, Joseph Boakai just believe that he own a party by right or by age, by merit. He age married him to own the party, which is not right. Unity Party will put itself in a better position if they retire Joseph Boakai now. Let that be a medical decision, not a political decision. I would rather look at a medical decision that way he retire Joseph Boakai. Because if you look at a political decision, he's not going to be retired. So you got to, the Unity Party insider need to look at the medical decision and not the political decision. Because the political decision will keep Joseph Boakai over there. And who knows? But the medical decision will look at his overall well-being in order to make a decision. So they hire us in Unity Party. I would suggest that they don't look at any political decision, because that political decision will not help Joseph Boakai. Let it be a medical decision, because nobody will want to put their medical integrity on the line to say something that is not going to be the right thing, because you will be held accountable for what you're going to say. So the situation Joseph Boakai is in right now, it needs a medical decision to be made in order for him to leave. But the third thing that he can do for himself is for himself to say, you know what, I think I cannot make it anymore. And you know, there is something we call you can fight. And you know, not every defeat you suffer means that you did not try. Not every defeat you suffer, it means that you did not try. You try while you are getting defeated. This man has been in office for all these years. He never succeeded in any role. And age has caught up with him now. He thinks that he can just get ready one morning and say, oh, I will defeat George Weah. He needs to get over that. He doesn't even have the age on his side. He dealing with a president who stayed in his 50s. And he is chasing 80 years old. What chance does he stand? What chance does he stand? He is barely seen on the street in Liberia walking around. Then he want to come out to say he want to continue to be this. This is a complete humiliation. I hope history in the future will tell young politicians by 2065 that do not be the Joseph Boakai. There used to be a guy called Joseph Boakai. I'm speaking in 2065 now. When all fucked up now, we're not here now. There used to be a candidate called Joseph Boakai. He served the Liberian government for 45 years. He was in his 78, chasing 80 years old, and he never let go. It was only when the age faced the reality of being incapacitated with certain medical conditions. I hope that story will say. And it's up to Joseph Boakai now to make that what I would call historical decision. A historical decision to retire. Seek medical advice. There's nothing wrong. In this country, you always fall beyond liability. That's one good thing America has taught me. Always fall beyond liability is your fault that I'm in a situation. If the medical practitioner come out and say, we feel that, oh, Joseph Boakai, and again, he doesn't want to listen to anybody in Liberia, let him come to the women land. Let him come to the women land. Let the women get in that paper. Let him go to Australia where we know nobody there. Only our men young will know that. Let him go to North Korea. Let them get him something. Let him bring that paper and say, the people say, I can either stay in the race or I cannot stay in the race. That would be a personal decision that will be up to Joseph Boakai. But nothing he has done. Nothing. So let's listen to the clip here quickly, guys. We are pressed for time here.
Okay, because you can't point out any tangible, one single
Nothing
tangible.
Of the sort. Nothing of the sort. You know why? Joseph Boakai is associated with people who have already failed this county. You know.
And who are some of those people?
Even every time he comes here, the honorable, the incumbent, Honorable Mayangu Bian Fofana. Honorable Mayangu Bian Fofana, my own Madingo sister from Kwaduboni district, has failed the district. We were moving up and down behind her to 2011. But now she failed us and she wants us again to re-elect her. It can't work. Senator George Temple on the United Party ticket. Those are the failures that are behind Joseph Boakai. So I'm sorry, he's not going to go anywhere because the people of Labour County are disenchanted over their leadership. Let not somebody sit down in Monrovia and say Lofa is for Joseph Boakai. You'll be making a very grievous mistake.
So what is your final message to the people? You got hundreds of people all around the world that are looking at you.
This message could go even beyond what we anticipate. You understand? I want this message to go forward. Let it go through the length and breadth of this country that Joseph Boakai does not have any political control over Lofa County. Lofa is divided over the leadership of Joseph Boakai. You understand? The only thing people can say here in Lofa is that he served as the managing director for LPMC Norman Days. That's not enough. 24 years in government, I still to be corrected, but I think he has spent more than 24 years in government.
In 40 years.
40 years. What does he want now? Let him go back and build his home. Foya Tinga, I think that's the area he's from.
Oh, from Foya Tinga.
No road there. No road. You saw the road yesterday.
Very terrible.
No road. So how many years we should sit again for the Bangam and the Kama road to be fixed? We know that Josh Weah is the only option. The alternative choice to political freedom, social, economical freedom in this country, for us to get over this dodging, is not to re-elect any members of the United Party. Let us get rid of Josh Weah. I interacted with Josh Weah yesterday. I saw him. I said, but wait now. There is a man, so common man, like this. It means that when this man is at the executive marshal tomorrow, nobody will be afraid to go around him. You know, I was speaking to him. I said, you know, you were my friend. I'm sorry for that expression. No. But he's so too down to earth. And I'm not seeing a reason why we shouldn't give this leadership to Josh Weah. I don't know why. I don't know why. And this question seems to be very rhetorical. Why can't we elect Josh Weah to liberate us economically?
The people say Josh Weah ain't no book. That's the reason why we're not.
And you know why? I'm an expert in English. That's the reason why they call me Master of Words. When George Weah was speaking yesterday, because people say those things here and there that he doesn't speak good English, I was standing by his side, listening to the final pronunciation of his words. The ED, the SRED, the ZRED, and he got everything intact. This guy is eloquent. Very, very eloquent. Very, very eloquent indeed. He found very eloquent. You know, to know that somebody speaks good English, not only the vocabulary, but you look at the subject verb agreement, the pronoun antecedent, the cases of the pronouns, and everything was intact. I'm not seeing any politician that can speak with logic right now in Liberia than Josh Weah. Not only the English, but the logic. The logic.
So what is? We are on our way to Bakedu now, and I'm sure you will be with the team.
Yeah.
So what do you have to say to the people of Bakedu?
When we get into Bakedu, you will see the rousing welcome. The ceremony will be very electric. Very, very electric. They can't wait to see George Manuel Weah and Joel Howard Taylor. You understand? It's a let-go ticket. A let-go ticket. You understand? Kwaduboni, you know, people say it's the birthplace of the Unity Party. But the people in the army of the Kwaduboni now, they are disenchanted. They are disappointed, you know, in the leadership of those that are moving the Unity Party forward. If we had another travel other than Joseph Boakai, perhaps we could make an alternative choice. But in this case, Joseph Boakai being...
But why you so angry with Boakai? Why are you so angry?
He has not done anything for us. No, Abu, you've been here. Has anybody shown you in Fonjama here what Joseph Boakai has done? Look at, we're standing now seeing Zago Hotel over there. Before Zago became senator of this county, he had already made mark. He got tangibles to point at. But Joseph Boakai has not got even the slightest chicken house.
Wow.
Yeah, of course. You know, because to build a chicken house is not difficult. Just for a chicken to sleep. He doesn't have it yet. I know many people will get angry with me over the statement I'm making, but it's the truth. And if you were to interview another person, a logical person, I'm not talking about a fool, because only a fool will support Joseph Boakai. But any logical person will tell you that Joseph Boakai is not a political material to move this country forward, and the people of Lofa have not resolved to carry him. Everybody is divided. You understand? I agree, he got some supporters here, but he does not have an absolute control over this county. So let the people in Monrovia hear that, let the whole world hear it. I wish this thing could be extended on the Facebook, but people even
It's already on Facebook. It's already
people
on
in the
Facebook.
diaspora to even hear it. If you're hearing me now on the Facebook, everywhere, every part of the world, I'm telling you that Joseph Boakai is not a solution to Liberia's problem. It's not a solution. You understand?
Yeah.
Let us make an alternative choice. And that choice, brilliantly, is George Manuel Weah. We believe he can move us forward. He has done it in the past, he can do it now, and he can do it in the future. If I continue talking for even the next 2 hours, I will not get tired to disprove the prove the weakness.
This president speaking to you.
Ambassador, I was just telling them that I wish this will go on Facebook to tell them that Joseph Boakai does not have control over this place here. And the alternative choice is George Manuel Weah. I'm speaking now, Ambassador Weah is here. The whole world hear it. You saw Lofa. Lofa is not resolved over Joseph Boakai. We are disappointed in his leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Abu. That was good talking to you. It was nice talking to you. You listen to. You listen.
So I mean, everything is just falling into place here. All right. This video, it has so many interpretations, but today interpretation simply means that Boakai, after all the years he served in different roles in the government, he has not been listening to the people. Even into his 78, chasing on 80 years old. And now he in a situation now. This thing you got messing with is not a small issue. This is medical condition. It is not a decision where, oh, we got to go to court and got to go do this. No. The situation Joseph Boakai is in is a very tough situation. I saw somebody talking about Paul Biya. Paul Biya been in our power for 42 years. He's a dictator. He's not going to do anything. We're talking about someone who is going through some medical challenges right now. And there's nothing the people around are even planning to do. Even the supporters in the country, they are not aware of this photo you're looking at right now. This photo you're looking at here, many of them in the country are not seeing the photo. Many of them have not seen the photo here. Many of them are not seeing the photo. Just the evening around 5 p.m. today, we ran our show from Monrovia. The people came to defend Joseph Boakai. When I started asking them, have you seen Joseph Boakai's most recent photo? No, I haven't seen the photo yet. Well, you see the photo, and you see how the man look. But nobody cared. Greed and poor management are the root causes that got Joseph Boakai like today. And they're not even willing to tell Joseph Boakai that it's time for you to sit down. And Joseph Boakai himself is not even willing to look at these guys and say, look, I can't make it anymore. If Joseph Boakai come back to politics, I give up on him. And I think God himself will give up on him. It will be that you're driving a car, you see the last gas station, and after that you got about 30 miles to go. You got 30 miles to go, and it tell you, last gas station, you get 30 miles to go. And in that car, you only got 2 gallons. And you look at the gas station, you say, I can make it. That is the decision that Joseph Boakai is facing here now. He need to sit down and have plenty of time. He came from the hospital. Normally, the doctor will tell you the first thing to do is to take your med and then have, rest enough. But with the situation he's in, it requires therapy. A long period of time therapy. And if he doesn't provide any therapy for that hand, the vein in that hand will start to die out. The pacemaker is on the left side of the chest. The heart is on the left side, predominantly. And then the hand is the left hand. You are looking at a triplex problem. Yes, a triplex problem. The heart that depends on the pacemaker, the hand that's supposed to move, everything is right now in a very dangerous state. And nobody see anything to the old man. Nobody see anything to the old man. Nobody coming out to say anything to the old man. If the president of Liberia decides to send him abroad, let them not put politics into it. Let them look at it through the eyes of a medical assistant for him. Because if they look at it through the eyes of politics, they will be doing more harm to him. They will be doing more harm to him. Charles Walker Bronsky was sick in our town. His physical features started changing. They kept it on a secret. They kept it on a secret. They kept it on a secret. Not knowing something called cancer was eating him out. By the time he got too late, they flew into America here. Charles Walker Bronsky died. They too much of secrecy here is not good. They too much of secrecy. If you want to be a public servant, your record should be open to the public. You can't run in the public. If you want to be a public servant, you should be willing to tell people what is happening to you. Who want to buy a liability? Nobody want to assume liability. So look at the way Joseph Boakai look right now, folks. Look at how Joseph Boakai look here. If this man were president, is that what we're going to be experiencing here today? Looking at each other's faces and asking about where the president is. Oh, we don't know where the president is. No, man, folks, we can't live like this, man. We cannot live like this. Joseph Boakai need to retire. He need to retire. He need to call for a press conference and say, look, let us go through the primary process. I'm not going to be running. I'll be a grand poobah of the party. Joseph Boakai need to appoint somebody who the United Party will look out to go to the election. Because his condition, no matter what type of rule in place at NEC, they will have to bend that rule because Joseph Boakai is going through a medical condition. Most especially when a medical doctor in an area of subject matter or expertise come out and say, this man is not fit to conduct any affairs, private, public, based on this medical evaluation, he cannot function right now. That will be a medical decision, and it will compel the NEC, whatever red tape they got, to bend that rule. But the big question is, will Joseph Boakai even acknowledge his condition he's facing right now? Will he be sincere to himself and look at the greedy guys there in the faces and say, I can't make it anymore? You guys are beating a dead horse now. I am a dead horse. I'm dead beat. Let's find somebody that will carry the baton for me now. I can't make it. But knowing Joseph Boakai, he will not do it. And that will just further embarrass him for a long period of time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the show. I would like to say a big thank you to every one of you guys for showing up. All right, we are seeing video today. We got evidence. You saw it for yourself. We decided not to play everything because we don't want people trying to get our stuff here. But I think you got a message today. The message here is you should know yourself. You should know your limit. Never, ever allow somebody to tell you what to do without you understanding the risks associated with what that person wants you to do. Joseph Boakai, in my opinion, since he started working in government, he has never, ever been able to analyze anything people tell him. He was always, go do this thing, he goes and does it. Because he had been in, all his role had been people appointing him to go do things, so he never asked questions. He had never been a political candidate where he participated, whether it's representative position, whether it is senatorial position. He had never tried until he went against President Weah now, Mr. Weah, who is president today, and he got flogged in 2017. So that means that he got no experience. He don't know when stress comes in. He don't know how to handle pressure. Everything the people tell him, that's what he does. Because from the beginning, Joseph Boakai was always appointed rather than being elected. Someone who is appointed doesn't understand the political history of campaigning, the stress that it brings, the challenges it got, whether on your health or no. He had only been appointed so many times, Go over there, be the boss. He manages his own time. He managed the people. Even though he failed in that role, there was nothing like election that took place. So what Joseph Boakai is going through right now is a combination of feeding the stress. Because whenever the opposition respond to things, I mean the government supporter respond to things, they want to hear from him. And they keep knocking on his door. So that means he's having less sleep. His phone always ringing off the hook. And you cannot even find him to sleep for straight 2 hours to 3 hours. Because he's under the enormous pressure to keep up with the young people. He can't make the young people. The young people energy is beyond any mountain you can imagine of. They will talk, they will talk, they will talk. Until Boakai get to understand that there are things that you cannot respond to. There is a time for everything, and he need to resign. He need to leave politics. But you think they're going to do it? You got more things to see. You will forever remember the people that behind Joseph Boakai. If you never saw greedy and don't care people, you guys are beginning to see them now. They will drag this old man to wherever they want to drag him. And they will never tell you that they are wrong. And they will never tell you what happened to him because of who they are. Until then, God bless you guys. Have yourself a great day. I'm going to be off tomorrow. I mean, I won't be here in the evening. I'm going to be off on Thursday. Unless something major happens other than the Trenton issue that we're discussing right now, unless something major happens that we see across all the social media, people are discussing it, and perhaps I will come in to share my opinion. But if everything remains the same as the way it is, I will sit it out tomorrow and I will sit it out on Thursday. And then by God's grace, we'll be back here on Friday. So take good care of yourself. The videos are out there. If you missed it from the beginning, please try to listen to it. Let it be a lesson for all political leaders in our country. Do not play with your health. Invest in your health. You can invest in other things. They will pay dividend. But if your health is never considered as part of your investment, it will come to haunt you. As we leave today, I want you to take a good look at Joseph Boakai. You see it? People did not consider Joseph Boakai health. They were only using him. And this is how Joseph Boakai is today, folks. They never invested in Joseph Boakai health because they were all about greed and they provided poor management to Joseph Boakai. Let there be a lesson. In the corporate world we live today, when something happens, they allow the other people and say, hey, something happened over here at this location. Would you mind looking at what happened and begin to put in preventive measures so it can happen over there? It's called reducing risks by being very proactive. Joseph Boakai folks never did that. Until then, God bless you guys. I see you guys. Good night. J. Randy is out of here. Bye-bye.
Ils ont des bas formes tendance très fort. Jean-Charles Lokotolo Lakombe, Yves Bandoudi. Christian Biena, André Image. Bruno Sanda, Atis Photo. David Monceau.
Share the video, guys. It's Saturday morning, man. It's Saturday morning. We have been Liberia centric here. Yes.
150 Kambaka Muzuna Base Badi Banga Poison Gorbachev Bobo Van Damme Timbo Benoît Tebopinji Wapi Angel Koi Joli Mayala Libanga Kayo Lengi Robert de 6 Brice Kabamba ACT Communication Amelin Edon Bakoluka Naumata Fatou Ilunga Ravis Fataki Papicho Mwekatolo bienvenue Wawa Félix Aizono de Baforme tendance très fort. Comme somos en papa Roberto. Rigo Ngandoli. Oko Chomba. Jean-Charles Lokoto Lola Kombe, Yves Bandoudi, Christian Guilla, Adné Image, Bruno Sanda, Atis Photo, David Monceau. Paul Makela Mina Coiffure, des Castro de Kwenda, JC Lady, Jean-Jacques Munda, Frédéric Siouna Hanovre, Jean-Claude Diboko, Charles Condé, l'homme à la page.
All right. Hey, Google. Turn the music off. Turn the music off. All right. Hey, Google, what time is it?
It's 10:41 a.m.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:41 a.m. Thank you so much for joining me here. This is J. Randy here. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. And hey, hello, Google. I don't give a damn whether or not you want to pause my broadcast, but that music that we just listened to, we don't have right to that music, but we just want to have a good time because there are not many people in Liberia that are having good time, and people don't want to help them have a good time. But we will make sure that they have a very good time here. So good morning to you and good morning to everyone. Somebody said, how do you call it? Good morning, Randy, sir. Good morning, sir, J. Randy, and all the viewing out there. Right after the show here, Alex, I will appreciate if you will give me a call and give me a starter update because I think we are getting ready now. All plugs are now within the different light, or all light, if you will. And I'm looking forward to lighting up that light in Liberia. And you being the operation guy who is coordinating things on the ground. I look forward to speaking with you today. and so that we can know where we are. So try to bring me up to speed today, depending on your schedule, for to have this conversation here. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. This is one of the best platform in our community of Liberians. Here we don't come to hide things, and we are not like the vampires. We come here to make sure that you hear the truth, nothing else but the truth. So share the video out there, guys. Share the video. Let me do the same here. There are few developments coming out here within the past 14 to 15 hours now. We see that the CDC government has double shoveled the opposition, yes, and that is a very tough blow for the opposition. I will be giving you detail on that, and I'm sure some of you guys are already in the know, but I will be giving you my side of the story, because the equation is now being balanced here in the U.S., and I think the Georgia team is now trying to open up to do what it takes to be a country that has a policy. So we'll be discussing that as well. So I just want to make sure that you guys understand that from my point of view. We'll be doing a broadcast tonight, and then the detail of most of the things will be reviewed tonight. Yes, most of the things. So tonight, I will be back here to give you guys an update as it relates to video and other audios that we will be showing you guys in terms of what it means to the George Weah administration. You see, back in the days, the loudmouth guys used to accuse Ellen Johnson Sirleaf of using a lady by the name of Linda, I don't know the last name, who used to be on K Street lobbying for Ellen Johnson administration. And the Weah administration became a laughing stock where people felt that he had no contact and stuff like that. But Boakai Seller, a very, very young attorney in the United States who is so strong when it comes to minority equality in the country. And if I'm absolutely right, I stand to put in a pluses minus in there. But Boakai was, I believe, the first guy on CNN when Trump took office who bluntly said the president can lie. And that shook everybody that time. If you follow CNN back then, you will remember that Boakai Seller was the guy who said something like that. So it is being published from CNN. Yes, I mean not CNN, but from Fox News. And let me read what it says here. On Fox News, CNN analyst Boakai Sellers register to work on behalf of the Liberian government. That's a very good news there for the CDC administration, because there is something in the United States here that is called, and let me go back to that name there. It is called, it's under the Department of Justice, and it is called the, let me make sure I have it here. Yes, it is called the Foreign Agent Registration Act that I was established in 1938. And let me see what I can do here to give you guys that information right now, because I want to make sure that you understand what is happening here. So I'm going to go back to my own broadcast right now. The broadcast you're watching here right now, I'm going to post that thing there, because there's a QA section on there that will help you to understand exactly what the Weah administration is up to here. So let me, right now, I mean, I'm going to post this thing right here for you guys here. I see my t-shirt showing here. Sorry guys, I'm still in my pajamas, so please forgive me for that. All right, so let me post that here for you guys here. So this is coming up, it's coming up. All right, is it that? Yeah, I think it's coming up here. All right, let me see, I just posted, and let me say good morning to my friend and brother Thomas, my up and down friend and brother. Let me say good morning to him there. And I think I just posted it for you guys there. Did I, or did I put it somewhere? I think I did. Okay, let me just do it again. Maybe it might come up here. All right, and put that in there. So you guys should be seeing that now. Yeah, so that is what it's all about. It should be coming on my screen right away. So if you want to get, there you go. It's right there. So it's out for your, downtime when you have the time to read what Boakai is going to do for the Weah government, the detail that I was established in 1938. To give lobbyists the opportunity to lobby on behalf of a particular country to represent the interests of that country, to persuade the Americans and other investors in this country about their political opinions against another country. So Boakai Salas is going to be doing that on behalf of the WEI administration, and based on the principle of transparency, Boakai has to register in that database and make that announcement to the American public that he will be representing the WEI administration. But here is what I want Liberia to understand, including the citizen here too. In how much you want to be transparent with what you preach in that country. Boakai mentioned something very important, and I'm not going to be the one to say it. I'm going to read it for you guys here in part. All right. So let me read it here in part. All right. All right. It says here, liberal CNN analyst Boakai Seller has registered under the Foreign Agents Registration Act to work on behalf of the Liberian government. Yay, we're all clapping for that, especially those who are sedition and want to see Joe we are doing success. Document filed with the Department of Justice on Wednesday show that Seller will be working on behalf of the Liberian government. The CNN analyst also acknowledged that he will be pay a salary for his work. So here's where I stand. The Georgia administration, we want to know how much you pay in Boakai Salas. Yes. So that pay has to be revealed. Mr. Weir, if you listen to me here. Minister Tue, if you listen to me here. All right? So how much will he be paid? You see, Bedede? Now you're learning on Bedede. You fall right in the path that I'm trying to ask, because it's about transparency. Let me read, and for you guys, I don't know where you got it, but let me read something here quickly too that Bedede is talking about here. So, FARA is the name, and you know the Foreign Agent Registration Act is called FARA for short. All right? So, what is he going to be doing? What is the purpose of FARA? And that is right in that same link I give to you here. So I will read here. FARA, as I said, is the foreign, how do you call it? The Foreign Agent Registration Act, FARA. What is the purpose here? And that link I sent you is also part of that too. All right. I hope I won't be Chester this morning. No, I will Chester anybody who want to be on the show, because Chester and you is going to make you stronger. And you know, when I was in school, I always like to be Chester. Chester means challenge. So let's move the word Chester. Keep the C, keep the H, keep the A, but remove the rest. All right? So keep the C, keep the H, keep the A, and put in LLENGE. Challenge. So get rid of the other one and add the other one there. All right? So let's do a words surgery here. A surgery of a word. Remove that other part. Keep the C, the H, and the A. Remove the rest of the other letter and bring in the LLENGE. Just say, Randy, yes, I love you to challenge me, all right? Because challenging you is not a bad thing. It builds your skill. It motivates you. And I know the reason you come back all the time is because you believe that no matter how small we are, our engagement here speak thousands of words that are very persuasive to the people here. So let's read. What is the purpose of FARA? FARA is an important tool to identifying foreign influence in the United States and address threat to national security. Now, if you want to read what I'm reading, the link I just sent you, go there and go to the QA section, because there are questions that have been written there that provide answers for you as well. All right. The central purpose of FARA is to promote transparency. Now, you see, that's what I'm saying. Seller has already gone to that registry under the Department of Justice in the United States and declared his intention of wanting to help promote Liberia in the United States. But he also mentioned, because part of the question is, are you going to be doing this on pro bono basis? No. He said, I'm going to be paid. Unlike Robert Salif, who said he was doing pro bono business for knockout, that we don't get to see the detail today. The flip side is, and the similarity here is, Boakai Seller, he is from how they call it, from North Carolina, just how Robert said he used to live in North Carolina, a place that he don't want to go anymore because of his title change now since he left in my office. He left in my administration. So the central purpose of FARA is to promote transparency with respect to foreign influence within the United States by ensuring that the United States government and American public, no, hold on there. I think I skip a line here. To ensure, all right, that the United States government and the public know the source of certain information from foreign agent intended to influence American public opinion, policy, and law, thereby facilitating information, evaluation of that information. Foster transparency by requiring that person who engage in specific activities within the United States on behalf of a foreign principal register with and disclose those activities to the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice is required to make such information public. So, Mr. Weir, well, why don't you do this thing for us too, Mr. Weir? Boakai said he's going to be paid, and I think the Liberian people deserve to know how much he will be paid, because Boakai has done his part under the Department of Justice to provide transparency here. So, Mr. Weir, I'm kindly asking you. You see, that's why sometimes when I come here, opposition will come and elect me today, and then other time they will not come and elect me, because the country is fucked up. And in order for us to make the country better, we must be tough enough to ask the tough question. I love the government. I love the people of Liberia. I love the opposition. I love every one of you guys on here. But the behavior of the opposition or the government or some of you guys will be the thing that I will hate. But when you become a better person or try to become a better person, I'm not perfect too. I'm open up to being criticized. But what you tell me, if it's something that I believe makes sense and based on public measure opinion also makes sense, I take that and put that into my 4 quadrant and say, yes, this is my weakness, and I can use it as an opportunity to improve. And if we start to do those things, we'll have a better country. But if we come to just personal lies, because I love the party, I love the individual, and don't use our common sense from a central core of being Liberia-centric, then we're missing the mark here. So the link is out there. Try to read some of the detail, and it will give you more detail of what Boakai is going to be doing. But technically, he's going to be lobbying for the government. As you know, they got K Street in Washington, D.C., where lobbyists go. They lobby for the government. But I would say the Boakai Sellers is a very influential guy. He worked with the Biden administration. He has the biggest foot so far, as I know, within the administration, and connecting with WIA. I think that was a very good move on the chessboard. But all we expect now is transparency as to how much he will be paid and what are the information he will be sharing. And I'm sure Boakai office is going to be open to some of us, because we're going to call him and say, hey, Boakai, we are Liberians here. We just want to know. And under that Justice Department, there are certain disclosure that he may be able to give to you and to me to see what the government is talking about. But let us do it in honesty and not in hatred. Yes, that's how I see it, all right? So that's a good thing I like about America. That's why I'm telling you guys. And, you know, live in this country. Don't live in the Liberia America. Live in the United States of America. Because if I was in Liberia, you know whether somebody working on behalf of the government. I can tell you that right now. It's not going to happen, all right? And that's what I love about this country. They are not perfect, though. However, they try to do what it takes to promote transparency. So we are now need to tell the Liberian people, hey, what's up, Sonny Boy? We are now need to tell the Liberian people what needs to be done. So, not to waste your time here, let me try to say a few things here. So, Ghana, to me, has had 2 successes this year, and I'm very proud of them. And this evening, I will be reviewing the video with you guys. But let me just give you some summary of that. All right? So, Ghana, what the guy say here, will he publish or unpublish? That is up to them. I mean, that's public record. Anybody who works for the government, their salary need to be published. Yes. There is something called open secret. All right? Let me show you guys something here called open secret here. All right? So let's do some learning thing. All right? OpenSecret.com. Open Secret. All right? OpenSecret.com. Let me just show you guys that. OpenSecret.org. Yeah, I think it's .org. Yes. OpenSecret.org. All right? Let me try to bring that to you guys here. So I can show it to you guys here. So that's a very important question you asked over there, my brother Alex. Let me show you Open Secret here. All right? So that way you guys can get to see OpenSecret.org. Okay, there we go right here. All right. So open secret here. Let me tell you guys here. I'm going to move the camera here and I'm going to detach my charger here because I want to show you guys something here called open secret here. All right. So here is it. OpenSecret.org. All right. This is where people come and give money here. Let me see what I'm looking for here. All right. All the lobbyists that gave money to any political party, including yourself, you can come right here and donate money here to any political party of your choice. So if I put in Joe Biden here, I put in Joe Biden and see who all donated money to Biden. Let's see whether we'll get a hit. All right. See Joe Biden 2020, all the people that gave money to Joe Biden. All right. If you click here, you will find all the people that gave money to Joe Biden. Okay. And it will give you all the different information here. But if you need it, I can also help you and send this to you here. Now you see all the company here, fundraising tools here, Biden presidency, all the people that gave money to Biden here. All right. And these are some of his projects he's doing here too. There's another area where they talk about, okay, fundraiser here. So during all the time he was campaigning, this is all the fundraiser. So you can go in there and make your donation. I'm not here to promote Biden. I'm just here to tell you about some of the things here. Contribution. All right. So this is Joe Biden campaign here. The geographic. Let's look at the contributor here. Maybe my man Thomas will be here. You got Thomas to support people on a cover. Maybe Thomas been supporting Joe Biden here. We don't know. But maybe we'll find his name here. All right. These are all the different organizations here that contributed to Joe Biden campaign here. All right. All right. Those individual immediate family, all right, at the federal level organization themselves do not donate. So these are people that made donation to Joe Biden here. It's called open secret. So see that one thing about America here, folks. Anything you do see, so when I be asking the Spoon CEO about his money, nobody want to listen to some of us. But we know how to give you guys information. All right. So if you need that and want to get more detail on that, you can even go as far as Barack Obama days. You will see all those who contributed money. And so sometimes when someone make contribution, we go there as anonymous. So when you see anonymous there, maybe that some of us will pay our late $10, $15, and that our part of contribution. So when you see me asking Mr. Witherspoon about all that money he giving here and there, this is where it comes from, and transparency. All right. So now another thing I want to bring to you guys attention to also to is this: the Republic of Ghana this year alone, 2021, is one of the happiest places so far in terms of economic boom. We heard that Toyota was going to open a manufacturing plant. So this year, the Ghanaians, they are being put to work. And I just got a video from a very important person. And the USA, again, is about to open a manufacturing of airplanes in Ghana again. That's another job opportunity. The question is, where did we go wrong? Ellen Johnson said he was there for 12 years. The relationship between Liberia and America, Ellen did nothing. The only thing Ellen managed to do for herself was just to promote her image across America. Went to Harvard, went to the White House. You think the president of Ghana cannot come here and even go to London? But that's not his intention. He's not about himself. He is about Ghana-centric. The centricity of Ghana lives in him. Promoting the image of Ghana is his #1 priority. So he will lobby around. And there's nothing wrong with lobbying. When you see people bringing contract to a country, it's all about lobbying. You go out there to lobby for things. Technically, when coaches go out there to look for players and start speaking to other people, they are technically lobbying and stuff like that. Yes. And you know, that's why it is. That's lobbying. So there's nothing wrong. But what I think wrong is what is inside for it. What Thomas say here, let me read Thomas' comment here because he's writing all kind of crap here. Our friendship is not on and off. You chose to make it that way. We are family. Well, I mean, if you define it that way, I will only define it that way. Our friendship is based on transparency. That's how I want for you to see it, Thomas. Our friendship is based on transparency, and anything that compromises the interest of anybody, whether they are close to us or not close to us, we should stand for the truth. If you and I can sign that agreement, that even if Jay Rennie go to Liberia and take money out of there, and you know Jay Rennie, that money was not right, tell me, say, Jay Rennie, our friendship doesn't cover this. It's wrong. You either got to pay that money back or go get that money back. That's how I define our friendship. Because remember, I'm from the grass. I'm not from the elephant. I suffer a lot, so I don't want other people to take advantage of that. So let's define that. All right, so I'm not here to start with the reading of the comment. It's too early for that. So Ghana this year has had so many successes this year. The people are proud. Can we hold we are responsible? Of course, there are some things that we can hold we are accountable. But looking at the commutative part of everything from 1847 now, he's doing what he can do, and the people of Liberia will measure his success. But there's another thing unfolding that is coming up, and that will bring us to the topic today. So, these few days, or maybe on 15 to 18 hours, there is a photo going around where Mr. Benjamin Senvi Cummings is sitting across Boakai decks, and he is letting his followers know that, oh, these are great men. Let me ask you guys this question. I just read for you the four principal reason, transparency. Benjamin Senvi took the Liberian people money, honor, and pretend that he would open up a business. And there's nothing wrong with Benjamin Senvi coming to America here to live. But where is the company? Well, we cannot hold him 100% for the company. But the government of Liberia, from Ellen Johnson said he did to George Weah, is asking Benjamin Senvi to pay that money back. And Benjamin Senvi is passing around here, sitting in North Carolina, the same place Boakai Saleh live. But Boakai Saleh is very transparent enough to say, George, we are going to pay me. But Ben Senvi is not coming up as a former political party chairman who should be the role model that many partisans of that party should emulate his example. He took that $45,000 and up to today he cannot pay that money back. But he will go and call for party for people to come and celebrate. Drinking liquor, passing around, wherein the children of Liberia, from Maryland to Cape Mount, from Lofa to Riverside, can better get a better lunch, breakfast, or dinner. And nobody is seeing anything, especially those who support him. Nobody. Nobody's seeing anything. I mean, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? That's why it is. So, when you see a criminal, when you see a thief, when you see a crook pressing an individual who for 12 years, 12 consecutive years, do you know what I mean for 12 years? Even in America, they tell you that we'll not bother you to call you if your child or your children complete 12 years of education. That is enough to minimize illiteracy in the country. When you see an individual who sat down with an administration for 12 years, and you come back to say, yes, this guy is our guy, and the man who is even praising that person, if you look at his character, country fucked up. We are not being Liberia-centric. Liberia-centricity, or the art of being Liberia-centric, is to put Liberia first. If you take something that belongs to the people, pay it back. Benedict just asked me a question here. I hope we are then will disclose that pay. Whether Benedict is saying it because he doesn't like George Weah and he now trying to be transparent. But when Benedict don't say Benjamin Senvi, you got the people money, try to make the payment arrangement, then I see Benedict as not being Liberia-centric, but I see it as being Liberia personal in terms of his own interests, because he's not balancing that scale. He's not doing that. He's not doing that. And that's why we have to fight in this country as Liberians who really mean well for our country. Because if you think about it, we are going a long way and our country ain't going anywhere. Ghana now today is going to open up a airplane manufacturing facility. And we older than Ghana. Ghanaian used to be in our country. Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong? Because we are not being sincere about being Liberia-centric. Kwame Nkrumah left from here, the United States, went and became president of Ghana, and went to President Todman, Philip Ofoboye, Shaka Stephen of Sierra Leone, and Sekou Touré, and he went to Ghana, and he came up with the idea, gentlemen, we just came from America, especially for me. What I saw in our country, we can begin to lay a foundation down today. Let us put together an organization called African Unity. We may not know it all today, but over time, as the country grows, there will be minds that will be developed across the continent called Africa. And in time to come, we will be the forefather of what I'm putting together here. And they will agree. They established that institution. But later on down the road, political influence started hitting Africa. Todman being who Todman is, getting on the ship, spending weeks over the ocean, having people toting him here and there. He forgot to know that the Ivory Coast was already built by the French. He forgot to know that Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Ghana were being colonized by other countries, and the people in the country were learning. But like, bro, we didn't give you a silver platter. We were not colonized, nothing. So when Kwame Nkrumah saw the unseriousness in Todman's face, he went back and redefined the direction of Ghana. He identified the problem, he knew the solution, and he wanted to change the course of Ghana today. And that when he came out and said Ghana is the best. And Ghanaians, every time you see Ghanaian, they will tell you Ghana is the best. Ghana is the best. So they built for them that model that Ghana is the best. And today, the reality of Ghana being the best in our West African region. They invited African Americans to take residence in their country to grow their tourist industry, including Obama, Michelle, and a lot of people going there. They brought in the U.S. military contract, even though they pushed back on it. The U.S. saw interest in it. They came also to and brought in the Toyota plant. And today now, they are trying to secure a manufacturing plant. So what does that tell you about us? What does that tell you about us? When they ask Ghana, when somebody go to Ghana and say, how old are you guys? Well, we pretty much on 60 or 70 years old. Oh, for real? Yes. But there's a country not too far from here called Liberia. They are 174 years old. Oh, wow. They might have more things than you guys. Oh, no. Some of them are here. The ministers of them come here, they die here. That's how Liberia is. And why you think? Because we are not defined the direction that we want the country to go. Each and every one of us want our own direction for Liberia. As long as Benjamin Senvi can go and take $45,000, that's my direction for myself. And as long as I keep quiet, that's your direction because you take along with him, you along with him. That's why Labrador can't go nowhere. That's one of the reasons why I tell you guys that I'm not going back to that country. Yes, I'm not going back to live. I'm sorry to hurt some of you guys feeling, but time is not on our side. They just broke here. Is after what? 2 in Liberia. Is after 11 my side here. We have only 12 hours in a day. Yeah, 12 hours of daylight. 12 hours of daylight because there are 24 hours in a day. How much thing can we do in the daytime? There are times that you do something today and leave it for tomorrow. We wasted 174 years of making our country better. And the reason is up to 174 years and we are not doing anything. For every minute, every second, every nano or many seconds in a day, we waste time in our country to fix things for ourselves. And we kept putting it off. 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 Now today, our country, throughout the counties, we don't have what it takes to classify a country as a developing country. No better school system. No better healthcare system. No water standard. Nothing. And then when somebody come in and want to do a little work. Hey, Michael Tibbetson, what's up? And want to do a little work. Georgia is the symptom of what's going on in our country. We need to understand that whoever want to come after George Weah, they should be better than George Weah. That's the bottom line that I got for you. Anybody who disagree with George Weah. If you want to be better, if you want to remove George Weah, you should be better than George Weah. Some of you guys play soccer here, right? A player that is on the field doing his best. He's not injured, nothing wrong, but the coach just said, one more, Michael Tibbetson, for example. Let me pick on Michael Tibbetson here because I don't think you have issue with me picking on him. One more, Tibbetson, and Tibbetson on the line warm me up. Next thing you go to, they say, okay, come out of the field, Mr. Player, Tibbetson go in. What do you think the coach expectation and what you think Michael's expectation will be on that field? Michael is going to perform and even outperform the player they took out of the field. Because Michael will want to be the starting player rather than the substitute player. The reason Liberia is 174 years old and we have not achieved anything up to the standard we're supposed to be based on our age and our existence is very simple. We have challenges in the country that I would see as problem, but we are not being able to find a solution, the strategy to define the solution. And then combine the problem and the solution and turn the direction of where we want the country to be. Somebody say, I am not against holding Benjamin accountable for the loan he contracted and forced himself to make. All right, let me see what he wrote here. All right, and forced himself to make. Forcing him to make payment plan for a loan he defaulted. All right. Wait, hold on here. My screen is small. Let me read it here. Okay, so it's opening up now. So let me say this. I am not against holding Ben Senvi accountable for the loan he contracted and forcing him to make payment plan for the loan he defaulted on. But when there will be, okay, let me see. I'm not understanding your statement here, my brother. But when, okay, I'll just read it as that because I don't know here. Maybe I'm making error, I don't know, but just how you read it, I'm going to, because you said, but when there will Weah administration account for the 25 million map or exercise, which you have never mentioned in your podcast. That's why you don't know me. That's why you don't know me, Bedede. I'm not going to argue on that. Bedede, you don't know me for true, Bedede. You don't know me, but let me give you, let me tell you where to go, Bedede. All right? I got somewhere for you to go at. Guys, y'all hold on. There are some, skeptics here. Let me just try to show this guy here, all right? So, you see the page I'm broadcasting on right now, all right? It says J-A-Y. It's spelled out J-A-Y, right? All right. Now, I see your clarification there. Thank you for that. Now, let me give you another one again, all right? So, apparently you don't know me. So, saying you don't know me, I will show you something here for you to see here, all right? Okay. You see your other page here? This one here, where I'm pointing my finger at. It when I got J. Your homework is to go on the page and take up to a month. That question you just asked, that opinion question you just asked, or comment you just made, go there, you will see. All right? So let's move on here. When you come as stranger and you come to date and see me talking today, and you don't know where I came from, that is one of the disconnect about Liberians. That's why I said, one of the things that I do is to know your history. When you go meet a doctor for the first time, when you go apply to a school for the first time, why you think they're asking you for some historical information before they take you? Because they want to know where you start and where you are now. In Liberia, we don't believe in doing historical research. BDJ just saw Randy talking in a few months. He came and joined Randy, but he don't even know how long Randy been on Facebook. And I think if Thomas is honest with you, Thomas will tell you, even the Moses that is on Sky TV, do you know who made Moses popular today? It was me that made Moses popular. So I'm not here to come be lecturing you on that one. Okay, so let me progress it. All right. So, let me put a plug in here. Let me see here. All right, there you go. So yeah, where we are now. The reason Liberia is now making progress today is because we are and we have been a bunch of unserious people. We are not defining the direction of our country. We are not identifying the problem of our country. And from year in and year out, from generation to generation, all we do is to just have a good time. And because it used to be done without any spotlight, now with Facebook, you're getting to see now what interests attract many Liberians today. When it comes to politics, political gossip, they're there in number. But when it comes to discussing the direction of the country, you don't find us in those places. You don't find us doing those things. And that's why I say every year we just add numbers to our country and our individual ages, but we're going nowhere. We're going nowhere. All right? We're going nowhere. All right, I have been following you since 2014 with different names. Why you having different names in the first place? The fact that you having different names, I mean, I got a problem with you. What you having different names for? Like, you a fake man? See, for me, I don't have that kind of behavior. I wouldn't did it once, and I was doing the time I was not on Facebook. Yeah, but you have been following me now, but to follow me is one thing, but to track what I'm saying and get the most important things is another thing. Yes. You can be in a car driving with people, but you don't see what the driver is seeing because the driver making sure that everything that compromises safety for you in a car, he's going to pay attention to it. There are times that you'll be sleeping while the car going. So if you pose that question and say, oh, I never said anything about that. Samuel Tuer himself, all right, Samuel Tuer himself on Michael Gilmore's show in July, he said, if you watch that show, Randy, my own friend, was joining Mo Ali them and telling them that I'm guilty of the $25 million. Where were you at that time? Because I play on my show here. Where were you? So come on, man. Forget about it. You don't know me like that. And we just know you on Facebook. You don't know me like that. You know how long it takes for the Liberian community here to try to find something on me and they cannot find it? No. Because I'm a different Liberian. I live in the country for a long time, but I don't associate with Liberians. I don't go to Liberian party that much. Even if I go, I sit down quietly and walk away. Because I knew that one day people will put people's character on the line. So let me progress here, my brother. Let not make the thing our discussion. I say no more again. Your post will be read later. Let me focus on what I'm about to say here, all right? So we have not been a successful country because we are not defined who we are. And until we begin to do those things, and I believe that starting from our politicians, when we have made mistake, let us not make that same mistake. If you remove a bad player, put a good player on the field. Now, that said, let me bring you guys to the main topic here. Joseph Boakai, Alexander Cummings. So there is the plan going around that Cummings should compromise his interest. And that would be one of the biggest mistakes that Cummings will ever make in his political career. And that would make him to be one of the stupidest men that ever joined the Liberian politics. It is being said that Cummings is trying to go as Joe Boakai vice president. Even though Boakai, after being in government for 42 years, 25 years, which I don't give a damn about, but what I want you to understand about Joe Boakai, he got flogged by George Weah because he could not defend the number of years he served in public, as a public servant, and the 12 years he worked with Ellen. He could not defend Ellen's policy to persuade the people of Liberia to win. Can you imagine that? Obama defended his 8 years record. Joe Biden came as vice president for 8 years, defended that record, and he became president today. But Boakai, for 12 years under Ellen, could not convince the Liberian people about what they did. And that the man coming want to go underneath. And the same policy that Ellen carried out, Joe Boakai is saying that he's going to complement the policy. You see, when they say not all executives in corporate America are created equal, Cummings is one of them. I believe today that Cummings got that position because of affirmative action. And the affirmative action, as you know it, but for the Liberian that don't understand it, when it gets so white people there, they take one black man, put a black man there. So when the other people come, they say, oh, we got black man here, yes. I honestly believe that Cummings did not merit being a vice president for Coca-Cola, but it was through an affirmative action that got Cummings over there. Because from what I'm seeing Cummings doing today, learning in the country and saying, oh, we cannot keep doing the same thing over and over and expect different results, and seeing him aligning himself with people with bad character, it stands that Coca-Cola will go against and Cummings compromising himself. That tells me something about Cummings. That Cummings was just put in that structure because he was a black person. And that's one of the reasons why they sent him to South Africa. To South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, and Nigeria. Nigeria, Kenya, and I would say South Africa. All right? Because that's who he is. It was through affirmative action that he got up there. Because Cummings came with a model, and there's one thing we call understanding the political culture. If you understand the political culture, you know how to carefully place yourself, because you got your agenda, and your agenda should be well placed by meeting the challenges that people have. So I'm hearing that Cummings is trying to go as VP for Joe Boakai. Even though in the CPP agreement, whoever is elected as the standard bearer, that individual has his right to look around and pick someone as a vice president. But everything so far has been planned, pre-planned, that Cummings going to go. Now, hear what they're telling Cummings now. I want you to listen to this. They are telling Cummings, hey, Cummings, here's the thing here. When you go with Joe Boakai, in our dream, we become the leader of that country. Joe Boakai will now go for second term. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. You see that, Cummings? Yes. And then guess what? You will go and run for president. Is that right? Is that right? And Cummings being the kind of person he is, not far-sighted, not smart, not reading things through, not talking to other people. He's not doing photo up with Joe Boakai. Whether they're going to win, whether they're going to win, Cummings is trying to embarrass himself that he's not an independent man. All right? That he's not an independent man. But here are some of the risks that Cummings is putting himself into. Number one, those hyenas, those coyotes, that are just waiting to have their part of time. For example, if they go to bed and Joe Boakai become president in their dreams, the first 6 years, they don't tell you their financial standard right now. They don't tell you where the financial standard is right now. The first 6 years, they know that the possibility of getting another 6 years, they're not going to compromise it. They're going in there to grab and go. They will do anything and everything to enrich themselves while coming and serving as vice president. They know Joe Boakai don't have a long life. Joe Boakai can see his demise even before the 6 year end, and this is reality because the old man is sick. Joe Boakai could say, I'm not going to run the second term, but they could cause more damage. And what will happen to Cummings? When those guys have gone in there and do what they want to do for themselves and damage the image of the country, Cummings will be sitting down there. And the Liberian people will get very furious, bitter, and say, but we thought these people came as angels. Look what they had done to us. They will be damaging Cummings already. Boakai can't control them. Boakai is sick. Boakai cannot stand on his feet for 9 hours in a day. You better see Boakai walking around in the street. You better see Boakai. Boakai is sick. COVID is around. Boakai is dodging COVID than anyone on the battlefront who trying to dodge a bullet. So he's indoor throughout. But we'll come to Boakai for a few minutes from now. So the guy will go on the ground and get what they want to get. So all the guys you see around here, the man who told for the $5,000, you think that just the limit? You wait when he get there too. He's going to quadruple that for the $5,000. Because they're going to say, you know what? This is our time. This is our time. And then what's going to happen to Cummings? Cummings will be there as vice president and they will destroy Cummings' image. That a Cummings in their dream decide to run for president. The Liberian people will reject Cummings. And that's why they will fuck Cummings there. But Cummings don't see it. He not seeing the big pictures. He not seeing the big picture. You came to the country and you said, we can't keep doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. But you're going and swimming, marching, walking, driving with political guru who are schooled into tricks of other people. All right? That's exactly what they're going to do to Cummings. But right now, his supporters, they will not see it that way. They will not see it that way. You see, when Noah was building the ark and told the people that there will be a rain, they denied it. So the eye of Liberian denying things, it's not real. I told them from the beginning of the year that nothing will be accomplished in Liberia. They deny it, right? This is September. We got October, November, December. 3 more months to go. Nothing will realize. So when Liberian men come and tell you, oh, this will not happen, don't listen to them, please. You know why? Ask them for 174 years. Why we don't have road connecting all the different counties? Because they have been in denial that they were not even going to reach the 174 years. So it is a adapted behavior of putting themselves first. They're supporting somebody who could not give the Liberian people a 12-year message to convince the population of people to vote for them. But they want you to believe that Joe Boakai is their man. That country fucked up. Right now, if they ask every one of us to go back to Liberia, you think someone else support Joe Boakai? They will not do it. Because they know their children will be going back with them, especially if they were not born here. If they were born here, they will stay here. But they know their health will be compromised. They know they're not in a position to get anything. They will be afraid. But because they don't live there, so they are not part of that circle of people that they want for some. Think about it. Joe Boakai was there for 12 years and he couldn't propagate one single message. You see, we Liberians, we feel complacent about other people's country. We live here, we enjoy ourselves, we got good life, but we don't have that Liberia-centricity about our people back home. So Cummings is walking into a lion den. He can take that bait, but he can only pray that maybe after 2 years, Boakai can pass away or Boakai can become completely immobile, that he cannot move, that he can take power. But as long Boakai is president in a dream, Coming will not be president because those very guys, they just want to weather the storm. Politics, election is about numbers. They are worried that since we spoke about Cummings going to take side where we are in the future, they listen and they put those things together. Now they're bringing Cummings on board. They bring Cummings, let's take picture as evidence that you're supporting us. Did you see them taking picture before like that? No. But when we came here and told the Liberian people that in the end, Cummings will end up us supporting George Weah, and George Weah will add Cummings to the government and make Cummings people this, maybe I spilled it being so early. Don't see the number small like this. But the information that we provide here is very powerful to them. But they will not admit it, even if they're dying of cancer. They will not tell you, say, we stole some of Randy's idea. They will not do it. Because of the insincerity that live in some of them. They were totally against Cummings. But when we lay out that matrix, how Cummings will relate, because there is a history where Unity Party and Liberty Party work together. And then MPP work together with CDC, and today here we are. They know that. They know that. They know that. 12 years, the man sat over there and he cannot give one message to the people. One message to the people. How can you be president for 12 years and you cannot convince the people? And you cannot convince the people. You cannot convince the people. Very shameful. Very, very shameful. Not even compared to Al Gore and George Bush. Because when Florida made that call and said Al Gore wanted, George Bush didn't challenge it, they went to court. Al Gore said, okay. He didn't even come that far. It was another guy who came up with that. 12 years. So let Cummings sit over there and allow the guy to use him. It just goes to show his level of ignorance when it comes to politics. He got no clue. Cummings came from a structured environment and he will be used every day. I just feel sorry for him. Because the time he's supposed to listen to the right people, it will be too late for him. Yes, it will be too late for him. It will be too late for Cummings. It will be very late for Cummings. Cummings will not realize anything in our country. Yes, he will not realize anything in our country. All right? Let me read a few comments here again before we get to the Joe Boakai issue here. So here, basically said Boakai was in Kakata just recently to debunk that analysis. So out of 6 months to 9 months, Boakai show up in one county, then I cover everything, right? When last did Boakai speak on any issue? How long was he in Kakata for? Did he walk around? Where's the video evidence to show what Boakai was doing there? So you want to be the Boakai spokesman. Was he by virtual means in Kakata? Maybe like you on Zoom and you see yourself in Kakata? You think that what will convince the Liberian people? Boakai is a sick man. Boakai will be one of the most expensive presidents if you ever get that lucky break, which you will not get. The man got a pacemaker in him. You know what it takes to maintain a pacemaker? The man's heart is not normal anymore. And that one thing that Cummings will pray God for. That in a dream, not a correlation. If Boakai ever become president in a dream, one that thing malfunction, and the ability to keep Boakai alive, it don't happen. Cummings will be president. If that what Cummings will gamble on, so shall it be. Then I will tell you to go for it. Because Boakai living with pacemaker in his heart, you're not a human being anymore. Your mobility is restricted by doctor order. And Boakai himself, because of power greed, he putting his health at risk. And even his wife, Katumu, is not telling him. Because the pressure that you're going to go underneath as president. He was our president, and Ellen kept him cool. Let me tell you one of the secrets why Ellen did not force Boakai to be president. Ellen knew that Boakai is sick. And there was going to be no condition that she was going to pressurize Boakai to go and take that bid. And that's why Ellen did not push Boakai to be anything in our country. But you guys are in broad day denial. That's why you see many Liberians in the country die because they don't go to the hospital. They will get sick before they go to the hospital and it get too late. It's something that is part of our culture. Men in their 40, 50, they don't even go to do prostate or colon exam because we don't believe in those things. Boakai is sick. He got pacemaker in him. Do you know what it means when you have that kind of condition? You will be very expensive. JFK was a sick president. There were times when you watch the documentary, he used to be sick on an S41. It became worry for the Democratic Party and for his family. This Joe Boakai man, he in a country that don't even know how to even suck the blood out of a pacemaker. He will spend most of his time in foreign countries, whereby the country will be left in the hands of hyena. Are you guys thinking about that? No, you cannot think about that because you know what? Y'all know the old man is sick. So y'all will have the opportunity to do what you want to do in our country because you guys are not Liberia-centric. You're only there for your own personal gain. So y'all will do anything and everything to push Boakai to the edge. Boakai will be out of hospital, in hospital, more than the time he will spend in the hospital, in the office. But you're not seeing the risks because you don't factor in the risks. And the way I expect coming to stand his ground. The people know Boakai will not be mobile. Boakai cannot sit down for 8 to 9 hours to discuss anything. Look at the man without no makeup. Look at him without no makeup. Does he look normal to you? When last Boakai giving you guys out there his medical record to be fit for anything? When last? Donald Trump asked Hillary Clinton for her record. They presented it. Donald Trump himself presented his record. He presented it. All right? But you guys don't see anything to tell the Liberian people that the man will be a more liability. Some of you guys here, you work in the medical area. You know what it means to have a health maintenance program insurance. You know what it means. And that way a man with a pacemaker who had to go and seek different opinions and had to travel around. Look at the Nigerian president today, Buhari. Man spent 9 months in the United Kingdom. Thank God that country, they operate independently. From their provision to other places, they operate independently. How many of you guys think about those things? But nobody want to say anything because you want to damage that country, because you don't care for that country. This man is sick, but still you're pushing him to the edge. You're pushing him to the edge. You're pushing him to the edge. We are playing soccer, Mr. Man. Was a soccer player. He's young. He's in 50. So why are you asking for his record? He got the right to present it to you. But is healthy. How many times have you seen we are going to the hospital? How many times have medical record have shown you from the day he played soccer to after he left football? He goes to the hospital all the time. All the leak, all the bombshell that can come about. When last have you heard that we have got medical record? But you not hear the bombshell that we are. You see, y'all like to compare things that make no sense. If we had medical issue, it was going to be presented out there long time ago. Because everything that we are done, we are working with Jackie Appiah, is showing, we are doing another one, is showing Finabono slapping, we are where because of something go, you're talking about it. You think if we have medical record problem, we're not going to come out here? These are some of the insincere behavior. Y'all know that old man. Looking at that old man, physical look. He doesn't look normal. He's sick. He feeling pain every day that comes. But you're forcing him to put on the smile that is paining him inside. Still, you don't want to say anything. Still, Boakai will spend more time in the hospital and there will be a pure waste. I don't think the Liberians are willing to put money into Boakai medical bills than what they can afford. And that's one of the reasons why Boakai will not be president. We will let the people know that Boakai cannot. Boakai is coming in as a liability already. He is a medical liability. He is an incompetent individual coming without other liability. We cannot take all the negative things from somebody like that. No. And Cummings should know better that Boakai is not the right person for this country. Cummings should not let his guard down, even if they brought him on for whatever reason. Let him not let his guard down. Boakai is not fair. Boakai will be a burden on our country. Money will be spent on Boakai health than put it in the economy. Boakai medical bill will put the country in debt. Can you imagine a country owing debt because of somebody's medical health? How do you think the world will look at us today and in the future? How do you think our children will look at us? That we saw a man with a pacemaker who 1/4 is already in the grave, who heart is already died off, and you take that man and go put him in office. How do you think your grandchildren will evaluate you? How you think? All because of political reason? Why can't you guys look among yourself and bring us somebody who is going to take on Boakai in the CPP or in the Unity Party to say, oh man, I'm standing next to you here. I think I can do better. Who's one of you? You guys don't even have that self-confidence in yourself. You guys don't have that self-confidence in yourself. Do you think a Boakai was in Sierra Leone, in Ghana, in Ivory Coast? You think he would not have people to take on him? Look at Bobby Wine in how do you call the country here? What do you call the country here? Bobby Wine. What the African country name? I know Mozambique. Yeah, I think Mozambique, if I'm not mistaken. But I stand to be corrected here. Why you think Bobby Wine, as young as he is, taking on God, I know Musimbi or what his name? Why you think he couldn't say, let the old man go? Because those guys from the East are very much smarter than some of us from Liberia. They believe in their skill. They believe in themselves. But you know what? Because we are bluff boys and girls, we don't believe in taking responsibility. So we want to put the old man there while he's sleeping. Then we go and buy the most expensive car, ride in our little Morovia town, and do nothing to improve the country because that's all we want. And that's all we want the old man. Anybody who want to make progress will show themselves. But these guys you see passing around here, that's all they want to do. They want to go out there, wear the more expensive clothes, drive around. They're not going to change anything. They find that they got a man who is medically immobile, can't do anything for himself, pushing him to the edge, so that when he sit down there in a dream, then they will have the leverage now to go and buy expensive car, riding around in the town. Now, one day, we will come to listen to them here. The woman don't even have a message from 2017, what he wants. Ask Boakai, what are the 3 elements that you can put in place to determine why Liberia should elect you? He doesn't know that. Liberia got a problem. Yes. How do we find a solution to the problem? And why are we finding a solution to the problem? What direction Joe Boakai want to take this country? If he cannot articulate that during the 2017 election, all the time he sat over there, what can he do now? What can he do? Somebody said, I'm deeply saddened by your inhuman discretion. What make it so inhuman? Somebody said you can say that? Somebody said you can say that? Oh, but in America here, when Trump get ready and say, we need to get Hillary Clinton record. We need to get Barack Obama record. Medical record. So it doesn't happen in Liberia, right? So when it comes to Liberia, the rule doesn't apply. Why you think when you about to go do a piece of job, why they always send you for medical evaluation? That dehumanizing you there? If you go on a piece of job, why they will send you to go to the occupational net to get some clean record, to do your blood work? Why you think they send you for those things? You see how the country fucked up? You see some of the reason why when I tell you that I don't want to be around certain Liberians people? You see it? The people in the country will send many of you guys to go do blood. Why is it at the end of the year? Unless maybe some of you guys don't go see your doctor. But you see all the things on the wall here. Let me show it to you guys. You see all the people on the wall over there? These are all my medical. All right? Because I have to go see my doctor. Why is it that when your child going to school, here they say bring your child medical record? Why? Why you think they're asking for those things? Why you think they're asking for those things? Oh, I guess, that's why I always say the white man better than the black man, right? Especially the Liberian man. Because I think the white man is very smart. All right? Oh, you do physical every year, right? Okay, that's under the HIPAA law, you do your physical, fine, you can keep it. But when you want to become a public figure, that law will not apply. You have to present your medical records. Because the people will want to know the physical and mental state of their leaders. If we cannot teach our people back home, but want to take a man who is medically ill and blind the Liberian people's eyes and mind and put him there so that when things happen, say, oh, something wrong with the man, they kill a man, they kill a man. Because all you will say, CDC people kill a man. We will not allow that to happen. It will make that a demand. Everyone would present a medical record. Because we don't want to use the taxpayer money to feed somebody in the hospital more than the job they're supposed to be doing. We can't do that. And these are the fundamental things that our people need to understand. Boakai is not medically fit to be president in our country. He's sick. Until a doctor can give us, the Liberian people, that he's fit to work, and should in case something happen, that doctor will take that responsibility. Because in America, one of the greatest things that everybody is afraid of is liability. Nobody want to take anybody's problem in this country here. That's why when you go get car insurance, at least they ask you for liability. Because when you hit somebody, that money you paying as the liability insurance will cover that damage you done to that person's car. Every leader, aside from their political requirements, there should also be a medical requirement that the Liberian people need to know. We must introduce those things. We must introduce those things. We must introduce those things. Everybody, we must introduce those things. You can have a man who sit down all day, bare right, can't move around. You don't even see him going anywhere to go buy his own grocery. You don't see him going anything. You don't even see him in the public wearing mask. Say, oh, there go our old leader over there. He and Ellen Johnson said they are battling against COVID that you cannot even see them in the public. Then at the man you come, oh, Boakai is the man, Boakai is the man. Look at comments. Most of the time it's in the street. Yes, we see comments as physical evidence. We see you sometimes in the street. And we see the other young politicians in the street. But you can barely see Boakai. Only pictures that you see Boakai on all the time. Only pictures. That kind of remind me of Steven Seagal movie when he killed one of the twin brothers and had a picture that did to his father and said, yeah, the guy here. Then that's the man you want to get to Liberian people. Is that your Liberian centricity there? We will open the Liberian people's eyes and tell them that Boakai is not normal. Boakai is a sick man. The old man is sick. You know what it takes? I work for a company where we used to manufacture pacemaker. That thing is very expensive to maintain. It's very, very expensive to maintain. There are times that you have to go for check. When last Boakai ever went for that medical checkup to see how that pacemaker is working? When last? When last? And you're sit down here and putting that old man into his early grave by putting him in a situation that he cannot handle. Because he will not be able to handle it. He will not be able to handle it. The hospital will not prepare for it. What will happen? They will end up flying him to Ghana. And when Ghana prepping you a little bit, they will end up giving you a referral and going somewhere. We cannot buy a bad product. Boakai is a bad product. He is not fit to be a leader. He has 12 years. He couldn't convince the Liberian people. Boakai is medically sick. We will not take a sick man to spend money on. There are a lot of young people in our country whose parents are working with their children that have some medical condition, and because their immune system can fight it, we should redirect that money to the children and not to Boakai health. Boakai chose to do what happened to his health. It's sad for him, but the Liberian people will not be willing to spend that money behind Boakai. No. Let Boakai take care of his own health. Boakai was there for 12 years. When last did he whisper in any ear that we need to have a retirement plan? We need to have a Medicaid plan, something like a Medicaid plan for us. All right? Thomas, you know nothing about the medical institution. You know nothing about the medical institution, Thomas. You know nothing about the medical institution. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Nothing you know. All right? Nothing you know. The pacemaker, all right? The pacemaker. I don't know where I have that thing here so I can show you to. I hope I can find my bag. If it's not in there, maybe it's somewhere here. You know nothing about pacemaker, Thomas. Absolutely nothing. You never even worked in the field before. All right? Nothing about pacemaker. I work in the field. All right? There is something called the envelope. It's not just the actual pacemaker that they put in you anymore. There is something called the envelopes. The envelope is like something that contains that pacemaker after it's implanted in you. It's very expensive to clean up. All right? It's very expensive. You had no clue about that, Thomas. No clue. All right? You had no clue. It's not the meaning of jack of all trades. It's called experience. It is called experience. I told you guys here that the field that I study, it gave me the right to work in different industry. It gave me the right to work in different industry. As an environmental manager, as a health and safety manager, as a sustainability manager, and as a security manager. How you think I got all these experiences that I have today? Because that area is very universal. Even in your own house, Thomas, I can come there and tell you to properly manage the chemical you use in your house. That in the morning when you get up, you open your window because the formaldehyde that is stored within the product overnight, when you close your house and heat your home up, it releases the VOC in the air. Open your damn window so that you can get some fresh air in it. That's the career that I chose for myself, Thomas. That's the career I chose for myself. So it's not just knowing it or no. It's working in all the industry. Chemical, petroleum. You go in the chemical industry, what they have there? Don't they have environmental managers that work there? Yes. You go in the construction industry, don't they have environmental managers that work there? Yes. You got no clue about what you're talking about. Absolutely no clue. Absolutely no clue, Thomas. Thomas got absolutely no clue. No clue about what he's talking about. The man said he sat in your room for 7 years and did nothing. 7 years and did nothing. Let Thomas tell us what his area of expertise. You see, when you want to support somebody, support the person based on the issue, not based on your feelings. And that's what he's doing here. He's supporting somebody on his feelings. Have you ever gone to a company called Medtronics? Medical device company Medtronics? Yes, I work for Medtronics. Where's my wallet? Let me show you my stuff. So you want to distract me? I love distraction. Because I know how to work with distracted people. All right? I'll show it to you here, Tommy. Don't worry. You're messing with the wrong guy, Tommy. You're messing with the wrong guy. I'm not like your friend in here. I'm not like your friend in here, Tommy. There you go here. Medtronics. Go define the name of the company here. Medtronics. You see here? That's the company I work for here. Medtronics. All right? It's a medical device company. What was my position there at that time? Industrial engineer 2. What do you think we did over there? What do you think we did over there? Are you sitting there in some kind of little kiosk and taking phone call? No. We actually work with the product. There is something called product development phase. When a product is being developed, whether it's the scientist, the chemist, we work with them to determine what are the regulatory requirements. And while working with these people, they give you more ideas about what the product is all about. And through that process, you learn. So don't come here to can't say anything here. You are in no position here, Thomas, to argue here with me. No, you stand no chance. You stand no chance, Thomas. Between you and myself, you stand no chance to understand anything here, Thomas. To be honest with you, you stand no chance. Not even one third of you making the case against me here. To be honest with you, you stand no chance here, Thomas. I will be honest with you. You stand no chance. You stand no chance. 22 years, you stand no chance. 10 years, you stand no chance. So just listen and let's discuss the thing here. Pacemaker is very expensive to take care of. Boakai is not in a position to do those things. Let's accept it. You stand no chance. Go and define. I just show you the company website here. All right? Medical technology, Medtronics. Anybody who live in Minnesota, tell them to look for Medtronics. All right? Tell them to look for Medtronics. This guy, he wants to serve as a distraction, but he's an embarrassment. Let me tell you now. He is a total embarrassment. Like I said yesterday, his sister worked for Ellen, and they did nothing for that country. He flew from here and went and met with Ellen. They did nothing. Because you know why he's angry? He's angry because we are not giving them the opportunity that they used to get when they were with Ellen. No, we are not giving it to them. So he goes around and wants to distract people to do here and there. But I will deal with him here because I know him very well. I know him very well. All right? And like I said, he stands no chance to compare me to anything here. I will be blunt with him. All right? I work in the field. I'm telling you, I didn't tell you that I'm a surgeon. I'm telling you how expensive it is to maintain. Then you want to kind of, that's a this, that's a thing. When last have you worked in any medical field, Thomas? When last? Do you really have the credentials to work in the area that I work in? You don't have the credential. You know that because you told me that. You don't have the credential. You don't have the credential. So just zip it up. Let me inform the Liberian people. All right? Just zip it up. Let me inform the Liberian people. I'm not going to debate. What am I going to debate with you for? You don't have the credential. What am I going to debate with you for? All right? What am I going to debate with you for? Why am I going to debate with you for when you don't have the credential? You told me what you do for a living. You sit in your home all day and pick up phone and do medical billing. That's what you do. That's all you do. So what you want to argue here for? You don't have the credentials. So let me progress here, man, folks. Let me progress. Forget about Thomas. So Boakai is not in a position to do anything. He's medically ill, and we must inform the Liberian people on that. Yes, we will not allow Boakai to be president of that country, to allow the people of Liberia to pay his medical bill. Let Boakai stay there. If it comes to Boakai and Cummings going again, I would rather take Cummings any day. Because Cummings is physically fit. He's seen in the public every time. He's moving around. He showed us that he got some energy. In the midst of the COVID, Cummings is wearing a mask and he's going from place to place. I gave him credit for that. But not Boakai. Boakai is more of a liability than being anybody else. And we must set the fire right. We should set the record straight. I'm not here to boy and blow. Because you know what? I'm not afraid of none of them. I don't care about what they want to do. But I don't want anybody to become a burden of that country. Yes, I don't want to do that. So the truth must be revealed. Boakai is sick. He is sick. He cannot do anything by himself. Not even for 5 hours can Boakai work. This man would be more in the hospital than on the job. That's all he would be. More than the hospital than on the job. All right? More than the hospital than on the job. That's what it is. The way the brother said, bro, you are a joke, seeking an audience. No, Tommy. Tommy, you know my qualification. All right? You know my qualification. You know that. You know what I stand for. I'm just here to tell you the truth, Tommy. I'm not here to sugarcoat things with you. Because many of the time you got to come in and lie to the Liberian people. You left that country saying you were 8 years old. You got no feeling for that country. You left that country when you were 8 years old. You got no feeling for that country. You wouldn't went there because your sister started working for Ellen. What feeling do you have for that country? You know nothing about the country. You just started associating yourself with few Liberians. You don't understand what went on in that country, my brother. You don't understand. You don't understand. And I will tell you the truth here. You don't belong in a society that you don't understand and you don't willing to learn. Only when you feel that you got the advantage, then you want to be part of the society. No, that doesn't work that way, bro. That doesn't work that way. I tell you the truth here. I'm not forcing you to be here, Thomas, and I'm not begging you to be here. But I will stand with the Liberian people. All right? Because your sister went in that place and worked there. She's sitting there in Texas right now, having a very good dinner. But the people that money she took from that country, what did she do? Nothing. And then you want to come here to defend what? What you want to defend? You went there, you couldn't live there. Why you came back? Because you couldn't live there too, right? So you guys in America here, you and myself will battle it all here every day. We will battle it all here every day. All right? We'll battle it every day. We'll battle it out here. All right? We will battle it out here every day. So it's a shame on you. If I have my sister going to Liberia to work for the Liberian people, I will make sure that I tell her the truth. But you thought it was going to last forever. That's why you ran behind Boakai, thinking that you're going to go get on that. You and Boakai, I think what you need to do now is to start to look for different medical opportunity to try to enroll Boakai into your medical billing thing you're doing. Maybe we have Boakai. But we will inform the Liberian people that Boakai will not be president of that country. I can tell you that one now. It can be anybody else to take on we are. As long as the person meets certain requirements, but not Boakai. Boakai will never be president of Liberia. Take it from me today. Boakai will never be president of Liberia. You can put Boakai in any coat suit. Whether it's Tommy Hilfiger coat suit, whether it's Ralph Lauren coat suit, whether you're getting all the oil in the world to rub on your hair and you're thinking that he's going to look good. No. We will let the Liberian people know that Boakai is sick inside. He is medically sick And we will not allow Boakai to be president of that country. Boakai must be fit to be a president from his, I don't care about academic credential, but medically fit, he must be given a clean bill of health. We will not settle for anyone who is not fit to be. You can go on the other side and go fool the people. But I know that Boakai is not fit. The fact that the man living with a pacemaker in his heart, he's not ready. He's not ready to get up 3 a.m. in the morning to do anything. The old man sleep during the night time with you and myself. But then during the daytime, he sleep. He sleep. All right? He sleep. During the night time, he sleep. During the daytime, he sleep with us. Yes, he sleep with us. That's why he does. All right? That's why he does. So what kind of man are we talking about here? A very, very, very sick man. We respect him for the service that he has done to the country. It's respected. But we cannot give him this opportunity. 25, 42 years is enough. That's why you see today, they don't have no platform, nothing to discuss today. Absolutely nothing. No policy, no central message, nothing. All you hear is JMB must go. When you ask them, is Boakai reliable enough to be president of Liberia? JMB must go. Is Boakai able to take on WIA? JMB must go. I don't live in that kind of Liberian community. We must be able to present reason with evidence to support what we believe in. Not just JB must go, Boakai must go. Because you know what? Some of these guys live here. They ain't got nothing to do here. They just want to go to Liberia now and go take that opportunity and just abuse our people and come right back here when everything is said and done. That's what they want to do. So we will make sure we stop that bleed. That bleed will be stopped. We will stop that bleed and we'll do everything possible. All right? If we can hold we are feet to the fire on the platform, we will also tell you that Boakai is not fit to be president. And for Cummings, he has to wait. Cummings will wait and learn by himself, not other people teaching him what to do in terms of making more mistakes. So you got more catching. If you guys want to defeat George Weah, you need to come up with a better plan. Mr. Weah is looking healthy. Boakai is sick. He admitted his situation on 50-50. That he got a pacemaker in him. We don't need no president with pacemaker. No. We need somebody that is fit. When I ever saw Boakai jogging, during early administration, Ellen used to jog once in a while. Ellen was seen on a treadmill. When last have you seen Boakai even taking a walk? Because that's what the people want. They want a sitting dog president who they will use behind closed door. That's exactly what they want to do. So I'm telling you guys now, you can forget about Boakai. You can post all the pictures you want on Facebook. You can get him all the Johnson baby oil, whatever oil you're getting to shine your hair. He's not going nowhere. He's not going nowhere. A listed pig is nothing but a pig. You can dress Boakai all you want, or we will tell the Liberian people, he didn't have no message for you guys in 2017. He wants to be president again. He ain't got no message. Secondly, he's a sick man. He doesn't feel well. We don't want to have a president who will show up one day to work, and then the next 4 days, he be in the hospital. No, we don't want nobody like that. Liberia need a very energetic leader who will move that country forward. We will not stop that message. We're going down to the people on the ground. Yes, we're going to the people on the ground and we use every influence. Just what I'm saying here today, I'm going to say it on the radio back home. Our people must learn beyond the normal limit that if you want to be a leader of that country, your medical record should be public. You should be fit to do the job and not to be passing around. We will not have people who sit in America here and know nothing about that country want to tell you that this person is this or that person is this. No, I'm sorry, not going to happen. So Joe Boakai is a very sick man. He's not going to do anything for our people in that country. We will not, talk about Joe Boakai want to be president. We will expose him. Yes. We will expose him. We will expose him. All right? I'm not here to come talk about we are accomplishment. I don't work for we are. I don't work for we are. I'm not here to come talk about we are accomplishment. You need we are accomplishment. Go call the people who work for we are. When I came here to open my show, I didn't say I'm here representing we are. No, the days I used to run the we are show, that day is over. All those days are gone. I'm here to tell you, like I said from the beginning of the show, Boakai Saleh, former CDC chairman, all right? Former CDC chairman is now working for the We Are administration. And all I ask the We Are people, ask your administrators to show to the Liberian people how much Boakai Saleh is going to be paid, because he mentioned that. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm not here to say, oh, I'm going to do this for the CDC government. No. Do I know that somebody represents CDC government? No. You go out there. You're a Liberian. See, that's why you're not in touch. Thomas, you're not in touch. And let me just take a break here and read you coming here. The young man you're put in power, not going to work. Well, I don't know. He's not going to work. Well, that's something that you need to talk about. But we see the young man in the street doing what he does best. At least we can see him. Boakai cannot be seen. Man, are you now supporting We Are? Yes or no? I'm not supporting We Are. I'm just trying to tell you what We Are is doing. Because from day one, I said, if We Are does the right thing, I will come here and support We Are. If We Are does the wrong thing, I will say, yeah. But you don't get it, especially you, Thomas. You don't get it. I'm not here to come open your hair. I'm not a surgeon to open your hair to put it in there. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I said fundamentally from day one, if he does the right thing, I will commend. If he does the wrong thing, I will criticize him. And that's what I'm doing here. All right? So I'm not here. Going down the road here, let me see here is, are Liberians better off than they were 4 years ago? Well, I would say Liberians were not even better off 4 years ago. They were worse. And that's why Joe Boakai did not get elected. Yes? Liberians were not even better off when Ellen were in the diaspora causing trouble for us. When you were sitting down here and we were in Liberia, that's what you're supposed to ask yourself. Randy, when you were in Liberia and I was in the country enjoying, were you better off? Why you left that country and came over here? Because you knew that country had been fucked up, so your people picked you up and brought you here. So the country been fucked up a long time ago. Years ago, from 1847, that country been fucked up. Every time the elephant and the grass fight, the two elephants fight, the grass suffers, right? But you guys that belong to the elephant group, they will bring you, the elephant will put you on the back. They're fighting. So which group do you belong to? Talking about 4 years ago. I belong to the grass. When the two elephants fight, I belong to the grass. I'm the one who been suffering. From 1847, the two elephants been fighting. But you guys got that easy pathway and left that country. And then you want to come here and want to identify yourself with things that you don't understand. Just remain the elephant who will be the grass. Joe Boakai chose to be the elephant, and that's why the grass refused him. And the grass will refuse Joe Boakai again. You see, Cummings came to Liberia as an elephant. He never came as a grass. That's why he hanging all with the same elephant of people who destroyed our country. And that's why they will not become president. Even you, Thomas, you bring anybody else, that person can be president. But not those guys over there. Those guys are elephants who want to destroy the grass in the country. They don't give a damn. You see in America here, when the two elephants fighting, the Republican and the Democrat, in the case of the donkey versus the elephant, they fight a very good battle because they know the grass are the citizens of the country. And for any reason, when they start crushing them, they will get rid of them. So they're very careful how they fight here. So the two elephants in my scenario in America, they are very careful where they fight their battle. Where they fight their battle. That's what they do. So in Liberia over there, when you see people jumping out of that place, running away and coming here and you say anything, ask yourself, are you part of the grass community or are you part of the elephant community? Many of the elephants around here, they don't care what happened in the country over there. They don't care. They see Boakai, sick man. Oh, put a man there because they're not on that ground where that battle is taking place. They don't live there. But they want the people to go there. They are not elephant. They are not the grass. I'm concerned about the people who are the grass, my brother. All right? So until the grass start to remain fresh and the elephants sit down and have a conversation rather than fighting, rather than sending the There are people abroad, right? And you guys sitting down here and talking, oh, yeah, Boakai go. Like I said yesterday when Trump was president, how many of you guys were wishing that Trump could be removed of power because you knew what Trump was coming with next? Because why? You were concerned because you live in the country here. And you know whatever Trump was going to do, it was going to affect you directly. But you know you got a man for 12 years. He couldn't convince the Liberian people of a single central message and the direction he wants to take the country in. And he got defeated. And after all the years he sat down, you're bringing him back again, giving him Johnson baby oil, putting it on your head. And the very people who are pushing him to the edge, they set it in other countries. So in case something go wrong, they fly right back here. They're doing it for Cummings, they're doing it for Europe, they're doing it for Boakai. Because they don't live there. Then you can, are we better than before? Well, worse off. It didn't destroy some of our future. It was only God that brought some of us here today that we managed to get what we get. And we're not allowed that to happen to our brothers and sisters who are part of the grass. All right? So if you're part of the elephant, we'll tell the Liberian people that you're part of the elephant. And we'll make them to understand that when they're fighting, they got their children on their back. They're not on the ground like you. You got to keep dodging those heavy legs of each elephant. And in the end, they're going to crush the grass and then they'll go back and want to take charge of that country. You cannot be an advocate and run away. Dr. King was in America here fighting with the grass as the two elephants were fighting. Gandhi was in India fighting among the grass to contain the elephant. Nelson Mandela sat down in South Africa and he was part of the grass fighting the elephant. But you look at Liberian advocates then, they're all in the diaspora here. When they get ready, they sit down and show you their beautiful home. Oh, y'all go do that. Y'all go do this. What kind of people are we? When you come to the pulpit here, we hair blow dry you, we'll tell you the straight talk. You don't like it at your goddamn business. 1, the country is fucked up. 2, I ain't get for damn. 3, I don't like to hear your crap. And 4, I will suck it to you. I don't get for them. The country is messed up. Because I live in the same damn country just like you. I know what it means to get out of here right now and even get a bottle of water to drink. But the man in the interior who's sitting there, you'll see your own man Sonny Ball when he read the broadcast. The room is so dark, the background looks so weird, dirty. But you're not telling man that the environment you live in is a very bad environment. Not even your policy that the man you support will say, I can make that place better for you. You don't want to say it. But all you want is for that young man to be in that darkness and say, we are his bad, we are his this. But you got no feeling for that man. No feelings. But if you're ready to take down, you pick up the phone. Yeah, I'm working on your paper. Don't worry. The country buy off. But then when the other man send you money, why the man send me money for? They're begging people for money business. You are not Liberia-centric. Provide the policy that will give the men opportunity to work. Ghanaians are doing that for their people. Yes. Ghanaians are doing that for their people. All right? Ghanaians are doing that for their people. What other men say, you have lost all credibility. All you can do now is to insult. Man, Thomas, please, man. Please, Thomas. Look, Thomas, I'm not here to come argue with you yet, Thomas. All right? I'm not here to come argue with you yet. You lived in the country for all these years. Let me be personal with you, small now, Thomas. Saying you want to tell me I lost credibility. You lived in the country for all these years. Not a high school diplomat that you cross. All right? Talking about credibility. Let me look at your academic achievement in this country now. So, guys, please freeze your emotion. Let me deal with Thomas more here. All right? Saying he want to get in it. Let's get into it now. All right? Talking about credibility. This man been in the country since 1980. What has he achieved for himself here? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing he achieved for himself. Nothing. Look at him. Look at him today. Because he's not tough enough. He's not tough enough to stand the real truth. That's why he's talking like that. And you think he's going to come say 10 years? No. Look at Thomas himself. Show her what you got, Thomas. Show her what you got. You came here, you said, in the 80s. What have you achieved that you still really behind peace of Liberian politics? Look at your peer group of friends who been here in the 80s. See what they're doing in Liberia there. See what they're doing in other countries. So what are you doing here now? What are you doing here? What are you doing here now, Thomas? What is your achievement? What are you doing now for people to know that you been all the years you've been, you are achieving anything? Don't go into that argument there. Again, you stand no chance in that argument, Thomas. You stand no chance in that argument, all right? And I'm not going to go there with you. But I just give the people a tip of the iceberg. All the year you stay here cannot measure what you have achieved here. You almost like Liberia, the older country, but got nothing to show. All the year you've been here, what have you achieved here? That you still running behind piece of tin around here, Thomas? What have you achieved? Show me what you have achieved. So what you have achieved? What have you achieved? Show us what you have achieved, Thomas. You got your Facebook page. Go and display it there. Let's see it. Don't sit down here and come when people are making their comment, you want to come here. You were there for 12 years supporting Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. What did you say about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf? The rapper said you told Pedro we broke down the car. What did you say? Oh, because you part of the elephant now, so it was an issue for you to discuss with the Liberian people, right? Because you were part of the Ellen circle. You flew from Atlanta, Georgia, and went all the way over to go support Ellen. Just find somewhere and pull yourself. That's all you need to do, my brother. Because number one, Liberia's future is not in your path. You are in the past. You had your chance, Thomas. You came to this country here to do what you're supposed to do for yourself. You blew your opportunity. It's up to you. But don't take your frustration on the Liberian people. You had the chance. And many Liberians came here. They got a chance. And some of them are doing well than you. So just chill, my brother. Just chill. This discussion here is about the real issue that people are facing in the country. It is not about your feelings. I'm not here to please your feelings, Thomas. I'm here to make sure the Liberian people understand what they want. All right? There's nothing you can do for the country. Nothing. Absolutely nothing you, Thomas, can do for Liberia. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing you can do for Liberia. Nothing. You just hanging around to see where you can fit. There's nothing you can do. Nothing. From one Facebook after here, when people go get busy, then you go somewhere to go sit down there. After look at nothing you can do, Thomas. You talking about credibility? When I stood here in 2017 and said, if we are doesn't do the right thing, I will come back here and criticize we are. When I was criticizing we are, you had yourself sitting down on the show here. You couldn't wait every evening. Oh, Randy here, come on. Randy here, come on. Did you remember that time? What can you tell the people now? Oh, because I'm not pleasing you now, so I don't have credibility, right? You see how dishonest you are? That's why the condition is always like the way it is to you. When it comes to criticizing we are, then you find pleasure in calling me all the time. Oh, come on, let's do this, come on, let's do this. But when it comes to telling you that Boakai is not feeling well, Boakai is sick, Coming is not doing well, then it becomes a credibility issue. Now I know who you are now, my friend. Now I know who you are. You are being hardy. You are the wolf that been wearing those sheep clothing over there. And I can let you are a very nice guy. When you are not, my brother, I'm about the Liberian people. Like I told you, I'm not going back to that country. I said it so many times. You are asking me to go to Liberia. I'm not going there because you know what? I'm happy with what I'm doing here. I'm happy. But what will make me more happier is for the Liberian people on the ground to get what is best for them. And I will not compromise anything in regards to that. Yes, I will not compromise anything. All right? I will not compromise anything. So, look, guys, that's the situation we have here. I'm not going to listen to that guy. I will address some of his comments, but he's a total loser. Think about it. From 1980, somebody been here. What can he show you? What can he show you? What can he show you from 1980s? Is he one of the guys that came here and just floating around and did nothing here? Let him be the one to tell you. Let him be the one to tell you. 1980. 1980. He came to this country. What has he achieved here? What can he relate to you to motivate you? What can he relate to you to motivate you? Nothing. So he just around on Facebook, passing around and doing all the kind of things here? No. I don't see him as a role model. I don't see him as a significant figure for me to say, oh yeah, that guy got something important to put in here. No. Even people that came here 2 years ago, the level of achievement they are accomplishing in this country is more than the man who came here in 1980. Because what? They came here, they wasn't even prepared to do anything for themselves. Passing around here, thinking that one day they were not going to break here. All right? So we got to nip it in the bud today. We got to nip it in the bud today. Yes. The brother, in my opinion, I think the brother achieved anything here. Because for 1980, it should be somebody who is well situated here, understand the situation, discuss it. But you passing all around here to say that you just came here yesterday when you've been here all the years. It's a shame. It is a shame. And you think I'm going to back down? No. I'm not going to back down, my friend. I'm not going to back down. All right? I'm not going to back down. I am not going to back down. Yes, I'm not going to back down. I know you got a message. Yes, you got a message. And it's going to hurt you from now to I don't know when. You're going to get a message. Yes, you will get a message. Do you think I'm concerned about the people on the ground? I already got my plan. We're going on the ground. We want to make sure that we tell people on the ground that God like you, they shouldn't listen to you. They should not listen to you because you fake more than anything yourself, Thomas. You're very fake. And I'm going to restrict this show down to you now. You're very fake. You are very, very fake. Yes, very, very fake. A man with just a high school diploma can't even get to an associate degree, and then you want to come and be asking people questions. What did you do all the years you were here? Let me address you now today and put it into rest. What did you achieve when you were in this country? Nothing. Nothing. Just a high school diploma, that's it. All the years you've been here, from normal days, people came in this country here and never even had paper to work, but they managed to get PhD in this country. You came here on a silver platter. Nothing you accomplished today. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right? Absolutely nothing. So just find something to do, my brother. You are not as significant as I go to website or web group that you can find yourself to go and have conversation. But I don't think you belong here. You don't belong here. Because the information that I'm disseminating here, you got no requirement to fit that, Thomas. You don't fit here. You don't fit here. 1980 and you still passing around here with nothing, just a high school diploma. That's a shame on you. That is a shame on you. Even the Darius Dillon, the Costa that came here, the few years they've been here, look at how much progress they have made. But you've been here since 1980 and just a high school diploma, then you want to come here to come talk things here, Thomas? Shame on you, my brother. Shame on you. Total shame on you. And you talking about credibility? All right? I'm not going to bring you on. What am I going to bring you on for? I'm not going to bring you on here. No. You don't meet the criteria of coming here, Thomas. You don't meet the criteria of coming here. You are not fit to come here and have any conversation with me. Go and get those credentials and come back here. Go and get those credentials and come back here. You don't fit to sit down here to have any conversation with me, Thomas. No. No. You sucks. That's why it is. So, guys, to conclude here, let me see here. I think I've spoken enough. This evening, I will be back here and will present more video to you. We'll talk about Boakai incompetency and a coming ever fool himself and John Boakai. That would be the demise of coming political career. Again, Boakai is not fit to be president. He's sick, and we'll let the Liberian people know that Boakai is not the person that we should rely on. If anybody want to remove George Weah, they should be better prepared. They should come up with a political party purpose or statement. They should come out with the quality of people well-versed and experienced. They should come out. I will not sit here to have a guy who been here for almost record ages that can better get anything that you think he deserves to be at this time to come here and want to say, oh, Boakai is the president. No. With all due respect to every one of you guys, such an individual is not in the capacity to discuss anything here as far as I'm concerned. They had their time in this country. They had the opportunity to decide whether they want to go back to the library to help. They wasted it. It was a complete waste. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. They are wasting their time. Yes, they are wasting their time. We campaign and make we are president. We are proud of it. And we challenge we are all the time to do the right thing. All right? To do the right thing. They are all elephants around here, making themselves to feel better. That when they sit on Facebook, all going to be red. But when they went to that country, they ran away and came back. Because they know the people don't accept them over there. And we will speak to the people. They true hurt. And that's why we make sure that they understand it. It hurts. And you know, think about yourself. 1980 you came in this country. What did you learn? Look at yourself. Look around. Look at your accomplishment. There are some guys who left from Liberia and came here and did nothing for themselves. But now they want to use politics as a leverage cover for themselves. They cannot even stand here to get a better job. They cannot do it. To even walk to a particular place to get something, they cannot get it. They cannot get it. Because you know what? They don't meet the requirement here. Then how would they want to set the standard for other people? So what they will do, support other corrupt people because that's their only way out. Don't allow that to happen to you. We'll meet the Liberian people, we'll tell them. We will tell them. We will tell them. We will tell them. Yes, we'll tell them. All right? We will tell them. We'll tell them the truth because the truth hurts. If I can come here and tell you that I slept in carpenter shop and slept other places because I live in a country where things were difficult. I never had a connection. So when I'm here and trying to fight my battle, make sure that people understand what it means to be part of the grass. The truth must be told. I'm not here to support WIA. I'm not here to support the opposition. I'm here to tell the truth. And that's why as long as I'm in this place, I represent what is the truth. Yes. Pastor, what do you want me to call you for, Pastor? Why you want me to call you? You got my number. Give me a call, Pastor. You used to call me before, but for some reason, you backed up. I don't know. But it's up to you. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still here, Pastor. So, yeah. So, today we nip it in the butt. And we're not happening again. We'll be back at the evening. This is J. Randy. I'm not going to back down from anybody. All right? I'm not going to back down from anybody. Tell you the truth. Because the truth hurts. All right? The truth hurts. We came in this country. We came here for a very long time. We spent time here. So if you come on the show here, you better understand that the Liberian people come first here. The Liberian people come first. I don't do nothing for that country. I will remain here. Maybe go to South America, retire there and die there. But as long as I'm a Liberian sitting here, nobody from anywhere will come here and want to come before Liberian people while I'm sitting down here. No. You can sit down on all your Facebook platform and do all your crap because I had my time before. We camping for WIA, we made him president. We had all the numbers, and that's why we made WIA president. And I'm proud of that history today. That I can say, yes, I made WIA president. Some of you guys will not make Boakai president. You can forget it. You will not make Boakai president because Boakai ain't going to be president. Cummings will likely try and he gets to 2029. But for Boakai, you can forget it. That's not going to happen. Until then, you have yourself a very good day. I'm about, all right? Man, move from there, man. Thomas, let me say this to you. I feel sorry for you, my brother. I really do. I feel sorry for you. You need to find something to go do now, all right? Because I think I'm done with you now. There's nothing else that I can say. You're just wasting your time now, all right? So, I see you guys. All right, you want to talk about JB issue? Yes. When you give me a call, you come, we talk, Pastor Freeman. Give me a call after this, we talk. But you got to keep calling me for us to talk. Not because I'm tough on Joe Boakai, so you want to talk to me here. Because Joe Boakai ain't going to be no president. If anybody want to be WIA, they should come up with a better plan to defeat WIA. And we will not back down on the channel here with any distraction. You bring any distraction here, I will give it to you. Trust me, I will give it to you. You bring any distraction here. Oh, you think I was going to block you? And, I blocked you for 2 years because I was on a mission. Yes. And I wanted you to regain yourself. But you never did. And you think I'm going to block you now? No, I'm not going to block you. You're going to block yourself. I'm not going to block you. You're welcome to be here. You're welcome to be here. That's you. A friend will always tell you the truth, Thomas. You are not a good friend. You are not. You pretend to be a friend, but you dig on other people. You are not sincere. So I will give you guys, I will see you guys, and I will call me, Pastor. We'll talk here. I got a lot of things to do. But give me a call after here for to have a conversation. Those who came here early, let us be back here to have a very good conversation. A conversation that is based on the Liberian people. Not a conversation that is based on people's interest, people's emotion. You guys know who they are now. And you keep watching them because they are very, very insincere. They go from one platform to another trying to distract. But they know when they come here, that distraction will not go unnoticed. It will be noted and it will be addressed and will nip it in the butt. And I think that person got a lesson learned today. He got it learned today. And he's going to remember it forever and ever and ever. Yes. Yes, forever and ever and ever. You see, when somebody is out of worries, and the ability to understand is gone, then it results into insult. I'm not going to scoop to those things. There's no standard, there's no requirement compared to that person and myself. No, it makes no sense. And that's why in this country, people are paid based on their merit. See you guys. God bless you guys. I will be back here this evening. God bless you guys. Have yourself a great day. I have to do other work, talking to the people back home. I have to meet with my guys for to have the conversation because we're going to make things to happen for our Liberian people. We'll make sure that we stop the bleed because the grass is the one that suffers, not the elephant. Until then, have yourself a great night and God bless you guys. See you, my friend Thomas. We already know who you are, man. You're not important on the show here anymore. You are not important on the show anymore. And we can still talk in the back end. I mean, it's not bad. We can talk in the back end. At least you now know where I stand. I know where you stand. So we can still talk. And, but the truth must be told. I told you, don't mess with the Liberian people. Don't mess with our people, man. You myself live in the country. Right after here, you can pick up the phone. I can pick up the phone. All right? I know I know JMB went running yesterday in Kagata. He was very healthy. You got a video to show me? Because this is the second person I'm making this on here. Show me the video. You type me the video. Let me see. And when he went running, I want to see. Show me the video. I want to see that video with Joe Boakai. But I mean, for over what? 9 months, you just see Joe Boakai running out of 12 months, and we're going into the 9th month. And Joe Boakai running, and that's something you're proud of. That's not what we want. Joe Boakai must be out there all the time. Until then, you have a great day. It's 12:34. Got stuff to do. Bye, guys.
You're my Boakai. He's our guest right on the Bumper Show. And like I said today, I'm relinquishing the show to my friend and brother, Jala Gritfield. And so today's my departing edition, and I'm pleased to have as my guest the Honorable former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. Vip, how you doing?
I'm great.
Once a Vice President is always a Vice President.
Sure.
I know. Okay, first let's hear from you. Since you left the Vice Presidency, what have you been doing with your private life?
I'm a farmer. I have my farm. And besides that, I have a foundation that has been helping to give relief, to seek support, in providing medical facilities, and working with schools and organizations. I've been quite busy.
Been quite busy. Now, are you still in contact with your former boss, the former President of the Republic of Liberia?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Please go close to the microphone.
Yes, sure. I'd talk with her.
And how's the relationship like?
From my end, I consider it good because, I mean, we never had a bad relationship, and I speak to her. I visited her, and so there's nothing bad between us as far as I know.
But from her end, because when you say from my end, it means that probably there's something.
Well, because when you talk about a relationship, it's two ways. I talk to her, I visit her, and I know when we meet, we speak frankly. So I don't think I have any qualms with that.
Is a visitation? Is it frequent?
Well, it's not regular, it's not frequent because we are all busy. She is in and out of the country, and at this time in our country, everybody's busy, and because of the COVID, people don't go around very much. Okay. But we keep in contact as and when we can.
Are you following the case involving Brani Samokai? Yes, I can remember you were talking to Lofa Kane over Cool Bangalo. And unfortunately, he's now being embroiled in serious legal uncertainty. Are you following that?
Of course. On a daily basis, yes, I do.
So what's your feelings about that? Somebody whose hands, in fact, you lifted and you expected that person today would have won. Unfortunately, he's still, involved in, that legal orders.
I wasn't involved in Brano Samuka being knowledgeable that Brahmana Samuka will at some point in time be subjected to what he's been subjected to. We went with Brahmana Samuka believing that he was the best candidate and he would have won. And of course, we consulted the legal people, and they assured us that there was nothing wrong with his participation in the process. And he won. So we did what we were supposed to have done. Now, whatever comes after that are things that maybe he probably will answer for himself, and then we follow the process.
If you were to advise him, being a father, elderly man, a statesman, if you were to advise him with the sort of legal hurdles he finds himself in, would you have advised him to just back off and call his supporters and say, look, let me thank all of you, but let me leave now because I can't continue to be...
I suppose I wouldn't, because I think within the country, everything that we get involved to set a precedent. It teaches a lesson. It shows the strength of our democracy, the rule of law. So it's an exercise that we'll follow and see how it ends, because Brownie Samuka probably might be the first, but he won't be the last, and we know that subsequent issues of that nature might come about. But I continue to make sure that the process goes on with his involvement. He hasn't come to the point where he says, I'm no longer in it, so I wouldn't advise him to do that.
But do you see what he's going through? What he's going through is justified?
Well, I can tell you the best steel goes through the hardest fire. Maybe it wasn't Brownie Samuka, it wouldn't have been what it is, but I think for himself, he hasn't come to the point where he would tell me, this is too much, I'm no longer in it, until he says that we are with him.
Now the question I ask, whether you think it's justified, or the legal uncertainty that he has hanging on him now?
Well, we live in a country, it should be a country of law, and if the legal people think that this is a process and we expect that it's fair, we'll follow up with it, because I cannot sit here and say it's not a justifiable process, but I think at the end of it, we will prove ourselves to our country and to the world whether we are serious about the rule of law when we say it.
Now, the opposition bloc, Mr. Former Vice President, it's really riddled with infighting and internal wrangling. If you went into your CPP, they see more internal wrangling. You went to the LP, that's the Liberation Party, People Liberation Party, the same noise, Liberty, the same noise. What do you think has happened? What's the source of all the noise?
Our democracy, we an old country, but I think you know very well that the proliferation of political parties, the political interests of the people have been aroused about a couple of years, and everybody wants to get a taste of it. And so people are involved. And also, the society is of such that everybody get involved into everything. So either by the players themselves or by their supporters, you will continue to hear noise. You will hear noise from people from different angles, from their advisors. But this is the process of democracy, and we are in it.
The noise that is obtaining, the people hearing about in the CPP, it's getting to be a longer-standing political standoff between you and Cummins. What's the situation?
I don't think it is. There's no standing between me and Cummins. There are issues that we need to discuss. There are issues that need to be brought to the forefront that we all should talk about. And I believe when we came together as a collaboration, we didn't come together to fight. We came together believing that all of us could work together for the betterment of this country. And at some point, I would believe that issues that among us should be discussed among us and come up, because we are not rivals. At least that's not the impression with which we came. So the way in which issues have been going out there is not the way that we had expected, because we should be a team, and a team should discuss, a team should meet and discuss issues that will make them look like they're working together.
But the impression that the public is getting is that you people are not meeting, you people are not talking. I can remember there's a meeting held or convened last week, and Combs walked out of the meeting because he didn't have agenda.
It is not true. It is not true that there wasn't an agenda. There's no meeting without an agenda. He had disagreed to an issue that shouldn't have been that way. If you want to know, we got together for whatever meeting is called. There is an agenda. You're going to go discuss something. And the first agenda was to introduce people that we had appointed, including himself Cummings, to investigate the issues of the framework document. And as soon as we called the people in, he had a disagreement that we didn't have the authority to call the people, that it was another entity within the CPP that was supposed to do, and we disagree on that, because we felt that we, the political leaders, were the one who nominated the people, including himself, and that we were the ones who were supposed to invite them. And upon that, he walked out. So the matter that we are 4 political parties that came together and agreed to work together, I think it should be so simple that when we have an issue, we sit together and resolve the issues. Walking out doesn't show too much of willingness to work as a team.
Now, what happened in the CPP? Your critics could describe it as just simply greed, that's all.
I don't say greed is a process by which the participants are saying we have to come up with a process through which we can get a candidate that will lead the process. You already heard there are 4 political parties, 2 of which have said we feel no candidate. That's not greed. That is agreeing to a process. So if 2 that remain are aware that the other 2 are not willing to field a candidate, then there's a process that is going on. And so I don't think that is greed. That is a process that is acceptable, that 2 of the 4 say they are not fielding candidate. So the 2 that remain that want to field candidate should be willing to do so.
So it means that the coalition may not understand.
I shouldn't say so, because the intent was for it to stand. And we are in a process. We haven't got to that yet.
Because, and are you worried, Mr. Former Vice President, that what is happening is telling negatively on the parts of the opposition bloc, which consider itself a government in waiting?
Yes, when you come together for a purpose and you come to the point where everything that you work towards, things that can be handled within the agreement are out in the media in a negative way, there's a reason for those who believe in you to say, well, I don't think these people are willing to work together. Our duty is to continue to ensure that we come back to the table and make the process work.
So how do you ensure that you come back to the table? Because the impression now that you are giving the electorate is that this is PP. Apparently, it's not a serious coalition that we should put our votes behind, because here they are, they can even agree over who becomes their leader.
We haven't come to that yet. The process that we're on is quite well laid out in the framework document, and the process is on course. Not until we come to the point where we decide we cannot agree to it. All of what is happening are processes along the way. So we ask the public to please be patient, make sure that we get back to the table to decide a way forward.
Now, what it will cost you, Mr. Former Vice President, Ambassador Joseph Boakai, if we decided in the morning that, look, let me go second to commies?
I don't think I can get to that point.
Why?
I can tell you definitely that I've served my role as a second, and it is not, again, my calling to be second.
It's not your calling to be second.
Mm-mm.
So this time around, you want to be first.
That's right.
So if it means that if commies does not agree, what happens?
We didn't say that if one person, if there are two people, and one of them decide not to go second, we said within our set structure, there's here an option to get a second person, not necessarily the next person. So Cummings or I, we have an option whether you want to be second or not.
We are getting reports that if the coalition or the disagreements still persist between you and commies, you're going to choose the political leader of the Labour Party, Yomli Kanga, as your running mate.
We haven't got to that yet. We haven't discussed any of these issues.
But I'm sure you're thinking about that.
They all remain possibilities. Everybody in the coalition is a member of the coalition and competent to play whichever role they want to play.
But I'm sure you're thinking about that.
Well, if we come to that, well, it's not a bad option, but we're not there yet.
What do you think, Mr. Former Vice President, that you do have the political credentials more than that of commies? What do you think so?
Isn't that obvious to you that I've been vice president for 12 years? Isn't that obvious to you that I have served in many capacities in this country? Isn't that obvious to you that with my knowledge and experience, that it's about time that I excel to another level, and the only level that is left is to be the president of this country? I mean, I believe so. I believe so. If Cummings doesn't believe, it's his right not to believe. But it's my right to believe that I need to move to the next level.
So in another word, you are saying that you do have the answers to the problems of this country than that of commies?
Definitely. I mean, in many of the ways, not single-handedly, but I'm capable. I know how to build a team because I've been through it. I know how to do a lot of things, and I know what the Liberians need in this country with my experience in many of the areas I have served. So I do believe that at this point in time, I can lead this country.
In other words, you can do anything. If even commies does not agree to go along with you, you can choose anyone.
If I become the head of the ticket, it is an option to make sure that someone within the coalition will become number two, not necessarily Cummings.
Possibly Nyamli.
He is also a possibility. She is.
She's a possibility.
Yes.
Now, what is it that you want to do, Mr. Former Vice President, differently that you didn't do some 12 years back while you were vice president.
I like the way the question is always asked. Now, you say as vice president, and what would I do as president?
Yes, different.
You think both of them are the same?
They should be.
You're asking what will you do as a tailor that you couldn't do as a carpenter? Are they the same?
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, because you know the Constitution of Liberia. The Constitution says the vice president presides over the Senate without a vote, except there's a tie. I presided over the Senate. There was never a tie that I had to break. The second description of the role of the vice president in the Constitution to assist the president. Now, to assist the president, does that mean to you that you can go and build a highway, or that you can go and put a hydro, or you can go and negotiate out of the country for... That's not the role. That's the role of the president. So are they the same? To always ask, what could you have done? And when I went on radio to say, if you want to see a race car, put on the racetrack. Isn't that where a race car is supposed to be? Is it supposed to be in the garage? As vice president, you are to assist the president. To assist the president means the president is willing for you to assist him or her. Do you have the rights of the president? No. Are you going to act as a president without causing chaos? You know that. So why is the question of not doing what the president should have done as a vice president, and what can you do when you become the president? They are not the same.
The two in a way, maybe serving as vice president, did you, maybe in some instances, recommend it to your boss, the former President Ellen Johnson, said if you say, look, let's do this. And unfortunately...
Oh, yeah, sure. Certainly I did.
What instance can you cite for us?
I sure one. Okay, for example, there was a time I told the president that we should put at least 5 cents on every gallon of petroleum products that come to this country, and that money will be placed in escrow for the maintenance of road and perhaps even for education. And the president, of course, that was a suggestion. He had the right to accept it or not. And I remember we had the young professionals who used to advise us every 2 weeks. And to be very specific, it was Judy Moore. And that day, Judy reported that they had been in a sub-region and seen how the other countries were laying funds aside to maintain their road. That Liberia was the only country that didn't have such a process. And he ended up, and on that day, Anthony Kesley was with me. And he said, Madam President, we are suggesting that you put 5 cents on every gallon of petroleum product that come to this country for road maintenance. And she looked at me, and I said, I told you that 5 years ago. What do you do?
Now, but do you think that, because often you tell your supporters that you were just, an old car parked in the garage.
That's not what you understand. A race car is not an old car.
Okay.
A race car is a car to race.
Now, but do you think you were constrained, you were forced to have kept yourself in that position?
But I did a lot of other things. So I did a lot of other things. You saw more than 28 vehicles parked before the mansion. Who brought them? I brought them. You saw motorcycles here. You saw fire trucks. You saw medical supplies. I did the things I could have done without harm to my relationship I did a lot of peace programs. The ERWA land, I made sure that land we harmonized it with SIM. I also made sure that even the case between Chris Tarr and the judiciary, all of that was settled in my house. I made sure that many of the crises around the country, including the president herself, had problem with the Senate. I took them to the Chinese hotel there to settle. I did a lot of the things I could do without disturbing the relationship. That was my job. My job was not to act as number one, was to support the president. I say so when she would allow me to do so. But those are issues that I dealt with. They were not the president doing them. I was doing them to support the president and to keep peace and harmony in this country.
Do you regret serving on Madam Sirleaf as a vice?
Not at all.
Why?
I played my role, and Madam Sirleaf will tell you not one day that we had any problem, and I won't tell you one day that Madam Sirleaf did not respect me, she did not respect the role. I represented this government, the Sirleaf government, 3 years at the UN. I spoke, and she went there 3 times during our first term. I was serving my country the best way I could. That's the responsibility I had.
Why didn't she support your presidential bid then?
Shouldn't that be something that you should ask her? It's not me.
It's not you?
No. I told you what I did, and I told you how it would work. And it remains with her to tell you why she did what she did.
You're listening to the Bumper Show, rated on the OBC 99.9 and other frequencies across Liberia. My studio guest is the former president of the former vice president, rather, of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Yuba Boakai. He's my guest right here. I'm sure the lines are blinking already. You guys, rest assured, I'll open the lines for you so that you interact with him. He's here already. Now, I can remember a government delegation went to the U.S. and you made a statement that the delegation was meeting cowboys and not those the delegation went to meet. But then suddenly the cowboys turned into congressmen. Did you regret the statement you made?
Well, so I don't think I should be going into that because we all know the truth. We all know what happened. We know the delegation went. The intent of it was to meet certain people. They met those people or not. We passed that stage. We laid that to rest, whether they met drivers or they met legislators. But I can tell you, anybody who leaves Liberia and who has the chance can meet Linda Thomas Greenfield because she feels very close to Liberia. Meeting Linda is a friendly meeting. Other meetings, whether that's what you went there for, I think it's left with the delegation. I have heard my say, and I'm through with that.
And you regret what he said, though?
I didn't regret. I said it. And if you say something and someone says that they didn't like what you say, I think it's only polite to tell them, okay, I'm sorry.
What's your take, Mr. Ambassador, about the performance of this administration?
I can tell you that we know more could have been done if the administration had wanted to. It is known that the administration has a lot of shortcomings, but those shortcomings are normal challenges to any administration. The fact of the matter is that when you take a country and you win an election, then you form a government, then the government becomes the government of representing the country, I think the government will achieve more if it's seeing itself as a government, working with people, trying to make sure that they understand that everyone here has a stake in what happens, whether you like them or not, whether you believe in them or not. When it goes wrong, they're all affected. But you can see a lot of challenges. I'm not going to name them. Everybody knows them. But those are challenges that are normal. They could be handled. But you need leadership on these things that will make sure that they work with those people that are knowledgeable, those people that may have something. Nobody has it all. So definitely I believe the government could achieve more. I don't see that.
But I'm sure you still maintain your relationship with the current president.
For me, I believe I'm available. It's the president who will want to have you stay in contact with him or her. It's not you. When people become president, they become special. You don't see them without them wanting to see you. You don't speak to them without them wanting to speak to you. So as far as I'm concerned, this is my country, this is our country, and the president will get to me whenever he wants to.
Let me read deeply into what you said earlier when I asked the question about what's your take about the government's performance. You said the government would have achieved more if the government wanted to. So in other words, you are saying that, yes, the government has achieved.
Oh, of course, I mean, we're not saying that nothing has happened. We're still living, we're still walking, we're still driving around, the people are moving. You need a government in place to make that happen. But there are many other things that need to happen. You and I know.
For example,
I beg you, don't let me go into cherry picking. We know very well that many, many things would have happened that are not happening. And I don't have to go to put a shopping list. But I think the government, even the government officials, when you talk to them, they will tell you whether they think everything is right. They might not want to say openly, but everybody knows what is not happening. Do I have to sit here to make a laundry list? No, I can't do that.
You've been a statesman, been around for quite a long time. I know you consider the current president as your son. If there are issues you have, or some concerns you have, don't you think it would be quite prudent if you approach him and say, look, I think it could be happening?
I think you will recall that when Mr. Weir took over the government, he went to my house, and I also went to his house more than once. If the president wanted to build a relationship, the president had the option to do so. Am I supposed to be the one going to the president every day and say, excuse me, I want to... That's what the president is, the president. The president is the one who reaches out to those he wants to reach out to.
You're listening to the Bumper Show, rated on the OBC 99.9 and other frequencies across Liberia. My studio guest here, and we will shortly open the lines, is the former president of the Republic, the former vice president, rather, of the Republic of Liberia, the ambassador, Joseph Yuma Boakai. Now, if you were to be asked this question, what is it on your wish list that you have done for a country of this nature, if you had the opportunity to do so?
I would have created an environment where people, investment will come to this country, where people will be employed, where sanitation will be improved in this country, where medical supplies will reach the utmost part of this country, where good roads would be working by now. But we still are struggling with that. Isn't that obvious that these things create problem? The hardship, the cost of living, when things cannot get to people easily, the cost is inflated. We know all of these things are happening. And the solutions are with the people, working with people.
When you talk about hardship, this government, I know you agree with me, that doesn't owe, in fact, civil servants half a month, at least to mention a month. Two, I'm sure you quite agree with me that this government, that received that sort of international accolade with the economy from the International Monetary Fund. You read more than I read. So if you say that there's hardship, then it brings one to wonder.
Well, that's one thing I know about life, that anybody elsewhere will come and see a child and say, what a beautiful child. You know whether the child is beautiful or not. If the governments all over say that, are the Liberians saying the same thing? The Liberians are the ones are bearing the brunt. Are they saying the same thing?
So do you have a statistics of what people are saying?
I don't know. I'm living here. I'm not living outside this country. I'm listening just as much as you are listening. And one thing that I want to say in this country, no matter what, where we are, what we believe in, what we work with, let's be realistic ourselves. When we know the problem, then we know the solution. You live here just as much as I live here. Are the Liberians seeing what the international seeing? Or the internationals, are they the one living the life?
In another word, you don't respect whatever the opinion or the rating of the International Monetary Fund? This is a fund that you be working with?
Well, they themselves are doing their work and they know what they're doing, so it's up to them.
So
but I know that whatever they say, what's important, more important to me is what the Liberians say about their own economy, about what they're feeling. That's more important to me than what the IMF say. The IMF is a business.
Mr. Former Vice President, your government spent 12 years, your former government spent 12 years and left a huge infrastructure deficit. So the roads, we didn't have nothing called military hospital. All we knew was the small clinic, in the barrack called Soko Clinic. You were here with all of the resources. Don't you seem that you could have done more than what this government is doing?
You are right about that. Every government does what it considers its priority. The military hospital might have not been that government's priority, but I know there were medical facilities that were improved. A government is intended to do what it can do at the time it served. And the ultimate objective would be to make life for the country and for the people. If you choose to build a road somewhere, that's the road that you consider at that time important. The military hospital, well, we applaud that because it's for the military. There are places where they have children's hospital. There are places where they have hospital of different kind. Maybe the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government didn't consider as an option, but they did a lot of other things. A lot of other facilities were improved. The JFK and hospitals that will accommodate people. So it was not a military hospital, but they had hospitals that were functioning.
Let's assume you won election tomorrow. Given where you stand now, given the energy, trying to diminish all of that. How long do you think you will go?
Well, I can tell you, I am in the race because I know I'm capable and I'm fit to be in it. The issue of life and life expectancy are not issues that you and I can. Every day we see young people dying.
Sure.
So you are not, and I am not to determine. We are to serve our time and let who is the custodian of life take it as and when.
Before I open the lines, what's your source of income currently? Because you be going into a very hectic competition. You need lots of money. Do you have some overseas support, or where are you taking money from?
You know, one thing I know in life, whatever you want to do, and you believe in it, and you believe in God, you can do it. Maybe where you need a lot of money, I may not need a lot of money. Where you need a lot of external support, I may not. I bring to this country the respect of the people. I bring to this country the passion for the country. And I know that I do those things that I'm able to do. I don't need the kind of money that other people need. And definitely, if there was an election today, I would source money.
How much you worth now?
My time. I'm not here to declare assets. I'm not here to say my worth. I'm able to support my family. I'm able to assist people in the way I want to, and I'm willing to maintain myself. I think that is important to me.
077861549. That's the number to call. 077861549. That's the number to call. Or better still, you can call on this line 0776-540-987. Again, 0776-540-987. Or better still, 0886-540-987. That's the good first call on the line. Yeah, name me where you calling from. Hello? Hello? Oh, it seems that I'm not getting this caller. Hello? Hello? Okay, that caller is not there. Let me take this other caller on the line. Hello? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is Tom for Jeto.
Okay.
And I join you from my Popo corner in Lokitan and Summer. And let me say good evening to former VP Joseph Boakai. Summer, I'm listening to a elicitation. Like to some of us, the honor they accept nothing to convince the Liberian public why we should elect in 2023. Because we are then told that he served the first delivery for the 5 years within the Liberian government. What are those capabilities that will motivate us? I think he didn't serve 12 years. He told that he was a replica back in the garage. That somebody will say tomorrow I will vote Joe Boakai for one president. Who is developing Liberia?
Okay. Okay. I think you made your point already. Let's take this other call on the line. The lines are blinking. Your name and where you calling from? Let's hear from you, Uncle.
Let me say a wonderful thank you to His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Joseph Boakai for his deliberation. I can guarantee Ambassador Boakai that what did not happen in 2017, 23 for you. You will be the next president of the Republic of Liberia. You can take it to the bank, reserve it, and you will head the CPP. Thank you so much.
Okay, many thanks. Let's take this other call on the line quickly. This one. Let's go to the line. Hello? Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. This is Pascal Davis.
Okay.
And I'm from on District 6. Let me appreciate you so much for hosting the former vice president. I've got 3 questions for the honorable. And I hope you protect me to ask this question.
Just go over here quickly.
Yes. And the CPP in the aspect of expediency still didn't think outside the box, but you allowed this man to contest the senatorial election, which he won today, see where we are. Why didn't at the time put somebody else for the ticket to contest rather than having somebody who has already been indicted by the lower court? These are my questions, and I hope you answer this question at least so I can be really satisfied. Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's take this other call on the line quickly. I'm sure the vice president will answer your questions. Hello? Yes, sir. Okay.
For the first time, you made me to listen to the Bobo show. Thank you for bringing the former past president to the public and so that the people listen to him. The president is waiting. So he said it all. Look, the brother would have done well if they thought that those in opposition are not doing and have a friend that will reach out to them for consultation or consult and ask them for advice. But when the government still go and said, when you are
Wow. We lost him. We're hoping I can call back. Let's take this call on the line. Hello? Yes, you know where you're calling from. Quickly. Yes, go ahead. Well, it seems we got this cross line. So let me go to the line quickly and take this one. Hello? Yes, let's hear from you.
Former Vice President, all your colleagues are asking the question, they refuse to answer my question. I beg you, former Vice President, before you leave the show, I want you to answer the question. I beg you. The question goes, when my memory can set me right, you said in government for 42 years. Honorable former Vice President, what you do in the 42 years, then you come back to do. I want to tell a brand, what did you do in the 42 years, then you're coming back to do? I beg you.
Okay. You will respond to that. Hello? Oh, I can continue with this caller. Let me take this one quickly. Hello? Yes.
I heard the Vice President, he said one time that under their leadership, they stranded a lot of money. That is the former government. Stranded a lot of opportunity for the Liberian people. And coming to this government that has very limited resources and thinking about extending our budget right now and have limited international support, how can you compare the past administration that stranded a lot of money as compared to this leadership today? The living condition of the Liberian people. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. Let's take this call on the line quickly. Hello? Okay, let's go to the line quickly. Let's take this one. I'm getting from the difficulties. Hello? Yes, you know where you're calling from. Okay.
Have over the period of 12 years under the stewardship of Madam Shadi, that could not deliver, but we want to deliver this time around.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, many thanks. Let's take this other call on the line. Hello? Yes, sir. Okay, we can be not getting that call. Let's take this one. Yes, let's hear from you. Yeah. Okay, let's take this call on the line quickly. Hello? No, we can continue with this one. Yes, go ahead quickly. I don't know where you're calling from.
From the Council of Gunpowder County.
Okay.
Yes, I want to ask a question. You asked the critical question, and he answered it, and he said from his end, he feels that relationship between him and Montreal is okay. And I want to know what is relationship now in terms of working, in terms of after the presidency that both of them met, the relationship between he and the former president, Montreal, because rumors have been around that they are not in good relationship. Finally, if the CPP primary, if he doesn't win the CPP primary, whether he will still be able to support the winner. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. Many thanks. Let's take this call on the line. Hello? 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 Okay, it seems that we're not getting on this line. Let's just take this line. Hello? Yes, your name and where you calling from?
Thank you so much for having me, and let me appreciate the former vice president in studio. My name is Christian Yanti, and I joined the conversation from the offices of the Intellectual Alliance of Liberia along the Japan Freeway. You know, I listen to the vice president, the former vice president, but I think it is unfortunate because it's a person who served for the 2 years approximately in government and relying on government, who even told us now he fooled somebody by breaking a code and fed that code with salt water to make the go far. That's corruption in the first place. But I think the vice president did not say anything for which Liberians should repose their confidence in him to serve leadership. And I want to end up on this note to ask him now whether he still maintain the word that the United Party leadership misused that and squander opportunity and misused that. I want the former vice president to answer that. Whether he still maintain your words on that.
Okay, Minister, let's take this call on the line. Hello? Okay.
Yes, I just got one question to ask our former vice president. Honorable vice president, you served 12 years in Manasseh government, and also you have been working in government for 42 years plus now. It is right to become president before you can leave the people of your business, or what?
Okay.
That's my question.
Okay. You respond to your question. He's taking notes. I'm sure you respond to your question. Hello?
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'd like to salute His Excellency, the former Vice President. My name is David Chie, and I call this evening for District 6 in Montserrat. I think the former Vice President has admittedly told himself, as always. But one thing that keeps baffling me is the fact that people continue to say that in the CPP, Cummings is the problem why the CPP should not hold or will not hold. But this evening, on this interview, the former vice president has also openly said that he will not settle for anything other than the presidency or the center bearership of the CPP. And this is the same thing that Cummings has been saying. So I don't understand when people try to say that Cummings is the problem. But my specific question to him this evening, you know, in the recent days, we tried to hear about this thing called block voting. At first, there was the voter perception survey, the VPS. I want to admonish him because throughout the ages, all over people go to any race or any election observing electoral and democratic process. If you are very sure and confident that those people who are there, you are loyal. If you are very sure and confident that those people who are there, you understand and cherish your dream and philosophy, I think you should send your delegates to a process where you will be allowed to vote rather than to say that you became block voting. I think that alone will cause division and it is a recipe for chaos.
Okay, I'm sure you make your point already. Hello?
Hello, my name is Ambassador S. Christopher T. I am from GSO.
Okay, let's hear from you, sir.
Well, good evening, Mr. Former Vice President. I want to say this to you. Not a question, but I want to say this to you. The people who pushing you for this presidency, we don't have no for you. You have served your country for 42 unbroken years in government. I think this is the time you said you play kind of a advisory role to government, president, and government to come. Don't allow those people to push you that every day will become a last stop. Thank you, and I appreciate your appearance on the radio board. 2023 election is not done.
Okay. Let's take this call on the line quickly. You know where you calling from? Hello? Yes.
Well, I listened to Ambassador Joseph Boakai, and I think he spoke well. And I agree with him when he talked about there are some other challenges of the government, and he believes that it is normal to any other government in the country. But on a very serious note, I think one of the corner chiefs is in my opinion. For all indications, Ambassador Joseph Boakai, you have served in government for 40 plus years. I think at your age now, it is only prudent that you go and sit, and then you can serve as an advisor to any other government that will come in the country. But as for this time, for you to say that if by all costs you need to be president of our country, I think it's a disservice to the younger generation, and nowadays the generation.
Okay. Hello? You made a point already? Hello? Hello? Okay, it seems that we'll take another call on the line. I'm sure we'll take 3 more calls and then we'll open the lines for the leave it for the former vice president to respond. Yes, so let me where you calling from.
Thank you for having me. There's Andrew Moses, and I do join you for the headquarters of the Lesser Alliance of Nigeria. I got 2 questions. Question for the former vice president. Honorable vice president, you said before that you was a red car parked in a garage. But I wanted to understand that you are taking 5,000 homes. So how can a red car be carrying 5,000 homes? Is that not a corruption? And secondly, I want to ask you about your pacemaker. You said to us on the 50-50 talk show that you have a pacemaker. So how do you think you can provide a better leadership for the country with a pacemaker? Thank you.
Okay, so let's take this caller. Let's take this caller quickly, and then we'll go back to the former vice president. You know where you calling from? Yes, I'm okay. Hello? Yes, go ahead quickly.
We're talking at the same time.
Okay, many things. Let me take this last caller quickly. Yes, hello? Hello? Yes, go ahead quickly. Okay, I think that question was asked earlier. Let's now go to the former vice president of the Republic of Liberia to respond to those concerns.
Thank you very much to all of those scholars who raised questions. I know the one who raised a question about roads. When I spoke during the interview, during the time of our candidacy, we talk about roads. We know the importance of roads. When I see roads that are being built that you're talking about, I don't believe those are the roads I was talking about. Roads that help the economy, roads that expose the country for investment. And so when I said the roads that were being built are not the roads that I was talking about, and I believe that. Those are not the roads that bring improvement to the economy. To this date, you go to the southeast, you go to Lofa, you go all over. Even going to Tottenham, a paved road, you have difficulties. We want to build roads, we want to open the economy, the roads that bring about employment, good health. We're not talking about roads in the city as much as they are needed, but that was what I was talking about. When you're talking about the matter of everybody talking about whether or not you serve 42 years, I never said I served 42 years in government. I worked 12 years as vice president. I worked 3 years as Minister of Agriculture. All of us work in public operations and did other work. The Liberians hold to one thing and they say it over and again. I'm happy that we come on the radio every now and then to answer the same questions over the same period of time. And you talk about doing nothing, park in the garage. How long would it take people to understand? Maybe to understand the difference between a car in the garage and a race car on the racetrack. Maybe these are difficult things to understand. A race car was meant to participate in the race. If a race car is not put on the racetrack, it would not be a race car. Is that the same as being parked in the garage? And you talk about what is it that this government has done. We didn't say the government didn't do anything. Every government has an opportunity. When you come to power, you come to power with a promise that I'm here to do X, Y, Z. You come to say people didn't do X, Y, Z. So one would want to complain that the government does not have the possibility to bring in investors, they're getting limited support. Isn't that what governments come to say, that what the government did not do, that's what I will do? You come again and say, well, I'm sorry, I'm not doing it because I'm not getting support. But isn't that what you tell those that elect you, that when you come, you will do it? It's your job to do it, to find the best way to go about it. That's the work of the government, to be able to mobilize resources, to mobilize support, and to deliver. So that's the task that you come to. And the apologies, only those people who elected you. The matter of squandering money. You know, that's one thing I like about this country. You say one thing, they take it and take it out of. We come to the radio to talk to people, to answer questions. We seem to be answering the same questions. I did not say the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government squandered. I say we squandered opportunity, meaning there were things we could have done that we did not do. And being honest about it, that we could have done more than we did. Is that hard to explain? You talk about limited support. But that's the promise that we make. You only have to tell the Liberians that what I told you that I'm going to do, that I'm not able to do it. But it's a question of being able to convince investors to come and invest. It's a matter of confidence for people to come and do the things that you want for them to do along with you. That's why you tell the people that you're coming to do. You talk about delivering the country that we could have done X, Y, Z in 12 years. Yes, we could have done a lot, but we did much more than probably that which was done, because the time we came up, we know where the economy was, we know what the country roads were, and we know what we took them to. Even if we had stayed 20 years, it was not meant that after that succeeding government will not have responsibility, they will not have challenges, they still have to. You're talking about at what point you take the country and where you lead it to. Relationship with Madam Sirleaf, I am not here to say what Madame Sally feels about me. I'm here to say what I feel about. As far as I know, I'm at peace with her. I don't have any problem with her. If she had problem with me, you explain that.
Okay. So I thank you for already answered all of the questions so far. Mr. former Vice President, thank you very much for your time sharing on this platform. We really relish that time with you, and we wish you well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks so much for the opportunity. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.